Hello! Today we're going to go and take a look at some of the games that have been played in the Red Bull Homegrounds. That's the idea. We're going to start with Fnatic FENNEL. I've got a bunch to get through before we get to Plat Chat on Wednesday. So I need to get to all of this stuff first. Need to make sure that I actually do the watching of the things that I need to. So that's the general game plan for today. So let me have a look. I also need to take this live. Why won't this save? Cannot save until errors are resolved. Oh, there we go. Hello. How you doing? Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So, plan. Yo, Fantastic Panic. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. I just realized that I have some things to do. Give me just a moment, and then I'll have them sorted. I just need to send the VODs of yesterday live. And they're live. Apologies if you end up getting spammed with those later on. But let's take a look at what the job is for today. Thank you very much for the 5 gifteds, Fantastic Panic. Right. So, have I trolled my viewers? Why? What did I say I was going to do? If I said I was going to play Baldur's Gate today, yes, I've trolled. Because I've got to get these VOD reviews done. If I get bored with VOD reviewing, then I'll go and play some Baldur's Gate. That's the idea anyway. Co-stream Bren while you wait. What's he up to? Is he playing more ranked? He's just been on such a ranked grind recently. Yeah, so these are the VODs that I want to take a look at. Hopefully we're going to be able to get through all of them by the time it gets to Wednesday. So I have tonight, tomorrow night, and then some in Wednesday morning as well. You started watching the Baldur's Gate VODs? They're very good. They're very good. No, I don't need to log off. All right, so Fnatic FENNEL we're going to take a look at, and then we're going to take a look at Cloud9 FENNEL as well. They're both on the same map, so it'll allow us to, presumably FENNEL were fairly similar, considering that these games were played like one after another. Presumably the quality from FENNEL is pretty similar, and it's just based on Fnatic and Cloud9. Then we've got 100 Thieves against Scars, and if we finish those 3 maps and I'm still vibing, we'll probably take a look at Cloud9 versus Zeta as well. So I'm just going to take a bit of a chronological approach to this. Bren's been doing Duolingo for like 6 hours. What? Really? What's he been up to? Is he learning Korean? Huh. Damn. Does the thumbnail I sent you look good? I didn't even see it. Oh, you just sent it to me like 3 minutes ago. That looks amazing. I love that. Yes, that looks fantastic, Ness. That's so good. Also, my plan is tomorrow, Ness, to have a look through all of the videos that I've got and schedule out some thumbnails to be created. So I might message you and be like, here's a bunch of different thumbnails, but they're not to be made like instantly. They're just to, trying to get ahead of things a bit more. Oh yeah, and send me an invoice whenever you can. Also, I'll need to give you my invoice details because I want to pay you out on my business account, not my personal account. But send me a message asking for the details, and I'll get back to you after the stream. Same for you, RJ, as well. Right, okay. So, Fnatic FENNEL. Let's have a look at this. Let's get cracking with this. Final. So, I know that this was a really close game. I mean, obviously, by the scoreline, it's a 13-10. That's really surprising, especially considering Fnatic ended up winning the entire tournament, and they were massive favorites coming in. Fnatic have won multiple trophies. FENNEL have not. FENNEL didn't win, Ascension or anything even like that. So, yeah. We'll launch Epic Pen just so that we can get a proper look at what's going on and draw some shit on the screens. I don't consider Ascent to be a particularly amazing map for Fnatic, but they have all the pieces they need to be an excellent Ascent team. It's just never been a map that they've been fantastic at. I feel like it doesn't really fit Boaster's IGLing style as much. He prefers a bit more of the like map control heavy attack side stuff, and I think that this map is all about executing the retakes perfectly and having excellent defensive setups that have tons of layers to them, and then on the attack sides being able to, I mean, they did end up winning quite a lot of the attack side rounds here, but on the attack sides being able to get hard execs, hard post plants kind of executed. So let's have a look at it. I think Fnatic's going to take some time to adjust with Alma Putty. Probably not. I don't really think that's... I think that's going to be a narrative that people run with, but I think in reality, like, how much are we really expecting Alma Putty to change? I don't think he's going to come in and try and change a roster that's won multiple trophies. That doesn't make sense. He's going to be there to facilitate, so I'd be surprised if they change their direction entirely. I'd be very, very surprised. But, you know, if that does happen, or if they do run into difficulties and they're not able to get over the top of them, then maybe we'll take a look at Alma Putty. But apologies for the bad quality of this as well. It doesn't look like a particularly great VOD to look at the quality of. But yeah, we're gonna bash our way through it. So just standard compositions for both teams here. Nothing too much to talk about. Fnatic starting on the defense side. They've got a turret that's taking B main contact. This is an interesting setup from Boaster and from Chronicle. I don't know exactly what they're up to here. We'll see. They've got some kind of pistol round idea. Timmy streamed with better quality. I don't think Timmy was streaming this game, though. I think Timmy was only streaming the latter end of the tournament, wasn't he?
It's a really strong team, almost as good as Scars, sometimes better.
Okay, let me knock down this volume a little.
Different days.
Derry Alley, you've got to lean on his tier 1 experience here, of course, and it's time now. I think we can get into this. Fnatic versus FENNEL. Will the big dogs start?
So you've got a pistol round set up over here where Durka's playing behind the box, yeah? So Durka's doing this. Normally, when you see teams do this, they'll be trying to like play somebody in heaven who swings, jumps out, and baits for the second player. So this idea of baiting for a player behind a box is a theme of quite a lot of the pistol rounds that you're going to see. It looks like this player's playing off a recon dart. So Leo's got his recon dart up. And if this ends up getting smoked here, he's going to position himself like that. Recon here for Durka to be able to find kills off. So they have some kind of not super heavy commitment set up over towards A, where Durka might be able to land something, and then they're mostly going to be playing a bit of a retake. But it's this that intrigues me over here, which we're going to be watching the POV of. Because I don't really think that I've seen a pistol round setup like this. I don't know what they're playing off.
Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much.
I mean, the turret has some contact in B main, but how are they then going to capitalize on that? Right, well, the turret ends up getting broken there. The others should have commed that to Alfier and asked him to retract his turret, but it's probably not a major mistake. I doubt that Alfier is going to really see too much. Oh. Okay, Chronicle uses his knife early. That's a team flash for FENNEL. Chronicle uses his nade. Paranoia. To be honest with you, I'm still not exactly sure what the positioning of Chronicle and Boaster was, even having seen the B exec come through. Maybe they were anticipating some kind of jet dash down lane or something that they were going to be able to double deal with. But, I mean, we just saw things that were very standard. We saw a Paranoia getting used, which wasn't even from the best angle, to be honest, because Boaster's positioned himself back here. I think there was something else here that Fnatic were waiting for, and I'm not exactly sure what it was. What kind of B exec they were hoping to see in order for this to be really valuable positioning for Boaster and Chronicle. But, you know, they've just provided a lot of pressure there for Alpha to then swing through the smoke. And now they've got double players over towards stairs. Boaster's trying to reposition over towards Dice. Good kill from Boaster. And now here come the A players. Yeah, I'd like to see that pistol round again from Fnatic because I don't really understand what they were going for.
Doing some damage. Actually going to be grabbing the Sheriff along with Rhea. And in case you guys are curious, it is Clues.
Did Timmy co-stream the entirety of the tournament? I was told he only co-streamed the end of it.
weight on his shoulders. A lot of pressure here. Try to do some serious damage. And to make matters worse, you're going up against Fnatic on the defender side of Ascent, a map that they are really nasty on that side of the map of.
Boaster with a Marshall.
He loves this gun, and I love him for it.
I was going to skip it, but it looks like they're going to go into this. It should be fairly easy for Boaster to pick this up. He gets one. Chronicle goes for the flash peek through there. Is that a good idea for Chronicle to go for that? I mean, he knows as soon as this smoke goes down and it's positioned like this. I mean, look at this smoke from FENNEL. It's so obvious where they're going because the only thing that makes any sense when you run that smoke that blooms out into the site instead of the other way is that you're going up tree. So it is a bit risky for Chronicle to be doing that flash playthrough, to be honest. He's got a Bulldog there, and if anyone's turned his flash properly, he finds a nice timing, though, off Boaster's contact. Not a major problem.
Bulldog still left on the floor. Dash expiring. Durka not going to push the issue.
But yeah, this is now a 2v4, and I'm not expecting it to be any danger, so we'll skip things forward a little bit. All right, so we've got a bonus round buy with an operator here for Durka. Now, Durka hasn't really gotten very active earlier on. He's only at 1 out of, what is it now? Is it 8? I think it is, right? Yeah, 1 out of 8 for his... I need to learn how many ult orbs it takes for all of these ults again, because I've got ideas in my head, and they're out of date because of the recent patch. But yeah, it's 8 ult orbs, so he's miles and miles away from the Blade Storm. It's not something that you're likely to get online for the bonus as much as you used to be able to in the previous, which makes these op buys a little more dangerous, but I think most of the time it adds a nice little flavor into the bonus round buy, and you can normally make up for it in other ways too. So he's going to be playing over here. They have turret contact as well, I believe, in B main. Possibly Alpha is going to be throwing a nanoswarm that lands here, just based off what it looks like over towards the minimap, and they're fighting A main as well. They shock dart early and decide not to fight for it. So you know now that the KO is probably not here because Leo is here. So you might want to try and accelerate into a full A pop if you're FENNEL. Chronicle's already booking his way over here, but he has used the knife. Paranoia is nicely timed by Boaster. He has to be holding Paranoia there in backside because the knife is going to come through. They knife over towards Dice. It catches onto Boaster, but he still manages to get the Paranoia off. The recon comes through too. So now there's a lot of pressure on these other players coming out, right? They're blinded and there's a recon, which means that this Jet player is very much isolated. And Chronicle's going to be able to come out over Heaven, and Boaster's going to be able to fight the Jet. At least that's the idea. Oh, you got it for me? All right, I'll wait until the end of this round, and then I'll look on Timmy's channel.
They are not waiting at all to try to defend this retake.
Good trade by Chronicle. Boaster wasn't quite able to get it done there, but that's fine. Chronicle gets another. Leo's looking to try and get in. They have Heaven control. I really don't like this smoke that FENNEL have thrown. I think Heaven smokes are troll. Look at Alpha here. He's just out on site. So Fnatic's in a 3v2. They know that FENNEL could be out on site. Recon up over to Heaven as well. Allows Gon to go for that. Turret broken as well. Leo's going to have his recon back. He just got it, in fact. So now you can just wait for them to plant. You can just hold really patiently here. They can't push Heaven because Durka's got the op there. Leo's occasionally checking mid to see whether they've rotated. Smoke comes down. They know that it's going to end A right now. So they could go for a recon and flood this, which they do. Maybe that recon would have been better timed as the plant went down there, because they actually allowed a moment for FENNEL to break it. Big push. So that's based off Alpha using this nanoswarm, right? So as the nanoswarm goes out, Gon tries to find a timing, thinking that Alpha will probably not have his gun out as ready because he's just thrown a nanoswarm. Catches the timing as Leo leaves to go up towards Heaven. A 2v2. What the fuck? I don't think I've ever seen that tech before. you shoot the op as you drop it. So it shoots the shot and you immediately get another gun into your hand.
Durka is going to be swapping things out. Recon dart going to be cleared. They know Gone position, spotting him.
Leo's jumping out. Yeah, doesn't look great there. I think that there was better stuff that Leo could have done with the recon dart. They didn't communicate properly whether or not they wanted to flood or whether or not they wanted to get Durka in a more pushed up position. You know, when they use the recon, Durka's nowhere near being able to assist with this. There's other weapons that Durka could have picked up had they been deciding to go for a flood. And without the recon dart, they really struggled. They didn't even coordinate the way that Durka and Leo jumped into the site or anything like that. They just split it into a series of 1v1s. So, and disadvantaged 1v1s as well because they were jumping down into the site. So, not particularly well played by Fnatic there, I don't think.
You know you're tremendous underdogs.
And apparently Japanese tier 2 teams love the Heaven Smoke. Well, that might be why they're in Japanese tier 2. Right, let's have a look then. This is the one, is it?
God.
Okay, that is way better quality. It's insane, actually. All right, please don't talk too much, Timmy. That's my only request. Yeah, I don't think he's a super talkative chap, is he? How on earth is the main broadcast so much worse quality than this? Let's skip this forwards a little. So Durka went for the bonus buy of the... this is the other problem we're watching on Twitch. The overlay is just constantly up, which is very annoying. Let me just have a quick look and see whether this works. If I click hide overlay... it does work. Wait a second. This extension, goated. It works for YouTube and Twitch. It doesn't hide the stuff at the top, but it hides the bar at the bottom. That's pretty sick. Okay. Camera top right, please. What? Over the top of the kill feed? Why would I want that? Why would you want that? That sounds silly. Oh, cover Timmy. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a better idea. Okay, we'll put ourselves over here then, shall we? That's annoying me now because I'm not actually butted all the way up to the side, and I don't know why. I do know why. Well, that's fucking annoying. Okay, I think I'm butted up to the side there. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so what I was saying was Durka went for the buy with the operator, and so now he's knocked down to a marshal. Chronicle's got a fantastic retake ultimate to work with here, and they're not really worried about any ultimates on the other side of things. So going for some kind of setup where you're going to be able to go for the retake is quite reasonable.
You know you're tremendous underdogs, and the more damage you can do to Fnatic, you know, not only the better for you in this event, but the better for your future. The more confidence you're going to have, the more you can look back on this and be like, we pushed Fnatic. We were able to...
Oof. Durka just got deleted, but remember, he only had a Marshal in his hand, so that's not devastating. Chronicle and Boaster look like they want to try and make a play over here into a main. Nicely done by Gon. He's got information. He knows that there's two players now pushed up in... Even if he only saw one person. Now, this is the same smoke that they did on the pistol round. This is a smoke that tells you immediately that they're trying to path like this, right? And I'm not saying that this is a bad idea to path like this. Actually, pathing like this is a big weakness in most defensive setups when it comes to Ascend. And it's particularly weak if you know that the defenders are playing heavy over A main, which they are. And, I mean, especially when you've killed their cat player. So it's not that this is bad, it's just that this is very obvious from FENNEL currently. We'll see what Boaster and Chronicle end up doing. They're not in a great position to deal with this. But I think it's going to require one of these B players to come over and watch this area. We'll see whether they actually go for that, though. They go for a flash through. They go 2 for 2 in that situation, but I don't think that they do a good job of dealing with that. It's exactly what I said in the pistol round. Going for a flash play in there, you know that the majority of the attackers are going to be in that area. Probably 3 players, because it's very likely they're doing a 1-3-1 as soon as you see Gone in this area. So as soon as you see the Omen here, I think you can be pretty confident with a smoke here as well that they're going for a very weird 1-3-1 or possibly even a 4-1 kind of setup. Maybe it might be a 3-2 setup where they're trying to split into A like this. But it's gonna be some kind of heavy people in this area, and just going for one flash through there to me doesn't make enough sense. You want to be trying to contain them and play for the site and try and fight them over like heaven control and fight them once they get here as well.
He gets 2 kills and he dies. That is what Chronicle does.
And now they've left the A site completely open.
You'll take it. You'll take those if you're Fnatic.
Oh, for sure.
Fnatic have had to rotate to try and cover that gap to see if FENNEL are going for the A push, which they aren't. What's the updraft? Just a panic, I think. I'm not really going to be talking about what FENNEL are doing too much. I'm going to be focused on Fnatic. Now, Alpha's positioning is still decent to keep the alarm bot up. At this point, Fnatic are just gambling that they've gone back to B because they didn't hit A. FENNEL are thinking in their heads that they're probably split 1-on-1. Like, they're probably thinking we'll find a Sova here because the Killjoy will still be over with their utility on B. They don't even really clear the site properly, but again, the Sova would not be playing in a hard anchor spot because they're a Sova. Yeah, so and now they just go for the save. Is a save the right call in this kind of situation? I'm not sure that... I don't really know. You know that there isn't a lurker over towards mid, but you have given up all of this area of the map, right? So you're trying to come back in. You have a drone, you have a recon, both fantastic retake tools or tools that you could use to try and pressure somebody. Your team is going to have to take an eco next round, at least with Boaster, but the other 2 can buy because you have this bonus... loss bonus here that's going to allow you to be able to get light armor rifles on these guys as long as they didn't use a huge amount of utility. And I think Chronicle only used his flash in the previous round, so Boaster's probably run the math here and knows that he's just going to take a bulldog and he wants both of these rifles up. But I do think in general you want to be trying to go for 2v3 retakes. But they probably pre-called it, right? Like, let's just gamble B and we're going to save if they go A. But this is already a really bad start to the defense.
Like getting this opening shot, if we have it, because that looked quick and crisp. Things down. So far, he is well.
All right, so from Boaster's point of view right now, he's got to worry about this play coming through. You can see actually the pings coming through, which I think are them just talking about the pathing of the attackers in the pistol and the 4th round there. And you need to be able to deal with that. One of the ways that you might be able to deal with that is by getting Durka to op this angle instead of trying to go for something aggressive here or something aggressive in mid. You could try to control catwalk as well so that they can't walk down there. So that might involve getting Durka posted on something like this or pushing a player onto this area so that they could watch this. And then when mid gets smoked, somebody's going to be able to rotate over and the A players are going to be able to hold that. It might also involve, there's many, I'm explaining that there's tons of different ways that you can approach this. Chronicle could be holding this angle and then be throwing his utility to try to stop them getting through, while Boaster just, you know, early round plays for some A main control and then drops back at this kind of timing. And, you know, Boaster can even play the switch here and go for a paranoia and push through as Chronicle gets pressured. Tons and tons of different ways to approach this. But I think playing double A main and then flashing through the smoke is not a great one, and I assume they're not going to continue doing that. Wow. Omen ult really deep into heaven. Boaster's lucky to survive there. They can play a retake. They have the KO ultimate to work with. And now they need to spread back out, right? So now that you know that they... Oh, sorry, I'm on the minimap scene. My bad. I keep doing that. Let me go back. Sorry. All right, so this is what happened at the start of the... at the start of it. So they flash over the top. Doesn't seem like the greatest flash to me. But... Gon has just TP'd into the back of them. They obviously have had a talk about the fact that they just want to be grouping up, getting ready to flood defend A, because these rotates are over so quickly. They have used recon, they've used a flash, they've used a smoke, so they've used quite a lot of utility here. But what I'm saying is, after about 10 seconds, 15 seconds of them not hitting, your B players need to start spreading back out again. Turret's still holding mid contact and B main contact as well. You still have the KO ultimate to be able to retake A. Leo might want to look for some information in mid with his drone soon. Because you're not really going to need the drone for retake, I don't think. You're going to want to flash recon with the KO ultimate. So I think you can afford to use the drone. You're not saving it for retake, in my opinion. I don't know whether the Sova just got seen by that in A main. It's difficult to tell from the minimap. Yeah, but the Sova is now droning, so they know that there's at least one over towards A. And this is quite a nice idea by FENNEL. They're faking with their Sova while everybody else is going down mid to B. Leo's missed the timing as well. Full contact all the way through. They broke the turret though. But these Fnatic players have just been pushed into backside. Only 10 seconds left. They're not going to expect these guys to be so pushed up against them. Yeah. I think that's a great call by the FENNEL guys to just contact all the way in afterwards. I think that's completely sent Fnatic's brains spiraling there. But I think the positioning is horrible by the Fnatic guys. They've got two players holding in back B site. They have no information down mid. Leo didn't use his drone to even gather any information in mid. They don't know where anybody is. It's a really badly played defensive round by Fnatic in terms of the info game. Fnatic actually got lucky earlier on that it wasn't a 4v4 as well. Sova now becomes the lurk, and Fnatic should know that there's a Sova lurk here.
Wait, how did Chronicle not hear this guy?
Now Chronicle has his own ultimate, so if they're gonna go for this, then I think you want to be... What does...
Wait, how did Chronicle not hear this guy?
Okay, so they flash recon into sight, but they're not using the KO ultimate.
Wait, what?
Which means now Dariali can use... Oh, well, Dariali isn't anchoring the site. He's lurking. This is really weird by Fnatic. They didn't want to commit into B. Maybe they were just looking to try and get a pick off the flash recon, but they didn't commit. They didn't use the KO ultimate. They're not trying to fight when they're down a person. They're not even really looking for the Sova, who they know was not part of this exec because he was droning A earlier on in the round. So yeah, Fnatic looking really, really shaky so far.
I can hang in the extrovert area.
Two Bulldogs online for Fnatic. They're still going to be able to buy this round. And they're going to try and fight super heavy over mid, because this is an area that FENNEL have been going into. They hear a teleport in A main. They don't see anything in mid. Chronicle's looking over towards A right now. Chronicle still has his ultimate, right? So they can still play A retake.
I saw you in that posy trailer. I didn't know.
They dash into A.
You didn't know what to do with your hands. No, they said, you know, they said.
We'll see whether Rhea is able to get off some kind of lurk. Rhea might clash with Alphier in mid right now. Yeah. Okay, so Rhea's been spotted. So what? We're watching Alphier fight against Rhea and making sure that this lurk play can't happen. What's happening on the site, which I'll bring up the minimap to show you because it's not on camera, is that we have the KO ultimate being popped. We've got a paranoia that comes through like this. There's a recon dart as well, but I think the recon dart ends up getting broken. So there's the KO ultimate at this timing. Paranoia comes through on the Jenny players. But the paranoia is like for Jenny and Hell. It doesn't really cover the dice players as well. I feel like a paranoia that goes more like this is going to be better than the one that goes up like that. But, alright, that's the one that Boaster's gone for. They send the recon dart in with that, but they don't send a flash from Chronicle. So they're not comboing the flash recon together. They're comboing paranoia recon together. But I think that you can get much better value by also adding a KO flash in there. Because it additionally pops high up in the air, which is much more where the recon is going to be. Much more likely to be able to get off really good recon dart pressure with that. As you can see, the recon dart on the minimap gets broken instantly. They do find a pick onto this Jet, who was pushed out in this area. Hard to tell exactly how Durka gets the kill on the Jet, but Chronicle's still got his full utility available here. We'll go back into the monitor because we're going to see what's happening over on screen. Durka's got out through Heaven, and the retake's been successful. So, it is a good retake, except for the fact that I feel like Chronicle could have gotten more value with his utility, or in fact could have used any of his utility. Chronicle still hasn't used a single piece of his KO utility there, which doesn't seem optimal to me. Oh, we get a replay here, actually. Let's have a look at this. Just trying to see how this first Jet duel goes down. Alright, so the Jet was just trying to take a duel against Durka there. There was also... Boaster's not really in a position to try to trade Chronicle at all. Boaster's just kind of looking to see if there's a player over towards Switch, I think. So these... Often, what we would see in the past from Fnatic when they were running these retakes is that Boaster would put a smoke here, and he would teleport inside of it. So, and I think maybe he only does that if door is actually smoked off. So if this is smoked off, Boaster loves putting a smoke here and then TPing into it, which creates a lot of pressure on people holding here or holding towards Switch. Because then, you know, Boaster can swing out of the smoke and the player at Switch can trade him, or the player, like, retaking from this direction can trade him, something like that. But this retake was really won by Durka being able to get out through Heaven properly. But yeah, they didn't really apply very much pressure with the util. It was alright, though. It was pretty decent. Now they've lost that big retake util, ult, though. So... yeah, I'm looking to see if Durka can get pushed onto more aggressive angles this round. So Durka's playing mid. They went for fake A main control at the start of the round, and now they're playing over towards Cat. Don't know really what Boaster's up to here. He's just checking the smoke. They hear a drone out through here, and they're going to smoke this off. Ooh, those are some nasty shots by the FENNEL Jet. Those are some filthy shots. God damn. God damn. Nothing really that Fnatic did wrong there. I was a little confused as to why Alpha was holding this. But I think they're just trying to double hold mid. And to be honest, I don't think Alpha is expecting this FENNEL Jet to have the confidence to instant reswing and hit that kind of a shot. And then, again, Durka, he just insta reswings back into him and hits another flick shot as well. So you can't really criticize Alpha and Durka for the way that they played that. Now, I would like to see them try to put a bit more emphasis on getting Durka posted on areas that aren't mid. But I think Durka's really trying to control the catwalk so that they can't do these A pushes on them. Which is what I said was one of the ways of countering what FENNEL are doing. But obviously, if you just get attacking opt, you're fucked, aren't you?
That boy is disgusting.
Well, I'm calling them the FENNEL Jet because I don't know how to pronounce their name. I don't know FENNEL like that. Sayuta? I don't know. Shota? How is that pronounced Shota? Shota? Okay, I could kind of see that. Boaster doesn't quite get out the paranoia, gets caught by the recon dart as well. He's now under quite a lot of pressure here. But they've decided to leave because they know that they've got 2 out of 3 of the players on A. And now they've heard the recon dart as well.
Wow, they get main control together and they...
I feel like okay, these guys already know that 3 of the defenders are over towards A, but instead of going for the full rotate over towards B, they've just decided to go for an A re-hit through cat like this, which I think usually it's a good idea for teams to do that when they've burnt their jet dash. Like when you're trying to jet dash in, but you get it cancelled by a knife or a paranoia or something like that, then it's best to try and go for a re-hit. But in this situation, just rotate. If Fnatic win this round, I think it was extremely avoidable by FENNEL.
Not good, not good, not good, not good.
Oh. Leo gets a kill. Yeah, this is... Yeah, this is just a throw by FENNEL. Oh, well, no, there's no time. Chronicle can just survive. Well, that should have been a lost round by Fnatic. I would be really pissed if I was the FENNEL Jet right now, because that's just a bad call from their team. They even made the right call, which was to cancel when they realized that 2 out of the 3 of the players were in anchor positions over towards A. And they decided not to follow up off the utility that they used on the A hit, even though there was no paranoia that came out from Boaster. And when they cancelled, they just decided to go for an A re-hit into 3 players. That's just bad IGLing, I think.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that. No, I cannot lie. You just cannot believe that.
You can just see it coming on the map that if they weren't...
Wow. They dashed down cat here to get a super early timing with the knives. So Shooter has popped knives, dashed down mid, which I guess is to make sure that they can't be hit by anybody that's going to be, you know, trying to play aggressive in this area, as Alpha and Durka were playing in the previous round. And they're going to try and split on Chronicle and Boaster. This gives you a way, way earlier timing than most people would be ready for. And I'm not sure that they heard it. So I wouldn't be surprised if Chronicle gets caught. Chronicle just wins the duel anyway, but I'm not sure that he knew that the Jet was going to be there at that time.
Not going to be caught off guard. Manages to steady the aim, finds the kill, so they're going to be taken down. It's that Blade Storm. It's ripped away from the FENNEL squad. DJ setup just going to get picked up. Rhea. Alarm bot there in case of that. It's a deep, aggressive flank.
Alfier only 1 kill away, 1 orb away from getting his ultimate, really firmly planting himself behind that B site. They're going to make their way over. Turret put right on top of the switch, looking at that market door. He's going to alert to their presence, so immediately I can see Chronicle starting to push his way through, but a great turret here. Going to at least keep him on.
Really interesting pathing by FENNEL in a lot of these rounds. They know that it's not fake.
Fucking weird what they're doing right now. I've never seen this shit in my entire life before. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's a very unusual setup here.
I am the Eggman. Are you one of
But-
the Eggmen?
Am I one of the Eggmen? I am. That's me, Miles. So, when it looks like Fnatic do not have a protocol in mind for when a team does this to them. Where if a team smokes this off, right, and threatens to be pushing like this to B, it looks like they just don't have a setup to react to this, because Durka doesn't know what to do. He's looking at market and he's looking at CT, and he's not in a good position to watch either of them. I think that there just doesn't really seem to be a response from the defenders surrounding this. And Fnatic go back into what they often do in these kind of situations, which is just turtling. These 2 players end up just turtling on the B site. Instead of trying to take space in another direction, like, for example, instead of, Boaster working forwards with Chronicle and trying to see if they could push mid, right? Or the Jet wrapping around to lane and asking for, this to be smoked and seeing if they could push B main or something like that. Instead of trying to expand the map for the defenders, they just give up control and turtle further and further into the sites. And I think that's one of the biggest problems with Fnatic, and it always has been on this map, actually, is that they enjoy falling back into the sites, and that's really exploitable. This is a weird round by FENNEL, for sure, and it was also one of the first times that Fnatic have played recently. But yeah, they're really getting tested here. It's a good ult by Boaster to come and try and help. But now he's stuck in a 1v2 again. Oh, good kill by Gon. Alright, so 2v3. Leo is going to get his recon dart back somewhat quickly. Yeah, it's back in the next 2 seconds. So they have flash recon to try and fight this. Oh, sorry. Fucking hell, I keep forgetting to do that. My bad, chat. My bad. Alright, so sorry. This is where they went for the sight pop. We've already seen this part. So they get flashed. Alpha gets one. Boaster gets the TP into backside. Gon gets slapped. And what I'm saying in this instance is Recon comes back online in like 2 seconds. So now they need to combo flash Recon to try and get back in. Fnatic are getting too used to getting slammed by quick Turkish execs. Yeah. I mean, maybe. They do have better protocols against fast hits than the slow hits, I think. Hi, love. You look like a wacky inflatable dancing arms person. You going to read?
I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh, yeah? Okay, yeah, it is 9:30, yeah. Okay. Love you.
Thanks for everything. Your bubble?
No, I'm a doll.
Okay.
Love you, pieces.
Love you.
Good night.
Good night.
The bank. We can throw some utility at this and see if they can.
All right, sorry. Let's skip this back 10 seconds. What was happening? So they are trying to set up a flash recon. They do it.
Find a kill potentially.
They do. They find a kill, but then Chronicle dies. So now Leo's left in a 1v2. Doable. Oh, that does so much damage.
Now one more.
Oh, he didn't send another shock. Nostino, thank you, or Nostinxo. And Leo dies as well? Because he doesn't realize where the spike's planted or something? What a bizarre situation. Fnatic really look out of it.
Maybe the most.
If he killed KJ, then KJ would have gotten old.
Right.
So then letting them die to bomb.
Beth wakes up very early. And also, she doesn't go to sleep as soon as she goes to bed. She just likes being in bed for a bit.
It was actually good that he didn't kill them.
I think we have
Like, he could have got silver ult, though.
back-to-back timeouts.
No, he didn't know that the
He
shock
could've got
dart was
some
landing, no.
Long timeouts here,
So,
we're gonna have
Many said on stream they've only had 2 days prac. Yeah, it does look like it. Hello?
about going for it. That FENNEL is
For some reason, it's not skipping forwards nicely. Here we go. Durka has knives. So Durka's... So they've got... If you look at their minimap, they've got a cam taking contact here. They've got Durka ready to updraft with knives through the window on players that would be in that position, getting contact from the turret.
Baldur's Gate 3 VODs while I am eating lunch. They make me smile, smiley face. Thank you, sidekick.
Thank you, Miles Everett. Appreciate you consuming the content. And then, you know, if Durka doesn't land anything, or even if he does, they have it all baiting for Alpha, yeah, who's in this position as well. So, cute little play over towards B main. But it's really this, like, A and mid area where they've been getting fucked up. So, what does their setup over there look like?
yeah, he's looking for that window, playing off Alpha's contact, I believe. Gonna try that updraft, see if he can get somebody. Just he's gonna see that utility come through. Alpha's gonna clear it. There's no opportunities given over by FENNEL just yet for that blade storm to be utilized by Durka.
They dropped out of the B main setup and then went back into it as well.
Of course, has the counter.
Droning down mid, but they don't drone into market.
That is
So it looks like, okay, they're going for the same play again here. So this time, Leo isn't using the recon die, he uses the drone.
Bro said, bro, are you even watching? Are you even alive, bro? Like, what?
So if you look at what they've done differently here, Durka's still in a very, like, bunkered position over on B. But Alpha has decided to try and take a timing up to market. So once this smoke has gone down and Leo's commed it, Alpha, instead of dropping back into side, is doing what I'm talking about in terms of like getting more info. So they still have full B main info here from the turret. So now Alpha is anticipating them walking like this. So he has picked the timing where he can walk up market. He's not worried about CT yet because they only just smoked this off. So he's trying to get close to market where he could potentially fight people, or even if they all ran in from this direction, he could try and take the duel in market or take market control or kill them as they're coming out or something like that. Now, actually, this is a fake from FENNEL, so this is a cool idea. They've already done this round previously. They're inserting the jet down mid, and the other two of their team are going in this direction. My concern, however, is, though, they are currently playing a 1-1-2-1 kind of setup. So they don't have very many people here. This is only the two initiators. So unless this is going to be a fake, and these guys actually have the spike, so it doesn't particularly look like it, they should be probably trying to tell one of these guys to come and join them. So if the IGL has an idea in their head of where they want to end, so at the moment, you know, this could be a fake catwalk and they're actually going for a B split, in which case tell your A player to come and join you. Or this could be a real A split happening, in which case tell the Killjoy to come and join you. But the point being, you don't need these players still watching the extremities. Even, I mean, this guy's still got the turret up, for goodness sake. So whichever direction they're trying to go in, pull the other guy towards you.
Guy is like been living under a rock for the past like 2 years.
Flashing there, trying to get some reaction out of them to know whether or not it's real. Fnatic, though, are getting information denied from them all over the map because they're so unwilling to push forwards and re-clear other areas. Alpha is chadding up and is just re-clearing spawn on his own. But this is only Alpha on his own re-clearing spawn. If there had been any other people here, he would probably be dead right now. And Durka went for an updraft to check B main, but didn't see anything there, and that's not great info. I mean, the turret got broken, so he's like checking for info there, so I guess that is somewhat decent info. But he's not with Alpha, he's not, you know, they're not really trying to get information around the map. So again, Fnatic are just getting... This map is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller for them. The positive side for Fnatic is there's only 26 seconds left.
It's just funny. It's just a funny comment.
Smoke comes through in B main.
It's like, where have
Boaster doesn't even think about there being player deep mid. Alpha should never be getting 3 there. Another poorly played round, in my opinion, from Fnatic, where their individual quality bails them out.
For the initial kill, and then Alfier just so clean with it, with those two in the follow-up. Durka right there to back him up. Nasty, nasty stuff from FENNEL. But
I'm going to skip this round because it's an eco, and I assume it's not going to be a problem. Come on. Boaster ended up dying in wine this round, which is really weird. But now Durka's actually pushed out B main. This is something that he hasn't been doing very much. He also hasn't really been playing with Leo, which is very odd. Normally you would expect Leo to be playing over towards B. Oh my god.
Wait, they can get the bomb.
Okay, we've got to watch this round. This round got too close. We're going to have to watch it.
And even though maybe Boaster just didn't quite expect them to be as far ahead as they were, the idea was still good. The sense is still keen for Fnatic.
So Boaster's tucked in main. In wine, sorry.
Oh! Wait, he got dinged, but then he still killed him. What the fuck?
The nade from Chronicle, though, wasn't good. Right?
Oh! Wait, he got dinged?
Deriali's actually in the corner of wine right now, and he's surviving. Because the molly missed, the nade missed from Chronicle.
But then he still killed him. What the fuck? What a shot.
Dariali then kills Boaster because Boaster thinks it's clear. So pretty big mistake there. Alpha's trying to push out mid, putting pressure on these guys over towards Cat. Durka's pushed all the way out, gets one. So now they're in a 4v3 where they have weapon advantages. Leo's trying to dominate this smoke. And he ends up getting overwhelmed. Chronicle isn't with him. Chronicle also gets overwhelmed. This smoke's doing a lot of work for them. They've put 2 of these smokes in A. Cool idea on the eco round. They have a smoke here, which lets them threaten like they could be getting out into tree. And then they actually updated it, gone this one, which allows them to get out and then could allow them to push all the way through to grass as well. So, cool smoke. It means that you're going to have to watch it from this side and you're going to have to watch it from the A main side. I like the idea of it. I think it's a very good play to go for that on an eco, something where you need an advantage. And Leo ends up playing inside of it and dying.
Wait, they can get the bomb.
True.
But
I'm still excited.
And there's the pickup.
Holy fuck, no way they won
that
that
one
round.
away. Not going to be seeing those
No way.
red card mechanics
No
coming through.
way.
The plant comes
You
in
could
and now
win.
Yeah, there's 4 chunks of damage on the KO nade.
Oh my god.
So, he was just running through it in order to get to the safe spot.
Insane.
He's got one of his own.
For sure, bro.
Committed here. Trying to get themselves back into the site.
Pop the Nova, man. Beautiful read of the situation, the utility. On point here for FENNEL.
Turret cleared. They know where both players are. TP in towards the back of site. FENNEL looking like they might just be able to come away with this one.
Durka trying to...
Inside.
I mean, they're just saving again. Fnatic constantly finding themselves in situations where they're just saving. And one of the reasons why Fnatic are saving so often is because they're committing players to anchoring the site super heavily, right? Like, their players for Fnatic are dying on this round here and here, trying to defend A. But on B, they're dying like here and here often. In previous rounds on A, they've been dying like pushed up here, or, you know, in Wine, they've just died in this round, but they died in A main before as well. They're not being able to keep a lot of players alive to go for retake situations. They can play off-site in a lot of these spots, right? They can play off-site. They have an ult to... They have their Killjoy ult to be able to play with in this round. There was no real reason for both of their initiators to be playing for information inside this smoke. If your opponents throw a smoke that's difficult for you to deal with, and I've heard Fnatic talk about this before in interviews too, they really don't have a good game plan for what they want to do against these kind of things. I think it might have been even an interview with Mini, or it could have been Boaster or something, where he was talking about opponents that aren't as good as you playing inside smokes and making things more random. But you can decide to just avoid the variance of these situations by giving them that space. This smoke is designed to take this kind of space, right? You can give it to them. You can hold more passive positions and play retake in this kind of spot because you're going to have weapon advantage. You're not going to give them the rifles that they now have. And you're going to be able to play with either ults or utility that are going to be favorable for you. I think that Fnatic really struggle with that idea.
From FENNEL, holy shit.
This isn't what they're going to do next year, though, right? They're just running last year's strats for this event. It's not even last year's strats. Fnatic just look really rusty. But I do think that there's some similar...
This guy's classic.
Every time Fnatic play at their worst, there are similar themes. And I think one of their similar themes of playing badly on Ascent is that they tend to not play to re-clear enough territory on defense. I think they tend to play too quickly bunkering back into the sites, anticipating fast hits from coming through. So fakes work really well against them. And then you just end up taking map control and winning a lot of your attack rounds. And then the other thing is that, yeah, this idea of playing inside smokes, I think, is something that they struggle with a little bit. Probably because they don't end up, playing passively enough. I really hate this strat. I've seen so many teams run this. I think it was Na'Vi that used to run it more than anybody, but maybe it wasn't them that came up with it. But this paranoia that goes up here, Jet dashes up, you smoke off tiles. I don't like it. It so rarely gets value. I mean, in this situation, you know, nice shot from Suter, but look at how much of a mess this is. Boaster's so much later up mid. Chronicle's on his own in A main. It's just an absolute mess. This is from Team Liquid Brazil. Really? Were they the first team to go for it?
Leo and Alpha now the last one standing.
All right, it's a 5v2.
They are split.
Sure.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of pro teams doing it though, but it's really bad. Because also, even if you just think about the theoretical side of it, this paranoia doesn't even land consistently enough to catch people. It's not fast enough, especially now that they've nerfed the paranoia, to actually catch people with any level of consistency. There are much better set plays that you can go for. I mean, you could smoke here, recon here, TP into it, and then try and get kills through with the recon. You can flash over the top, combo, you can flash recon into Gelato, see if you can get a pick there. That's a set play that often gets some value. You can try to go for the tiles crunch play, which, you know, like the old Vision Strikers flash and dash. That one gets used a lot, but it's still more useful than this top mid crunch. You could also go for the Leviathan Odin spam through here with the recon dart in this position, particularly good because Leo seems to be wanting to hold A a lot. It's just, there's just so many different options for set plays to go for, and this I think is one of the worst of them.
Everyone's going to go rotating in towards B. The only positive here is that this is where Alpha does have his util set up.
I would like it if every team removed that from their strat book.
Too much value here. They're in a 2v5. Seems very unlikely.
Yeah, and this has been such a fantastic app for FENNEL, of course, but able to keep the op out of Fnatic.
I don't think Leo has played B once. And I also don't think the Leo has played with Durka once. Has he? Not that I remember, anyway.
Oh my, no, this guy's dead. Gon's gonna get pre-fired. Like, I don't even know why. Like, okay, like, actually, this is just fucking typical. This is just fucking
Timmy's analysis here is literally just predicting Fnatic to do everything perfectly, and he's correct in these kind of situations. I mean, there's no way that they should be losing this. But the player quality is so good on Fnatic. Are you going to watch the DRX versus Fnatic VOD? Not today, because it happened later on in the tournament. I've got a lot of other games to watch before that. But I will be watching it, I think, tomorrow. Great shots. Great shots. Yeah, I am echoing what Timmy's saying here. Thank God. They got so shook, they used this overalt.
And KO, yeah, they had to use KO underneath.
Yeah, so in terms of the ults, now that Timmy's talking about them, pretty much non-online here. There's a chance possibly that Chronicle gets up to his, but this is a pretty default round. I think this is the first round where we're actually seeing Leo and Durka play together, which otherwise would be one of the most standard pairings that you have on the map. Like, usually, the way that I think about Ascent defense is that often your Omen and KO are going to be playing together, your Jet and Sova are going to be playing together, and your Killjoy is going to be anchoring one of the sites, not usually B, and playing for a bit of mid info. That's like the most standard kind of setup that you could go for. And instead, Durka and Alpha have been playing it together a lot. So this is one of the first times that we're actually seeing this duo play. This is Chronicle throwing the flash that lands through this window, so it would blind anybody that's getting into B main. They shock dart early. They don't even go for the flash. I'm not sure why when Chronicle was in position to go for it, but they decided not to flash. Maybe they were only going to flash off noise. Dunno.
Yeah, let's just watch this guy for a bit. He's pretty good.
He said, yeah, let's watch this guy. This guy's pretty good. Yeah, this guy's pretty fucking good. Let's watch this guy.
Let me just go back to the beginning of the round as well. Why is there no Killjoy set up here? Okay, so Alpha decided not to buy any nanoswarms or alarm bot in this round. So maybe that's why he's holding A, because he's only got the turret. That's it.
But it's just really
and
well
KO,
led by
yeah, they had
Clues,
these
just kind of
KO
crouches
too.
underneath. The ults of Dariali gets in a phenomenal position that catches Fnatic.
So A looks incredibly weak here. Incredibly weak. Because usually your defenses are going to include nanoswarm setups on one side, let's say lane, and then a KO knife on the other side to stop any kind of fast hit coming through there. So on A, they don't have the KO knife. They don't have a nade. The only defensive tool they have is a paranoia. One paranoia, that's it. So A looks astoundingly weak. And so without even having an alarm bot in mid right now, you really want Chronicle to be coming over and helping A. If Chronicle didn't flash at the beginning of the round and you now have a player posted up in B, you want Leo to be looking after market and you want Chronicle to be rotating. Because they've got to identify how weak A currently is. But they're not doing that. This looks dangerous to me.
Let's watch this guy. This guy's pretty good.
Yeah, you should have bought a Bulldog and bought Utility. Or Guardian, I guess, because he's a really fucking good aimer. But yeah, he should have bought Util. Boaster gets Jiggle Pete. This guy's attack upping looks fantastic.
It's actually over. It's actually over for fucking Fnatic. No cap. Like this guy, fucking peeking Chronicle. Fucking do it. Fucking do it, motherfucker.
He's got to be feeling like him right now.
He's feeling. I mean, he's playing out of
Shoot him. Shoot him through the wall right now.
I love what I'm seeing from Soda. The decision making here is so good. Gets the pick and backs right off.
So this is where, again, this is where I feel like a lot of other teams, after you see that the attackers have been able to get posted, their attack operators been able to get posted on this line, right? So they control this area of mid, and they're probably at least having one player in A main spotting that, right? And you don't have any information in A main as well. So from the defender's POV, you think that the attackers have basically like all of this control of the map, and I guess you could talk about this sight line as well, basically, right? So this all kind of belongs to the attack side, and Chronicle's just been peeking like this angle, so I guess in technically close mid also belongs to the attackers too. But you need to start retaking some of that back. And if the attackers are going to be peeking down this kind of lane, then usually they're not also going to be fighting over B main, right? Because that would just be a really weird setup to have. Players deep into B main and players deep into Catwalk. It doesn't synergize well at all. You're really, really far away from each other, and you can't end on one of the sites if you get an opportunity to. So I would like to see in this situation, Leo use some of his remaining Sova utility, or Chronicle to use some of his utility to push Durka out through tiles. And I'm talking earlier on in the round, like as the pick came through. So I'm talking like as Boaster dies here.
This guy, put him.
As Boaster dies here, the reaction from these B players is to start falling away from B main because they're anticipating it being a hit on A. You're not holding A, right? There's no world in which you're holding A. If they end up actually committing to A right now, you're playing retake anyway. You are not helping Alpha yet. There's just no chance. He's only got a turret. My dude is just trying to go 1-for-1 or whatever he can, and then you're playing retake. So I think it makes far more sense in this situation for Leo, who's over here, to run forwards and either drone or recon, or send a recon that lands back here, or Chronicle to flash the window, or do something to get Durka more aggressively out posted on this kind of line. That's going to get you information. That's going to get Durka on a faster flank if they do commit to A, so that you can be pressuring them from behind as well. You're not going to give up your information towards market, but you're actually going to do something productive with your time instead of just falling back, which is, you know, they look really, they don't exactly know what to do. Like Durka just tucks into this corner, which doesn't get them any more information. The two initiators are scrambling too. They look really out of sorts, rusty, and they're not doing anything proactive on the defense side. We saw him get maybe a little aggressive on that re-peek earlier. So now Fnatic just don't really know what's going on. They don't have any info over here. Maybe Leo could like re-drone towards grass.
I believe that we can.
But that's so passive.
Oh, here we go.
Durka's heard some people, so he pops his dash. Manages to get out. And now there's two initiators here as well. And this is really where the Fnatic individual ability is going to shine. Leo dies. That flash doesn't really do... Oh my god, wait. How does that flash work for that? What? Wait, that's crazy. Wow, that flash pops so perfectly in window that it still blinds people who are facing B main. Holy shit. I really didn't think that was going to work. That's kind of phenomenal. And there's always so little time here with FENNEL. That is the worst aiming I've ever seen from Althea. Althea usually would be killing all of them there. That looks like me. And they still win the round. Yeah, where does Chronicle actually throw that flash from? Because that's kind of crazy. I mean, you're not often going to be anchoring from this position as the KO in time to do this. What does he do there?
Okay.
Look how good this initiate the utility is, though. They throw the recon even in there for Durka.
Okay.
He just aims like, yeah, all the way up. Huh. So he just kind of stands at the bottom of stairs and aims there in between those floating platforms. Pretty sick. Alpha's rifling has been excellent earlier on in this game as well. It wasn't like he was terrible earlier on too. Make sure you watch the replay. Yeah, let's have a look.
Nah.
A little bit awkward. I think we can allow Alpha one bad one. He's had so many good ones. He didn't die. He did not die. He bought time.
That was a pretty dreadful defensive side though by Fnatic. They had some moments that were excellent. Like the way that they supported. Oh no.
Nah, they had to replay it. Nah, they had to replay it.
God, that is absolutely brutal.
Like, fuck. Oh my god. They replayed it and slow-mo. Like,
I mean, that situation at the very end there is excellent initiator support for Durka, but the actual way in which they're playing the macro, the Boaster calling aspect of this was shockingly poor, I think. And not just Boaster, actually. Boaster shouldn't be the only person that gets the flack for that, because I think Durka and Leo in particular should be the ones also calling proactive stuff on their defensive side. Like, Durka should be calling, like, hey, let me, like, Leo, give me this dart, or Chronicle, give me this flash. We need to retake info in this area. Or, you know, Leo should be like, I'm redroning mid because we need info. These players should be able to call that kind of stuff themselves. But obviously, as the IGL, mostly a rough one from Boaster. Yeah, I know that they hadn't scrimmed very much.
Here, the other team is set up in the back, and the new team, the third game plays here, then fourth game plays in the back, fifth game play here, sixth game in the back, seventh game, I don't know. I do not know.
Really has them just like we saw earlier with Scars, well prepped for their opponent. Same result from the first half that we saw with Scars and the
Fnatic jump across.
Get 5.
4 players.
Right here. Go ahead.
Durka didn't burn his dash though, so not too much for tragedy.
I'd walk through B and fucking kill them all. That's just me personally.
We've got pings going up here from Fnatic, so it looks like they might want to go for the DRX pathing.
True and real.
Yeah, wait this out or only reveal one. They waited out.
Drone sold nothing. Out into the open is Leo.
Ooh.
Oh,
What a mid crunch. What a mid crunch.
True and real.
They drone to cross mid, and honestly, I'm not 100% sure why Boaster doesn't smoke it. It might be because Boaster wants to use... I'm not sure. If Boaster is planning to call for his team to path like this, he only really needs one smoke for here. And you could even use the Jet smoke. You might not even have to use the Omen smoke, depending on how tight you are behind Durka. So I'm not sure why Boaster wants to keep both of his smokes. It would be most standard in this kind of position for Boaster to smoke here or to smoke here to make it safer for his team to cross. It might just be that he wants it to feel like a B split, so he doesn't want to smoke mid and give away that he's actually crossing to cat. He might be trying to you know, just drone there to make it look like they're following it down mid and going for a B split, so he doesn't want to smoke to give it away. But yeah, the Fnatic players don't really hold for that. And then Dariali pops them. And then at that point, yeah, they caught everybody.
Hey, I did say it.
Immediately shot dart in hand, does some more damage. Quick with the trigger on the next kill.
No dart for pizza? No, I don't think you want to be reconning pizza though in that situation. I don't know what you mean.
Oh my god. Why is he so horny, man? Like, just wait a second. Just wait 1 second and you get 4 kills.
Basically a full 5-man push, getting ready to make their way in towards tree. Stinger is in hand for Durka, can do some damage here. Push on
what the fuck?
Holy shit, what is that flick?
What are we doing?
Nice though from Leo and Boaster, and good flash from Chronicle as well to properly break this. The FENNEL players are playing really far forwards. This is a very risky spot to be playing when you don't know whether they've walked up cat. The reason that they're playing like this is that they have mid players that they can potentially play off as well, so they can, you know, try to crunch these guys. But yeah, you are very vulnerable to that death ball.
Okay.
They're using the same smoke that FENNEL were using against them.
This guy's actually so fast.
Oh yeah, so maybe that's why Boaster wanted 2 smokes in the previous round. Maybe Boaster wanted to smoke here, and he wanted to smoke here as well. So maybe that's why Boaster didn't smoke mid.
Wait, why are we slowing down? Why are we slowing down? We're afraid? Like, we cannot be afraid right now. Oh my god, wait. He's got the fucking dragon cock. Give it a sec, give it a sec. Wait, who are you shooting? Who is that guy shooting? Who is he shooting?
Timmy saying we've got the dragon cock was not on my bingo card.
Wait.
Oh.
Could be the best player. What the fuck?
Almost got the clutch.
You saw that shit?
Yes, they lose 4 players.
Wait, that was looking dangerous.
They move up 8-6.
Dangerous.
Just the back.
The skin of their teeth is FENNEL. Find that round win. Tons of damage done by Fnatic.
FENNEL are going to take a bonus here, which is basically like, we don't buy anything. So this should be the freest round for Fnatic.
On attack as Omen.
Decent chance.
What about
for FENNEL to do some damage?
What about?
But it depends.
I'm just trying to skip this round, but it's taking forever because it's Twitch. YouTube skips much more easily than Twitch does. I feel Dart is better than Drone for faking B-split. I don't really think so. I think the Drone is a lot more of the utility that you would use. Dart much better for when you actually hit the site. Drone much better for actually taking space through the map. And on top of that, Drone is better for pushing people back if your job is just to control the space, which is what they're actually doing when crossing. So I see what you mean, but I do disagree. I think the Drone is better there. Jid 2020, thank you for the 44 months.
They would have given him footsteps.
VOD dungeon time.
Yeah, VOD dungeon time. Oh yeah, I cleaned my water bottle. The water bottle has been cleaned. No more furry stuff on the rim. It's lost its flavor though.
I will drop a 30.
Their duelist with this is, I think rightly so, from what we've seen so far today.
A main control off the back of Chronicle's flash and the recon. So they used flash and recon and knife. Ooh. Trying to walk all the way up mid.
Oh wait, God. Oh my 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 God. Wait.
Wow. What a... Wait.
Oh wait, God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I mean, what a great smoke to be able to get him out from hell.
Wait, huge play.
I'm not really sure why these two haven't been able to get out through A main though. I think I must have missed something. Was it the paranoia? Let's have a look at the minimap again as this hit's coming through.
I'm not sure, but if it was actually brilliant. Almost gets them to catch the Alpha here, but
They do paranoia, but I don't think it catches onto Chronicle.
Oh wait, God.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here. Possibly it was the nade from CLZ. Oh, it was. Yeah, it's the nade from CLZ. My bad.
Oh, wait, gone.
No, actually, the nade is gone at this point. The nade's gone. So I would expect Chronicle and Leo to be trying to get into the site here and help.
Oh my god.
But they just don't walk through.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, huge play.
I don't really know why.
Play.
I think they're just scared.
He's dead. Yep. He's got his two. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, he's dead.
I think the way that I think about Ascent A from watching a lot of Loud play it back when they were by far and away the best team in the world at this is that it's crucially important that you get players posted on A heaven. I think that is one of the best ways of securing this. So something that I frequently see teams fail to do is put mollies in this smoke and this area of heaven. So the KO molly that Chronicle threw landed in heaven. That's good. Alpha yeah was on the lurk, so they don't have anything for this smoke, but Boaster was watching it, so that's fine, right? But you just need to be able to control the smoke, and you need to control heaven. And ideally, I think you want to be using mollies there, and you want people posted on it. And what Loud used to do a lot of that was really, really good is that they would bait out this smoke by going to, like, push A as quickly as possible. And when the Omen ran out of smokes, they would go for their A exec because they could get posted on heaven from A main. And they would use the fact that they had this massive advantage because they actually could get people, attackers, on this line. So it becomes incredibly difficult for, like, you see how the defenders here want to be trying to flood out into heaven. They're not trying to actually get to the site, but they're just trying to control these angles over towards Dice and maybe over towards Jenny, that kind of stuff. If you as the attackers stop them from doing that by posting up yourself, you've got a huge advantage. So I think you do have to be a little bit cautious of being caught by recons or flashes or, you know, pop flash through here or something like that. But I think in general, you want to be trying to get people through this smoke so that they can fight aggressive. It's fine to keep someone in this smoke to trade because they'll avoid getting caught by a pop flash, for example. So let's say you don't have a molly on the door smoke. If somebody pop flashes through that, it's probably going to catch Boaster, who was looking like this. Right? So if, let's say Boaster, who's here, gets caught by this pop flash player. There can be a player inside the smoke who comes out and trades Boaster. I think that's fine. But I think having two players hiding in a main inside a smoke just means that you don't have enough control over heaven and over angles in general on the site. So instead, Fnatic are playing this in quite a passive manner, which has left them with only two players alive, sure, but also no site control.
No. Why would we get off the angle? Tell me, what made you get off?
Have you watched The Boys? No, I haven't watched The Boys.
Tell me.
Yeah, so it definitely Chronicle and Leo were definitely not able to get in through A main because of the paranoia and then the KO molly. But then there was another, I would say 5 seconds afterwards where they could have walked through or even pop flash through if they wanted to. And they decided to just stay inside the smoke. So I think that's a trick that they're missing. Yeah, Fnatic do win this map. They win 13-10.
For them to maybe take this one away.
Oh my god, he almost died.
Still just 30 HP remaining for him. Door close to being broken. Util very much lacking here from them. They have a 0 point and that's about it. Door broken.
Two very good clutch players here.
Clues to get himself onto a wider angle over at
with a player disadvantage. Leo gets caught. Alpha goes for the wide swing. Nanoswarm. Oh. Alright.
FENNEL once again move up by 2, now 9-7.
They're just so sturdy right now. It's in time ropes to be one of the big coming into this tournament. I mean, to be one of the biggest upsets.
That's a lot of players in B main court. Counter spam is good from Boaster there. Boaster loves counter spraying people.
Okay.
Lockdown used. They're going to try and break this with a nade. Did that land? Can't tell. It's behind Timmy's head. Yes. Okay, so the nade landed. The lockdown got destroyed. But they're still going to get into sight off this. So the jet is deep. Durka is deep. Boaster's just TP'd from inside the smoke as well.
Did he break in? Oh, he broke.
Durka just updraft dashed in.
Oh my god.
Forward. It's already Durka has entered into the site. Who's going to be taken down?
I like that from Fnatic. They managed to get into the site despite the fact that that FENNEL broke the lockdown. I think that's quite a smart way of doing things as well. Because the updraft dash clears lane too, right? So you know that Boaster's not going to get punished. I guess he could get punished if there was a player logs. You know, if there was a player tucked into logs, Durka's not going to check that with the updraft dash. And then Boaster could TP out and it could be disastrous. But I think it's worth the gamble. There's only one spot that really fucks that play up. So 2 players B main. FENNEL have gone for a triple flank to try and fight this. Cool idea. FENNEL's pathing is really unusual, and it has been this entire time. Wow, Gon's shooting is pretty lovely.
Oh, we're just getting spammed to the wall. Like,
2v3 retake.
For sure.
Dariali didn't do any damage to Durka there. I don't know how. And it looks like they're going to save. Hey, Guafe. How's it going?
Wait, why do I think FENNEL's going to beat Fnatic? Is that just me? Is that just me? Am I the only one who's thinking that right now?
Clues, excuse me. And then
Jinx it. See, the thing is,
FENNEL still have an alright buy here because their Jet has knives. Sorry. Jet has knives. Oh, they're going to go for the play. Okay, so this is the play that I'm telling people to get out of their strat books because it never works. And we just see the exact wrong response to this from Fnatic. So look what they do, right? This paranoia, this slow as fuck paranoia is going down in this line. And they're running backwards away from it.
I'm unjinxing the jinx, and therefore...
So, if you instead decide to play over here by the box, where the paranoia doesn't get you at all, instead of running backwards to where the paranoia does get you, you're not going to get caught by anything. You're going to catch the Jet before they're ready. You're going to catch them like mid-dash as well. I mean, they do have a player there ready to trade, but you're going to be able to take angles on the Jet that the Killjoy can't catch. You can easily dodge this paranoia. The Sova ult is also quite a thin wedge, right? It's not covering the entirety of Gelato. It's not covering the entirety. The only place you're in danger is if you're specifically in this little channel that they decided to run down. So we saw FENNEL swinging out a little wider and playing this more aggressively, and they just obliterated it. And here, you know, I feel for Leo a little bit because he just gets caught completely in this over, and the rest of his team runs away instead of trying to swing aggro and help him. But very large difference in how the two teams approached that. Fnatic ran away, FENNEL ran into it.
And therefore, we won.
There isn't a Sovereign on your ass in top mid. I mean, the Sovereign is going towards Gelato. There might be a Sovereign on your ass, but if you kill the Jet, then you're going to be able to just dodge the Sovereign because, I mean, the play is infinitely better with the Sovereign. Don't get me wrong. But it's still one where I think the better play is to try and fight the Jet because you dodge the paranoia and you're going to be able to... I mean, I guess it depends where they throw the paranoia. I suppose you certainly could throw the paranoia so that it lands there. It's just got even less chance of hitting people. The paranoia is just shit because it just cuts such a thin wedge out of the people top mid. I don't know. I don't like the play. I think it's better with this overall, but there's plenty of ways that you can combo Soveralds into.
Kind of an interesting setup here to kind of get the information for Dariali.
Yeah, my Jinx is like not that bad. It's only just like, you know.
This play reminds me of the play on Haven where the Jet dashed mid with the dart and the Soverald. Teams kept doing it even though it didn't work often. It worked for Fnatic a lot, but other teams were doing it even without the Soverald too. And yeah, once teams figured out what to do against it, then it's much more difficult to make it work. Plays like that, I think, work if your opponents don't know how to counter it. Or rather, your opponents have never seen it before. That's why I think it's a bit disappointing that Fnatic just played it by
we know who he's rooting for.
Running away and abandoning Leo.
Like he knows he has the power of the Jinx, and he says the things he does.
Right before that no command comes through.
Shoot the boat. No?
Will get pushed down to the ground. The spike now going to be dropped as Rhea lines up 2 quick kills.
Oh shit.
The res possible, but given the timing out here, just going to try to bait him out. Trying to get a swing and eventually.
Holy fuck.
Bad. My bad. Oh my.
There's just something about this map that doesn't gel with Fnatic a lot of the time. Yeah, he was trying to pop the molly instead of just spamming the res. It'd be nice if there were different buttons that you could use. Like, for example, what was I trying to do recently? I was trying to get on the ropes and I ended up popping a cage or something while I was playing Split. I don't know. I feel like I've definitely run into that a lot with maps that have ropes on them.
Oh, maybe on top of for sure, Leo. Thanks for blocking me, bro, and making... Now they know that we're over here.
But FENNEL right now.
Oh, Astra Smoke. You're right. That's what it was. Yeah.
I'm the most neutral dude ever, but I like to root for the person who likes to win.
You can take that away from Durka very swiftly.
The people who like to win is the people I like to root for. You can tell someone wants to win. You know what I mean?
Anything at all over towards A main.
Like the way they think, the way they move, the way they shoot. Everything about it, you can tell. Some people just don't care to win. It's making me angry, shit. Who wants to win this game?
Just
oh, come on
being
now.
very, very patient this round.
Like,
is FENNEL.
I don't want to say his name, but
it's not only what they're doing with their positioning, but also with their utility.
That boy wants to win. You know what I'm saying?
Starting to get a bit of a sense.
Like, I could respect a brother trying to win.
Okay, there's the 0 point.
That's a lot of people caught by that.
Like the type of shit that
no flash being used there, though. Good paranoia. Oh, nice spam by Chronicle as well. Nice idea there, trying to flush out that Jenny player. Nice eco round so far by Fnatic. I like the way that they played that. Really good utility being used to put pressure on this Jenny player. I think there was a moment there where the FENNEL KO could have tried to re-aggress into them by pop flashing from the door, like from the door back into tree. But as soon as he started backpedaling, there was just waves of Fnatic utility coming at him. Cool round by Fnatic. I like that one. Yeah, the utility coming out there from Chronicle and the what was it? The I think it was the paranoia as well. Yeah, really good. That's the best round that Fnatic have played so far.
I don't remember what you said.
What would need to change to make people move off this comp for Ascent? I think it's actually possible that people might end up playing some kind of Cypher setup on B, or Cypher setup in general on this map, if there's enough busted traps that are found. I think that's really the difference maker. Like, if you force the attacking Jet to updraft dash every single time that they engage, their pathing is going to be much more predictable, much more chance of you being able to kill them. The alarm bot in mid is super useful, but I think a trip in mid, if you can't break it with a drone or something, is also really useful. There were some teams that played different compositions on this map. PaperX, obviously, because PaperX always play something weird. But there was also some teams in North America that were playing Viper. What were they playing? Like Viper Omen Sky, I think they were playing. Or was it Viper Harbor? I think it was Viper Omen, though. Yeah, they're playing like Viper Omen Sky on this map, which was pretty cool. And I thought that worked pretty well, actually. Sky playing over towards Cat. They had good Viper setups as well. Wasn't bad. Cypher doesn't move the needle on attack at all, though. Well, the Killjoy doesn't do a huge amount on attack other than control B main. So if the Cypher's able to control the main setups, I mean, one of the problems is that, right, the way that you control B main with the Killjoy is usually that you have your turret here. I mean, obviously the turret is here in this situation, but, you know, a turret somewhere around tiles, and it's going to be watching for this kind of angle, usually. And you have to commit fairly heavily as the defenders to break it. And so usually, if you're that committed, it means that you're pushing, going for something aggressive. Or you are going to be potentially getting punished by a player holding here or something like that, right? Or a player holding back here. If you just decide to hold with a Cypher trip here, or even a Cypher trip like this, it can just get broken by a shock dart. So that seems like the biggest downside to me. However, you could argue the Cypher helps you take aggressive control of B main a bit more. Let's say you have a turret taking contact like this, or you have an operator taking contact like this, and you're an attacking Cypher player. Instead of just playing a passive turret like a Killjoy, what you could do is try to cam here, tag the operator player, or put a cam there and cage here, which allows you to cross so that you could be peeking from two sides against an op. That puts a lot of pressure on an op player that's going to be there. I think Cyphers in general have a bit of an easier time being able to take aggressive B main control, which I could see these kind of things resulting in a Cypher meta on Ascent. I could see that happening. Yeah, we've also seen some other teams in the past run Sage on this map, run Fade on this map, run both Sage and Fade on the map as well. I think Na'Vi still run Fade instead of the Sova, don't they? The meta is not completely stagnant on Ascent, but it's just 90% of teams run the same comp. The teams that experiment come up with some really interesting ideas, but most teams just don't.
Down to Sheriffs. Just the one Phantom here. Likely
I'll let you know
to tie things up.
If
Let's skip this because it's an eco for FENNEL. Didn't M80 play Breach? Yeah, M80 played Breach. We saw some teams play Triple Initiator on this map as well, actually. EG and DRX were playing Triple Initiator.
And then they win, no?
Was a cool idea.
Like, I'm just like a...
Front door of A main is left open here. There's no smoke.
The classic comp was more attack-sided? Was it? I seem to remember Ascent always being defense-sided. I think Ascent has literally always been defense-sided. I remember way back in 2020 talking about it being defense-sided.
Say maybe over.
Tech pause. Fuck me.
Too shy. They even come up. Like a good example was I came into.
What round were we on?
And they don't get a single kill there.
Here we go.
The action. Appreciate everybody's patience. Chilling with us. Now we get what we want, which is more gameplay. Fnatic.
Sova ult from Leo in this round. He gets suppressed. You see the Sova is over towards B. Makes it feel like there's going to be some mid pressure. They throw out the Omen smoke. Durka's in a bit of a pressured situation here. Durka's the only one in mid right now. And he's been droned from Cat. There's a smoke in his face here as well. That's a really useful knife from Chronicle. It tells Durka he's not being pushed from mid. At least not just yet.
Kind of set up this two-player hold at Tree. Tree's been a bit of a problem at times for them. So now they want to try to keep it under control.
Spotting each other.
They're going to Sova ult to try and get that kill.
Problem at times for them. So now they want to try to keep it under control.
What is this flash? Okay. I mean, Chronicle throws that flash and just blinds the bejesus out of Durka.
On the hunt, on the chase, looking to try to get the tag. Goes across, does he get it? Yes, he does. Connects on the two, but he managed to stay alive.
This is a very messy fight in mid.
They don't get a single kill there, and they lose one. That's actually just so tragic. They lost Silva, ult, and KO. I think KO might have ult here too. That's actually really bad for Fnatic.
And FENNEL have massive retake ultimates too. So FENNEL can just play offsite on A completely. They could play offsite B as well if they wanted to, but when you have the Killjoy KO ultimates, you can play full retake and be really, really happy about that.
An enormous amount of it. The alarm bot goes off.
So if Fnatic do end up planting A, they need a strategy for playing aggressively without too much utility in the post plant. So leaving Boaster, for example, over towards Cat so that they could refight this. Oh, Boaster's just going to challenge mid. Amazing that Boaster kills two. There's just no way he should be getting two.
Holy shit.
Boaster's just won them the round by making a hero play.
To break that one down, dart at the ready. Rhea creeps out, cross here onto heaven. Recon clear, Durka swings, the timing absolutely perfect. And it will be Fnatic.
One thing, panic reaction from
Yeah, Fnatic are kind of skilling it. And now they've got FENNEL on the back foot where they're just getting ecoed, so rough. Oh god, what's happening over here then? Wait, what's going on? Did they run the same push down mid strat again? Wait, we've got to watch this round because it looks like it's going tits up again right off the beginning. Oh, they go for the tiles crunch. Boaster calls react A.
We should make the karaoke bar. Yeah.
FENNEL tried to cut off the players in B tiles reacting A. Boaster just runs there. Yeah. You can see the way that Leo is walking around that he knows this is a potential danger for them. And Boaster's just peepo running like the heavy from TF2, thinking he has 450 health with an overbuff. Leo's saved them, but he has given them 2 rifles. And Alpha's making a play, which is a very risky play to make, to try and save this round. It's worked though. Alpha has not only been able to get a kill, he hasn't been traded.
FNATIC, but destroyed by C9. What do you think the difference?
I'm about to review FENNEL C9 right after this, Copio. So let's have a look. I think the difference is probably that Fnatic are playing like shit. I think the actual difference, though, without me being flippant about it, is that Fnatic didn't scrim at all coming into this game, and Cloud9 have been scrimming for what? I mean, over a month, certainly. I'm not exactly sure when they started scrimming, but they've been doing trials with their team, and then they were playing the 10 Global Invitational, and then they've been playing this tournament as well. So Cloud9 have been playing and working on their map pool and stuff for a while, whereas Fnatic would look really rusty and like they are very out of sorts.
The time continues to dwindle down. A weapon recovered.
And yeah, FENNEL are doing some strange things that I think could have maybe caught Cloud9 off as well. Like on their attack side, they were pathing into grass. That's a bit weird. And now Cloud9 got to see that. And they also were walking down mid into... So let me show the minimap. They have been walking like this. That's weird. And they were also walking like this. Both of those are really weird. And Cloud9 have got to see that. So we'll see whether that's something that ends up mattering.
Make them so good, so hard to deal with. And Alpha just gets a free kill out of it.
Wait,
then essentially a free plant. Right with a Marshall.
They have locked down this round, but still FENNEL have those 2 fantastic retake ults.
He was thinking about a judge for a little while there, but went for the Marshall in the end.
Leo gets deliberately tagged by that. Don't know why.
If he did get a judge, I thought he was just going to go rushing down mid again.
Then we've gone full Sodom.
I mean, this should be Alpha using his ult, and then they need to come up with an idea of how they win a post plant against Killjoy KO ult. Wait, what are they cooking here? What is Boaster cooking? Are they going to try and use this as a fake and split B? This looks like they're trying to split A.
It's all a bit of a fake, though.
CZ goes for the nade.
Wow.
Nice play by FENNEL. And because there aren't enough people in A main, Fnatic can't stop that from happening. Nevertheless, Fnatic split through A, getting a lot of value here. How did CLZ die?
Wow.
He just got caught over in... Yeah, he just gets caught. They're just really... honestly, I'm not really sure why after you break the KO ult... sorry, after you break the lockdown, why are they all still running away? They did this on B as well, FENNEL. They had a KO lineup to break the lockdown and they still ran away. And gave Fnatic all of the space. It's really bizarre. I'm not sure what they're doing. But, yeah, they weren't quick enough to be able to get into this position. CLZ also not quick enough to pop his ult. Like, popping the ult there would be great. You know that you're fucked. You know you're fucked. Like, you just know it in your bones. Just pop your ult, make sure that you get knocked to your knees, and the rest of your team might be able to help you.
Right in behind Clues, takes him down, finds the opening kill. Draft up over the top, trying to spot what he can. Dart does connect. Gone, going to be tagged up and noted.
So Chronicle's ult is going to give them a lot of free time before Rhea can use his to retake. Rhea's going to use it over towards Heaven because they don't have tree control. Oh, good spam. That's well timed by Durka. He was anticipating that coming through. And the lockdown gets destroyed. Yeah, no KO ultimate able, sorry, no KO nade able to be used there to put pressure onto Durka. And Durka's got the lineup for it. Nicely done. It looked like Fnatic was starting to get the swing of things towards the end. They had like I think they had 3 really good attack rounds there. Their defense side looked pretty catastrophic, and a lot of their attack side did as well, but I think they had 3 very solid rounds from Fnatic. And they had some rounds where they won it just because their players are insane as well. Overall, though, not particularly impressive. Let's see how Cloud9 absolutely destroyed FENNEL. So I think it was the next map, wasn't it? So if we just skip this VOD forwards, we should be able to find Timmy co-streaming it. I think. Yeah, here it is. Good old Timmy. Co-streaming this in gorgeous quality.
We are literally...
Love to see it. He must have had insane viewership if he had better quality than the main broadcast. Like, his co-stream must have been absolutely ripping. Does anyone know what Timmy's viewership was for this? I was wrong. Ascent has been defense-sided all tournaments except Tokyo Masters and Champions 21 and 2022. Huh. 2021 and 2023. Huh. Interesting. Like 4 to 5K? I actually thought it'd be higher than that, to be honest. Maybe word just didn't get around as much. Surely the quality was better on YouTube, right? No. I mean, at least not that we can tell. It looked appalling. FENNEL played back-to-back? Yeah, they did, which is a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know why they were playing back-to-back, but yeah. Everyone else was streaming Timmy's stream. Ah, so his Timmy's actual streaming numbers are super high because other people were co-streaming him. He was the gateway. He was the gateway drug to co-streaming.
And you leave the tournament. Mitch, Tom, it's Cloud9 versus FENNEL.
FENNEL getting tiles crunched, round 1.
It's a very quick start. They've already pushed straight through B main on the side of C9, taking space with apparent...
Cloud9 immediately leave, looking to see if there's a fast reaction. There was no fast reaction. These guys are like, can't hear them fast going A. And so, immediately, Oxy and Zeppa looking to re-explore elsewhere. Cloud9 are a very aggressive team on defense. They are like the opposite of Fnatic. They re-clear constantly. They're looking for fights constantly. I mean, that is over-aggressive by Oxy. Way over-aggressive. As soon as Vanity gets smoked off and Vanity and Zeppa start stepping back, that's where you need Oxy to also start stepping back. Or at least push himself into, like, you know, if he was playing this corner, that's a little safer than just being out in the middle of mid.
They are low. A lot of them are low. 70, 70, 70, 18. He definitely
wasn't their reason for losing. There's no doubt about that.
No, absolutely not. Playing offside here, avoiding the
Oops.
KO knife.
I've just...
Still gives them that utility, and there it is activated.
Wait.
Great damage. It forces Sayuda forward, and they
Sorry, let me skip this back because I was fixing the title. So C9 are playing offsite. They have the... I love this kind of setup, by the way, that Curry's using. It's such a ranked, obliterating setup as well. You can put the turret here, or you can put the turret here at like behind Jenny. And the idea being that it slows the player that's here at switch. So you play off the turret contact. Off turret contact, you pop the nanoswarms. Yes, the Bjorn setup from ages ago, yeah. And it slows these players, and they just die. They just get absolutely melted.
Oh my god, turret is actually going crazy right now. Oh my god, Curry.
That went crazy. That went crazy. All right, we should probably skip this round as well. Curry's definitely not playing as horrendously passively as he did the last time he played pro, which thank God for that. It looks like he's gained a lot of confidence. Bit of swag, maybe. Bonus round. Do they have anything cool prepped? It looks like they're going to go for the tiles crunch with like the recon over the top, and Vanity's going to spray down. Oh, Vanity didn't go for the spray down. Maybe because he realized it was going to be a fast A setup. Yeah, good read by Vanity immediately. He counter drones, tries to tag somebody. So, decent exec there from FENNEL too. They have a KO nade that goes up here. They have a nanoswarm that goes out here as well. And they have somebody watching over towards Switch. I'd like to see them put a lot of attention over here towards Switch, or have somebody in this smoke ready, just in case Zeppa was going to pop flash through the smoke. But otherwise, good attacking utility there. A bit, yeah, definitely awkward there. They didn't look really ready for how aggro C9 are going to be on this defense. Look at how well C9 are occupying the heaven angles and putting pressure on them here. They're just instantly out, instantly aggressive. So as soon as the... Look, as soon as the nade disappears from heaven, they've caught a player over here at door, and they just start poking and swinging out through heaven. So they win the fight over at door. It gets smoked off. They all go up to try and fight over heaven.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's over. It's over.
Oxy swings to trade the players over in heaven as well. Nice. He could have tried to dash into his smoke as well. Might have been a little safer. You know, there could be somebody playing Switch. But his timing's really nice. Great stuff by Cloud9. You do not see Fnatic going for plays like that in the match that we just watched. So we're going to try and skip all the ecos because this was a bit of a roll game.
No, wait.
Hello. Yeah, Twitch player loading. Oh, they've gone for a pause. I can't tell whether this is a... Oh, it's attack. Come on. Come on. Zach Shearman, thank you for the prime. All right, here we go. So we're getting back into things here. Rifles on both sides. They're playing aggressive again. Another tiles crunch. They did a tiles crunch round 1, and now they're doing a tiles crunch straight after the tag timeout. So C9 have said, okay, FENNEL are taking a tag timeout here. They're coming into this round with a game plan. Let's disrupt their game plan by immediately taking tempo. So now Cloud9 are completely stopping any plan that FENNEL had. FENNEL had some kind of idea. Now they're being forced to defend. They're on the back foot. And Oxy's farming. Lovely, lovely set play. Much better than going for that dash down mid bollocks. Hyzor, thanks for the prime. And now they're in a 5v3. Massive advantage for them.
GG, no? Yeah, no, actually.
And look how much more support there is for Oxy at the start of the round than there was for Durka at the start of his defensive rounds. Durka was often trying to just op mid on his own, or sometimes with Alpha, but he wasn't often being set up by a lot of initiator utility. Cloud9 are trying to really take the fight to FENNEL. And now Cloud9 are retaking, so they lost a bunch of mid information. FENNEL went for this play, where they go down mid and they threaten to walk like this, right? It's not as threatening, it's not like they've got the smoke there or anything, or at least I don't think they did that. Maybe they did and I just missed it. Let's rewind. Oh no, they did, sorry, they did. So they smoked this off here. So again, they're threatening the play that we just saw them run against Fnatic, where they threatened to walk like this into spawn. An unusual thing. Maybe it would have caught Cloud9 off had they not just seen FENNEL do it in a game against Fnatic. But what's the response look like? So for Cloud9, a team that is very aggressive on the defense side, who loves to go for reclear strategies, what we see them do is immediately try to retake market control. So they smoke off B main, and they nade B main as well. So there's no chance they're getting pushed through here. So now they only have to worry about being pushed from CT and being pushed from market, and they're going to decide to take the fight into market. Zephyr walks into market and catches Gon, who's also worried about somebody having walked up here because they haven't actually taken the space themselves. And it just looks crushing when Cloud9 do it. It looks just too easy for them because they have the confidence and the immediate reactions to retake areas of the map. And that's something that I think Fnatic struggle with even when they have a lot of scrim time on this map. I just don't think they're a very good Ascent team because Ascent is the map for reclearing on defense. Are you going to VOD more games or just this one? No, I'll do another one after this at least. Well, we're going to skip the rest of this because it's just a dude cowering in the corner, unfortunately. And I do think that teams, by the way, are going to counter the way that Cloud9 play. I think Cloud9 look fantastic at the moment because they're really proactive on defense and they're getting aggressive all the time. But I think that that also has its downsides, and when teams get used to playing against them, I think that Cloud9 are also going to have to change up their style. Because you can't always be as aggressive as they are on defense. Partly because it uses too much utility early on in the game. So if you play against teams that are slow-paced and are happy to just eat up that and then slowly reclear on their attack side, you're going to end up at a big utility disadvantage. Okay, there's a fucking tech pause here that's lasting forever, so we're going to have to skip forward in like a large chunk. Oh, here we go. That was perfect. Unfortunately, FENNEL are in another eco, though, so we're going to skip this one as well. When you're winning this heavily, you have to come up with plans much less often because you just come out with different ideas for every rifle round, and the ecos you just play in a sensible, slow-paced manner. So they're going to flash recon over towards... Oh, no, they're not reconning. They're flashing with the Odin span.
That was head height all the way. Unfortunately, there was no one there.
Yeah, it was perfect. That's why Rhea 100 HP.
There was no one there, Tom. He can't control their movements, all right? If they went that way... yeah, but again, it's not his fault that they're not there, Tom. So what I'm saying,
KO knife being used to see whether FENNEL have taken any aggressive mid-control. Again, Cloud9 have used... Look at this. With 30 seconds into the round, Cloud9 have used a lot of utility. Way more util than Fnatic were doing. You know, they've already used their recon, they've already used their drone, they've already used a shock dart, they've already used a flash, they've already used a knife, they've already used smokes. I mean, obviously, everyone's going to be using the smokes to refresh the one-ways, but, you know, the point being that they use a lot of utility at the beginning of the round, but they maintain a lot of space and even actually tend to expand on the defense side. So now FENNEL are walking down mid.
How much pressure they're making and forcing them into a certain area.
Deep within B main, Odin homed in.
Oxy's used his dash and now it disappears, so he's going to take a bit more of a passive setup. Oxy sees this. Okay, this smoke gives Oxy the timing. If he had dash, he would be popping it right now, but he's already used it. So the question for Oxy is how to be able to get one and get to a safe spot. So it looks like he's going to try and take this fight, Cloudburst, and fight B main. Wow, that smoke could not have been better timed for him. Unfortunately, he's just got his back to it. I don't know why he would... It doesn't make any sense to me that Oxy would be looking backwards towards the market players, because the market players are never going to walk into the B main smoke. It's only the B main players that would be walking into the B main smoke. So I think he's misplayed that situation. I think he got... you know, I think his brain overheated in that situation. We should expect Zeppa here, though, to be throwing... So I like these smokes that Jake is throwing. Jake threw 2 smokes at the beginning of the round over here for the one-way, and now he's thrown a smoke B main, and he's got another smoke that's allowing his teammates to play around it on site. We should be expecting to see Zeppa potentially pop flash through here, and or maybe even flash for Vanity. Great kill by the KO. Oh, sorry, I was talking about Zeppa trying to pop flash in. I didn't realize that the attacking KO had also used his null command, so there's no chance for that. So Zeppa couldn't really help the players on site. Yeah, the beard kind of sucks, FIFA. I'm shaving it off tomorrow.
The plant in the pick onto Curry as well, and denial for Zeppa. Most likely to win a 1v5, already dead, so now it's on to Jake with 4 HP and a...
Oh yeah, I'm definitely shaving it off. I don't like it. I only grew it because I was just too lazy to shave. All right, so first round where we really see FENNEL being able to find an advantage. Cloud9 have massive ultimates here. Most of the ults on Ascent are good for retakes. Yeah, Oxy's definitely playing this a bit too boldly. I think the fact that they got out to a 6-0 lead is getting into Oxy's head, and he feels like he can do anything he likes. He's just walked onto the angle there. So he's gone down at the beginning of both of these rounds. This is where, okay, as soon as Curry hears this, I would be looking to try and play off-site right now. As soon as Curry hears the drone B main, I would be trying to leave the site, because I think you want to be playing retake here. You don't have any teammates to help you. You have huge ultimates to be able to work with. So if you ult as Curry right now, you're risking getting updraft dashed on. You know, imagine that FENNEL's Jet swaps the rifles and gets a Vandal in their hand, gives the operator to somebody else. There's a decent chance that you're going to get this just jumped on, and also you're just going to get Sova ulted anyway. You're never really going to be able to hold on to this. So, and the great advantage of Cloud9 being able to retake is that they can get a free lockdown off with this KO ultimate too, without having to worry about Dariali's ult breaking the lockdown. So I would like Curry to be trying to play off-site in this situation. It might even be a good thing for Curry that he wasn't allowed to use his lockdown there. But he's not going to be in a great position to use it. He's going to go for it. I would imagine this is going to trigger this overall. Dariali's at logs right now, though. Whoa, 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 whoa. Holy shit. They did not expect that. Look at the minimap here. So these guys decided to push into the Sova who was ulting. Cool idea from FENNEL. Again, FENNEL really not... They refuse to path like a normal team. They've taken B main, and everybody expects them to just go to the site, maybe fight the lockdown, something like that. They have their own lockdown being put up in B main here as well. They're trying to break this lockdown with Vanity, and Vanity's getting pushed by these players over here. So definitely this pathing completely catching Cloud9 off guard. Is this the first map? This is they're all BO1s for this tournament in the group stage. Any games being played tonight? Maybe Baldur's Gate, depending on how early I get sick of VOD reviewing. Scene? Oh yeah, sorry.
The second round on the board, this attack side is starting to shape up, you know? They lose the pistol and they can end up...
So Oxy got punished really heavily on the previous round. Look at this. They're holding to try to op Vanity. I think. Or maybe they're not, actually. I might be wrong with that. I thought they were going to try and wallbang Vanity with the operator, but it looks like from FENNEL's point of view that they're just holding this angle. So they're thinking Oxy's going to push out aggro B main.
With the characters they have, like that's meta like this. You know what I'm saying?
Oxy gets droned. Has to dash away.
Andy, why?
They're going to start moving around.
Appreciate the fact that A is wide over the 10 months as well.
Just a one-player Jake sap further back. The rotations are okay. They're
yeah, I'll definitely review Fnatic versus C9, but tomorrow.
They seem to be stacking up on A.
I'm trying to work my way somewhat chronologically through the tournament, King Sahib Master. Now, the Minecraft server hasn't been abandoned necessarily. We're just putting it on hiatus until we can organize like an actual night for us all to play it. Because there's too few players at the moment to jump on regularly.
If Zen wasn't supposed to flank.
Ducker Izzle, thank you for the 6 months. Very, very slow round here by FENNEL. They smoke it off. They know that it's going to be an A split. Oxy finds the first. The Jet has not swapped their weaponry here. You guys can't really see it through the chat and stuff, but this Jet has a op, which isn't very good for entrying. Should have swapped with somebody else before they decided to go for the sight hit. And then Jake controls A main. Yeah. So usually when you go for an A split like this, you want to try to get your Sova, I think anyway, back over to A main. Because I think that the Sova utility is really good for helping the... Or at least you want 2 players A main. So that this Omen can take some space and try to split into the site at the same time. But I think the Sova is particularly good for this because they can use a recon or a drone or, you know, whatever you have up and still online to be able to get through whatever's happening here, be it a one-way or be it, you know, the smoke that Jake's currently put down there. But when you send 4 players through like this and your entry has an op, that's not going to be very effective. On top of that, they were trying to 5-hit the site. I guess the Omen was not actually trying to run in through A main. If you look at the Omen right now, he's trying to teleport. Look, you see him there trying to TP into Jenny. But for whatever reason, he cancels it. I guess he cancels it because he sees Oxy and he's worried that Oxy's going to kill him, which makes sense. But couldn't they be playing so that the Jet pushed up Jenny and was ready to trade Oxy if that did happen? I think they just get fucked because they don't have their Jet with a rifle.
Good kill.
I haven't watched enough of the VODs yet, Jackman. I'll tell you my honest opinion when it comes to Plat Chat after I've watched the VODs.
They were waiting for someone to make a move, someone to make a push. And then they tried to go for an execution with basically 25 seconds left. It just
we came back
really
from
enough.
The convenience store.
If C9 are patient,
Okay.
not seen enough.
Look, they have these like cups of ice
to really believe
that they give out.
able to turn this into a
Okay. Grape soda for Timmy.
Oh.
We got this tuna mayo.
Just like passively, FENNEL had nothing.
They're very confident that this is going to be an A hit here. I mean, Oxy's positioning is really passive at the start of this round, but he's correct that they hit A. I mean, if they didn't go for an A hit right now, Oxy would just be fairly useless in this round. But yeah, they have the read, and I'm not sure what they're making the read off of because FENNEL don't have any. It would be weird for FENNEL to go for a full A hit with their Jet opping. Not that Cloud9 know their Jet is still opping, and it would be one thing if FENNEL had like a big ult that you expect them to go to, but they just have the read. I'm not sure how.
Grape soda for Timmy.
Oh.
We got this tuna mayo with brown rice.
I mean, look how aggressive Oxy is. He's trying to get an angle in front of this smoke. He could get swung through the smoke.
Egg, lettuce, ham sandwich.
And Cloud9 have just got the read here. Look at this from Curry, too. He's playing... this is such an aggressive spot that only works if they contact into him. And even then, he's probably just in a one and done. But it's going to work.
Ham and cucumber sandwich.
And they're too scared to follow up on him, even after they use the paranoia.
Wait, I cannot believe they do not push him there. They blind dart and they don't kill him.
I mean, yeah. FENNEL are just getting boomed right now. I've liked the way that Cloud9 have played almost all of their defense. I think this is the first round where it felt like they just kind of gambled and it paid off. I think Oxy's position was a bit of a gamble because it's not a position that really gets you very good information if you're wrong about it. And I think that Curry's position, where he just decided to walk into close mid, is either a sick read on what FENNEL have been doing previously, where they just decided to contact down mid after a failed hit. Or, yeah, but I mean, even then it should have just been a 1-for-1 though, and he somehow manages to survive it without getting punished. So, I don't know. FENNEL look boomed, and Cloud9 are absolutely rinsing them.
Yeah, 100%. Is this for the thing?
Yeah.
God, they're eating sandwiches, and it's making me hungry. I might go and get some food after this.
Okay, open it up.
So this is what they did previously. We saw them run this strategy against Fnatic last time, FENNEL, where they dash their jet down mid. I can't remember whether they did this on an eco or what, but let's see how Cloud9 respond to it.
Like that. They ripped off the entire cap.
Zeppa peeks. Jake. Dude, this is wild. I think Cloud9 are just dicking around at this point. I mean, not dicking around in a like, haha, we don't even want to win, but in a like overconfidence kind of way. Because look at what's going on here. Jake's under a lot of pressure on the site right now. There's a recon dart hitting here. Molly onto Jenny. They have a knife onto his partner who's had to run away. And then he smokes a main. Zeppa sees this player over here, right? So Zeppa takes the contact on the jet. And Zeppa's not in a very good position to throw out his nade. So Zeppa could throw a nade that lands to block off like this, right? But he can't really throw a nade that lands here to stop the jet getting through at all. He'd just have to swing. It would be too awkward. He's been... Oh, I think he's actually been suppressed as well, so I don't think he could nade anyway. And then Jake decides to throw his paranoia and then TP up here, which is a catastrophic idea when you've lost tree control, because you're about to TP into the jet, but they just do it anyway.
You can if you want.
So Jake goes for the TP up into the corner. At this point, the jet could easily be like right here because Zeppa's had to run away. So there's a cloudburst here. The jet is going to be facing this line. Jake can get swung from here and here at the same time. It's a really bad position for Jake to be in. The nade, I think, spot him. For some reason, the jet doesn't want to take the fight. I don't know. Cloud9 are just getting away with anything they want right now. I don't know. I can't give you any analysis about this because Cloud9 put themselves in a horrible situation there, and the FENNEL jet just decided not to take the fight, even though they were set up to make something happen. They didn't even peek into sight. I guess because they want to play a backstab for the rest of their team or something, but they didn't even try to entry. They re-drone for mid. The drone seems a little early to me from Vanity. You want to wait maybe another 10 seconds because then FENNEL will have spread out around the map a little more. But he does spot the jet. Curry leaves to make sure that he can't get split on. Jake swings through. They've just seen a player in mid, and Jake just decides to swing cat. They don't need any more information. That's a horrible play on an anti-eco round. Zeppa almost dies to the judge as well. Or to the, yeah, to the judge.
If Zen wasn't supposed to flank, they would have given
You've been Gremlin. Thank you for the 2 months.
Hemlo Egg looks like you're molding sufficiently.
Yeah, I am molding sufficiently in this one. I feel like Cloud9 played a really good defense half for the first 6 rounds, and then they just got overconfident, and now they're doing whatever the fuck they want. And like, yeah, I mean, they are literally just doing whatever the fuck they want. They took too many risks on this anti-eco round, especially from Jake. But it's a 9-2 half, and FENNEL look absolutely boomed.
Yeah, I'll probably do this.
Look how passively FENNEL are holding right now, because they're worried about this tiles play coming through. They've got a player playing anti-flash to the KO flash that pops about here, right? So they have a player playing anti-flash. They have another player behind the hut, because there's a paranoia that comes through on this side as well. They have 2 players here who are playing behind, like, they can take cover behind here. They're so worried about a tiles crunch happening. But obviously there's no tiles crunch after 5 seconds, so they start to work their way forwards.
Which one do you want?
Vanity's predicting... I don't know how they're getting these kind of reads, but Vanity's predicting that it's going to be a fast B-pop, probably because they have A main info coming down from Jake, but they are just hard reading FENNEL. Like, Vanity is just waiting, holding this. FENNEL have been working their way down mid in some previous rounds.
Yeah.
But Cloud9 are going for the hard reads. Vanity was always an amazing IGL. It's kind of stupid. I think Vanity is a very good IGL, but I think he has some, drawbacks as well. I think a lot of his teams have kind of choked at the final hurdle, and I think some of that, from what I can remember, I was attributing to him back with some of his other teams. And also, I think that he tends to have a very idea-dense way of playing the game that... I don't know, what's the best way of playing it, saying it? Like, I think when teams get a read of how to play against his team, they tend to do a lot better. I think C9 tend to play with a lot of very cool, like, cheese strats and stuff like that. Or set plays or protocols that work really well. But they sometimes can't play the default game quite as well as some other teams when they get pushed to the limit. But I do think he's very, very good. Not really a rigid structure necessarily, so much as they like to take a lot of risks, I suppose. Like, they like to do a lot of defensive aggression, a lot of set plays, a lot of like small set micro plays is what I mean. They like to do a lot of hard reads, like these kind of things that can go wrong. They play in a way that does sometimes increase the variance a little. Yeah, forces after losing pistol, like that kind of things, right? It's like, I think it's just a little higher variance that sometimes fucks them over deeper into tournaments. And if they try to reduce the variance and play solid, I think that's when they end up not being quite as good as the other teams that can just play solidly at a super high level. Yeah, excellent defense half, though, by Cloud9 for the first 6 rounds and for the final round there as well. And there was a bit of trolling happening in the middle. What do you think about the John Cutie style of IGLing? I don't know whether I know John Cutie's style of IGLing well enough to put it in a bucket like that, frankly. I wasn't doing in-depth analysis of the Tier 2 games last year. I really liked the way that Ghost were playing, but I felt like Ghost were defined more by having extremely good players and extremely good overall map ideas rather than a specific IGLing style. And like I said, I wasn't doing serious in-depth analysis of M80 last year. I was just watching their games casually. So I don't think I'm properly qualified to, like, you know, talk about John Cudie's like exact breakdown his style of IGLing. I know Valen's style a lot better. If we're talking about like tier 2, now tier 1 IGLs.
On that stage. So for C9,
not what I thought it was going to be.
Very close to earning
when I was
spot.
It's legitimately just strawberry.
Valen's IGL style is going to work perfectly with Oxy though, because all that kid wants to do is run in and fight 24/7. It is, as long as he can also make Oxy calm down a little bit when he needs to. But yeah, Vanity's very good at getting other people to support him when he does that stuff. And Vanity's taking a lot of space here in B main. Vanity says Oxy listens. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he does listen. He's well coordinated with the initiators, but he also overheats quite a lot, even when playing with C9. Not a huge amount, but there's definitely there's at least 2 rounds in every map where Oxy overheats. Ooh, what a shot! Is this winnable?
It's a real clutch here.
Could be. He's very weak though. Oh, he doesn't even know where Vanity is. What?
Everyone wake up.
Did he really? Okay, he sees the Sova. He sees the Sova go lane.
Oh my, wait a minute, wake up.
He hears the Sova drop into sight.
It's a real clutch here.
Oh, he must have missed... I mean, this is just LAN things. He didn't hear Vanity drop into sight. He thinks he could still be lane. Unlucky. I'm just going to skip this forwards. Yeah. He didn't hear because it's a LAN event. It's more difficult to hear things at LAN. Oxy's pretty similar to like 2021 Durka. That's a really interesting comparison, actually. It's not something I thought of, but yeah, Durka was definitely very I want to fight all the time kind of thing back then. It is somewhat similar. I think Oxy is being supported much more tightly with his other teammates when he goes for these aggressive options, but that's not because Oxy's necessarily a better player than Durka. It's just because the game is so much more coordinated now than it was 2 years ago. But yeah, it's an interesting comparison, that one. He does need time and experience. Yeah, absolutely. So they go for the knife and the cannon recon here to see if Oxy could kill some people who are playing aggressive A main. So he's dashed onto them with a judge right now. He backs out. So now he can go back and he can get the knives online. And this is where you want to reset into an A split. If you still want to hit A, you want to reset into an A split here. Drone down mid. Drone doesn't really see anything. They need to watch out for the Jet. Jet misses. Deriali, when does he get his recon dart back online? Because they could try getting a spam through the smoke if he had it. Oh, yeah. Smoke dissipates. Big crunch in mid from FENNEL. FENNEL love going for these mid crunches, and they're pretty good at it. Jake's taken some nice space over towards A, but Vanity's stuck. Oh, Vanity's got a timing on them. Wow. What? How? That is beautifully played by Jake and Vanity. Beautifully played. Vanity just hiding, not giving them any shred of information. And Jake should have had that. He's just unfortunate not to land the shot. Both of these... Oh, no. 57 health on the Jet. So he will actually take 2 shots with the Sheriff. But Vanity's got a chance of winning this. I think Vanity was fragging actually quite well during this tournament. At least compared to what I expect from Vanity. I always have thought of him as quite a low fragging IGL, somebody with not too much mechanical skill. But I thought he was popping in some of the matches that I saw.
Playing in boat right here confirms him 1 kill.
Does the co-caster kind of sound like Jaws, or am I going crazy? He sounds a little bit like Jaws in the sense that he has a southern UK accent, but other than that, I don't think so. Well, I did say Vanity was hitting shots, but... Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. He was hitting the shots. That is fucking nasty final shot. He had 2 bullets. He had 2 bullets, Vanity, there. And he was fighting a Jet with the final bullet that had 57 health, so he couldn't body shot him. He could only headshot him. What a sick clutch. This is what I was saying. Vanity actually felt like he was in pretty good form for this event. I'm interested to see whether it continues. All right. Big, big win. And, yeah, just showcasing a very large difference between the way that Cloud9 plays and the way that Fnatic plays, which I'll be interested to see whether that follows into the grand finals between the two of them. Lotus between Zeta and Fnatic I want to skip because it was very one-sided and I already know that Fnatic are really good on that map. So we're going to try and move ahead to the next game, which was 100 Thieves Scars. Now I'm going to go and get a snack and then we're going to watch 100 Thieves Scars. Please, sir, just a drip of Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, the problem with Baldur's Gate 3 is that I need to get through all of these VODs. So we did Fnatic FENNEL. We've done Cloud9 FENNEL. 100 Thieves Scars we need to have a look at. And then we have a BO3, a BO3. So how many maps do I need to actually review? Right, so I don't really need to watch the Sentinel G2 game, but I'd like to. But this is 1, 4, 6, 9, 11... 14 maps of Valorant, right? 14 maps of Valorant, and I need to get it done by midday on Wednesday. So I could probably watch 2 maps of Valorant, maybe 3 maps of Valorant on Wednesday. But I don't think I could watch a full BO5. Like, I don't think I can save this until Wednesday. Actually, maybe I can. What time are we doing things on Wednesday? 10 a.m. Central. So now that the clocks have gone back, 10 a.m. Central is 4 p.m. for me, isn't it? Yeah, for Plat Chat. I've got to get it done before Plat Chat. So we could watch this BO5 on Wednesday. So let's say I saved this until Wednesday, right? So I've got to watch all of this on Tuesday. That's a lot of VOD review content for Tuesday. And I've got other shit to do tomorrow as well. Like I've got actually a lot of things to do. My day is going to begin at about 12. I'm planning on sleeping until about 12, so I can stay up fairly late tonight. And then I'm busy from 12 until about 5. So I only have, I don't know. I have the hours in the day to do it, but it's just a lot of reviewing one after another after another. But yeah, that's semi-final, quarterfinal, quarterfinal. So we could just review 100 Thieves Scars today, but I'd like to try to get as deep into this VOD review as I can. Do you make any notes before Plat Chat? Nah. Do a Brennan? Don't? Bren watches quite a lot of stuff. He watches some of it off stream and he watches some of it at like higher speeds and stuff, but he does watch quite a lot of the tournaments. Like through beforehand, before Plat Chat. He just took a break in the off-season. The RX Fnatic you can skip, to be honest. No, I don't think I want to. I still want to watch that. I mean, it was like... Because I want to see how Fnatic beat this double smokes comp so easily. Oh, well, they didn't even play attack side against it, really, did they? I do want to see what Althea does on Cypher. Yeah, I still want to watch this. Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go and grab a snack. I'll probably grab some crisps or something, so I apologize. I'm gonna be munching into the microphone just a little bit. But we're gonna take a look at this. Now, I thought 100 Thieves played dreadfully last time we watched them. What map were we watching them play on? Haven. And I thought it looked pretty awful. And I'm wondering whether this is gonna be the same. I changed my mind. I'm not going to crunch the crisps. I'm going to eat some nuts instead. So they're still crunchy, but not as crunchy. And I've also got some Maltesers to eat. So, yeah, I watched 100 Thieves Foot already. Murky Barack. All right, let's have a look.
We are going in.
Wait, why? Surely this is going full screen, right? Isn't this going full screen? Oh, it does eventually go full screen. That's super weird. Oh, it goes full screen like here when the spike gets planted. Maybe that's... I don't know what's going on there.
We are going in.
Bang and Asuna fighting aggressively over B main on the pistol. They... Wait. Did EU not pop that flash? I might not be able to hear, or EU might have not popped the flash. He didn't. EU missed the first flash. So he's had to use a second flash to get info that there's people over towards A ramp. That's a tragedy. Asuna gets caught by the lurk player. And EU and Cryo get beamed down because they aren't in heaven. This already looks pretty bad from 100 Thieves on the pistol round.
A little bit scary there for a minute. What are we looking at? 200 Thieves left. 4v2. 4v1.
Nature tries to look inside of that. Gets punished for it. All down to Bang. We're just going to skip that.
In a meet and greet. You left me here. I have no idea what I'm doing. I know. Its Timmy looks different.
I'm just going to skip this round as well. I'm going to try and skip the ecos as much as possible. God, the Twitch player really sucks. Holy fuck, it sucks. What snack have we got? Maltesers and cashew nuts. Wait, they won the anti-eco. Fuck me. Okay, let's have a look at it then. God damn it.
Oh, Bang.
Oh, that's just silly.
Shit.
Good trade from Nature. Okay. I mean, Bang getting 2 there is enormous. Alright, surely we can skip this eco round, right?
Oh my god. Very solid. Tell Timmy to...
Okay. We've finally got a rifle round.
We got a gun round.
So they're fighting both duelists in mid, which is a little strange.
Oh, 100 Thieves is pushing mid.
Very aggro. Dodge the flash. They've spotted Asuna walking down mid. Oh my god, Cryo just got whacked.
Oh, 100 Thieves is pushing mid. They know.
It just gets owned. Nothing really wrong there with what Cryo does. He's trying to force the fight against the Sky. He just dies.
Bad.
Oh my god.
Very, very, very bad.
I mean, these Scars players are hitting. Both of those shots looked crispy.
Damn, they keep pushing.
No, 100 Thieves coach was Mike's HD previously, not Imi.
It was damn, they keep pushing. Look at that.
Bang goes for the reclear through mid, thinking that they would have tried to go somewhere else. He also gets punished.
It was at that point.
And this round is over, so I'm going to skip the 5v2.
I am going to tell you right now, I'm telling you, this is exactly what happened, chat. So I get up, and I'm like, oh, I need to use the restroom, okay? And I tell Eileen, I'm like, oh, I'm going to go use the staff bathroom, okay? And the reason why I've been using the staff bathroom is because, you know, it's in the back. There's no fans. You know what I mean? Okay? But she's like, oh, like, she's like, yeah. She's like, oh, it's like, there's a bathroom like right outside these doors though. Like, there's a
nice from nature.
Here, and the staff bathroom's down there all the way, you know, around.
Bang then decides to leave.
Right here. I'm like, okay. As soon as we go.
So they've given up mid control now that they're in the 5v4.
1,000 fans out there. There are at least 1,000 fans, and I get mobbed. Okay.
Okay.
Asuna kills Tempura on the lurk.
It was not a mob. Okay.
This is a really bad smoke, by the way, that Alan has thrown. He needs to look at my lineup. He needs to look at Flyer's lineup.
Okay. First of all,
I was playing zombies.
They lined up very politely. And it was a very organized queue. I would just like to say he was not mobbed.
But I'll watch anti-ecos almost all the time, but I've just got so much to review at the moment, Alex, that I'm just going to skip over them most of the time.
But now we're back. Oh, and the line was getting longer and longer and longer, and I was like,
oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus, just never go.
So, Scars played that round in a really bizarre way, and 100 Thieves managed to control it just by all fighting different areas of the map. Like, Nature just decided to fight mid and shut down the mid attempt. Asuna decided to fight A ramp and shut down the A ramp lurk, and then Bang was making sure that the B lurk couldn't happen. But the 100 Thieves players all just stopped the Scars players from getting in. Scars were trying to fight all three lanes of the map at once. Any title changes? Yeah, I'll get it.
Who's on CT?
Okay, so the Scars are playing with only a Sheriff on their Omen player. Cryo's opping.
Who's on CT? Scars.
Needs 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves is on defenders.
Oh yeah, 100 Thieves.
Okay.
Bang's trying to play aggro towards B main, and he got suppressed this round. So that's going to be a real problem for them if Scars decide to throw in some B hits. If Bang can't play that far forwards because he's just going to get turned off, and then there's no Astra utility, they'll be playing full retake B. It'll be a tragedy. Bang's going to find it really difficult, actually, to play against this KO. Unless they fight over B main control, which is quite difficult with this comp. There are so many 100 Thieves players ready to fight this. Oh my god. Asuna went for a double blast pack instead of a single, so he nearly got fucking wrecked. But they did re-clear very nicely there. I think if Asuna had gone for a single blast pack, that probably would have been a little safer overall, but he definitely broke the crosshair placement with that one. And here's Bang, trying to stop the lurk from happening. Tempura wins it this time.
Thieves.
They have the bomb.
Fairly nonplussed by this.
That's not even nuts. That's Maltesers. I can crunch some nuts for you if you like.
Oh my god.
They're trying to stop the Omen ult.
They're preventing it. Yeah, we've already seen it once today.
The good old red guard.
Yeah, let's make sure it
Feels
didn't
like
happen.
it's
I was actually
unnecessary.
just about to say, I think
They
that's
don't want it. They don't want to get.
Doesn't matter.
You need 3 players to block the spike. Oh my god, these cashew nuts are old.
Guy turned the corner and ramen. And
Oh.
3 guys lined up.
Oh, those are not good cashews.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
Doesn't matter.
Dude.
Good try, good try.
He got all 3.
Shit.
You am all.
Think about it. Yoshi doesn't, want to pull the trigger there, go for it himself, and that lets them set up for the 1-2 punch.
Cryo gets flashed on ramp.
Coming behind it to really nullify any hope Scars might have had in that round, and now their economy's bad, but their ults are good.
So Bang has managed to get into his spot that he wants to play without getting caught by the KO knife. If they showstopper though, he's in a rough spot. Cryo's trying to find an angle here that he can actually play without being smoked off or dogged off or something like that. He's using the dog to set him back up on ramps, which seems good to me. Nice from Bang. Yeah, nicely done. All right, let's move this one forwards. I mean, that was a pretty good round from 100 Thieves. It had some danger to it if Bang had been Raze ulted.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. It's like two right on.
Ramps control. Asuna gets wrecked.
Like it probably costs more for the travel than it is to win.
Going for another insane Omen ult into their spawn play like we saw from FENNEL earlier.
Guns down 2. Yoshi now eliminated. That early kill, that advantage they had.
Says 100K on Wikipedia.
Using a really exposed position there without Nature using his wall. I think Nature wants to have the wall up in that position. I think EU should be calling for it. Tempura is always on the lurk. The lurking KO is such a bizarre thing to have. He ends up dying to the snake bite.
Well, he's got 10s in his end, so he can win.
He has what?
I think Nature played that quite nicely just by jiggling as much as he could to try and delay the fight for as long as he could.
He knows that he's going to have to defend himself if I come swinging. But if you don't come swinging, he doesn't have to defend himself.
Reminds me of Nobody's Lurking Sky on Split.
I'm not sure he gets there in time.
At least with Nobody's Lurks, though. The Sky is the one that you expect to have the main body of the push. So if you see the Sky, you're like, oh, they're probably all there. Which has an additional extra component to it. Whereas with the KO, it's like, they don't have to be with the KO. It's just weird that you're lurking the KO around. Because then the KO isn't providing flashes for your team or a knife for your team or anything. So what is going on here? They're doing a 1-3-1 default where, again, the Scars players are fighting like fairly pushed up on the extremities. Cryo gets caught there. He just doesn't think the Viper's going to be in this spot. It is really weird the way that Scars are playing. They have players so far away. And most teams are not going to still have their Viper here when they're actually pushing this forwards. And I think 100 Thieves could take attack timeout at this point and just be like, guys, they are constantly permalurking one on either side of the map. They only ever have 3 together. So you can just shut them down. You don't need to be pressuring the one player on either side of the map. You can just fight the 3 in the middle and you'll crush them. And then look out for the lurk afterwards. In this round, it's more dangerous because of the showstopper and stuff. But I think in general, it's like playing against crew. Except a bad crew where the 2 extremity holders are taking risks. Did you skip Foot versus 100 Thieves? I did it yesterday, 2 days ago, something like that. I think it was 2 days ago. I didn't do it in this stream.
Really quickly to get that Viper's Pit somewhere convenient along with the Cosmic Divide to help set it up. I would, yeah. The round could turn 100 Thieves way very fast. Over this. Spotting just enough crazy. Oh, and flushed out into the open. Nature's still going to be good for one. Oh, shit. Put the damage down, swaps out the weapons rather than going for the reload. Wants to try to do as much damage.
All right, 6-3. 100 Thieves with a Cosmic Divide that they could potentially run some kind of retake stuff with. They ult in mid.
Oh my god. What a ripe.
Nobody was with Nature at the beginning when he popped his ult, by the way. They were playing a 1-1-3 setup. If Nature gets pressured at the start here, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Like, if there's a boombot and a dog coming at him, as soon as he puts that pit up, that pit is not going to have a good time. They're trying to put a serious emphasis on pushing out these extremity players. But they're just...
It's like perfect. Look at that. It's a straight line. Like that.
Okay, Cryo's...
It's incredible.
I mean, dude, the way that they're playing this is so rough. Like, these guys would get absolutely pummeled by crew. Because Mr. Tenzu Easy is just holding the classic position that you get pushed back into. And Cryo's just out in the open, looking at the ropes. And then... You know, it just doesn't look good. Even if Asana's trying to hold this angle for him, Cryo's deeper out, so Mr. Tenzu can fight Cryo before he fights Asana. It just looks really rough from 100 Thieves.
That's good.
Now they actually have a main, though. Asana being able to get the trade there is pretty huge for them. But they're going to have to play retake on B.
They shouldn't go B, though.
Bang's going to try and anchor it.
Nothing to stop it. The raise nade is
they snake bite. They're going to try and flood this. They do actually have EU here. Maybe in time to flood. Yeah, Bang kills one and he's got his smoke up. Wow, I'm surprised that 100 Thieves were able to get into position to flood defend this. I thought they would have to play a set retake for sure. And Asana knows that there's a lurk coming. He absolutely knows it, and he still ends up dying to it. That's just, you know, rifle diff. 2v2, though, where 100 Thieves control the spike. So still not too bad for them.
They have the bomb? They do, yeah, they have bomb down.
Alan's getting pushed, but he's also baiting them into the double face. So when Nature and EU fight this, they're fighting Alan at New Box, and they're also fighting the player Heaven, which is a disastrous idea. I don't get what they're doing. This 100 Thieves team just looks like they're making bad calls constantly.
Big that round was for them, and he busted that round open, gave them a chance in what became a win.
It's absolutely monstrous. I mean, you look at the money now. You're 400 Thieves. Really, only Cryo.
They're still stacking very heavy over towards A to try and stop Scars from getting a ramp control. Am I crazy to say 100 Thieves are going to be the worst team in Americas and Lev the best one? I don't think that's crazy. It just requires a couple of things going really well for Lev. And it requires other teams to not super suck as well. I think the MIBR team doesn't look amazing either. Nice pull, snakebite combo to shut down the B hit. Bang's timing is lovely. That's why the Astra is so good on this map. You can pull and bloom that smoke so quickly. But nice utility for Scars to put pressure on Bang there. They don't clear hell. And Asana tries to just shoot off the showstopper. Nature tries to trade. Lumos somehow gets them both. Oh my god.
Not the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
Is it not an overreaction going off of Nature and EU being with them for 2 weeks and they aren't even set with Nature as their IGL? I mean, obviously, if Boostio ends up joining, we'll have to reassess the situation, yeah. But I think with 100 Thieves being a weaker roster from last year anyway, and making changes and not looking amazing. I don't think it's of course a very fast reaction, but I don't think it's crazy to say that. I think it's like a somewhat reasonable prediction. Yeah, we don't know what NRG or EG's roster is going to be like. Who the hell knows? It's really too early to say any kind of hot take, like who's going to be the best, who's going to be the worst, but people enjoy doing it, so. Of all the teams you could pick to be best and worst, those don't seem insane.
Expecting maybe somebody to come from sewers, and eventually Mr. Tenzo might be making his way over there. Angle still not smoked off here for Cryo. Oh, but now with that Trailblazer, he doesn't want to reveal his position.
Asuna trying to find a timing past the dog.
Timing's lost now.
Yeah, they walked away.
But they don't see anything. 100 Thieves are grouping up Asuna and Cryo so much that they end up losing vast amounts of info on other parts of the map. Like at the moment, they've just lost tons of info over towards A. Normally, like the classic defensive setup would have your Raze holding in heaven and your op trying to get some kind of line in front of this Viper wall, for example, or, you know, something like that. Or your op trying to get this line, and whenever there's a smoke in their face, you try to use some piece of Sky utility to set them back up. You know, something like that. But 100 Thieves are playing the defense with 3 players in one area, so they're playing like 1-3-1 defenses instead of 1-2-2. And they end up just losing a ton of info, I think, as a result of that. Like, look at this. Look at this. Asuna has no idea that these players are as deep as they are. He's just completely getting caught off there. It's amazing that he goes 1 for 1.
Getting one there is really good when you jump spot and see 3.
Like he was completely and utterly screwed.
Man, Asuna did a really good job there.
God, I want to play so bad.
Maybe turn this round on its head.
Dude, they're just playing ring around the rosy out here, dude.
Unless they want to just go for the drift in, but they're quick on the rotation.
Okay, Scars manages to get into a situation where they get the plant down. 5 seconds left. They have a smoke for CT. Oh no, they're fighting CT. Oh, they fight and smoke CT. Weird situation. They flash into the smoke. Bang goes 1 for 1 somehow. I mean, 100 Thieves are getting mad lucky with these kind of situations.
This is a good spot right here. This is a good spot. He's going to get 2. There's
flooding
one.
out. Nature finds one crucially 4 getting taken down.
Alan, where are you going, brother?
3 in this round. The time ticking away. Cryo holding the angle for a brief moment. Lumo swings on the back. You completely surrounded.
100 Thieves look lost in almost all of these rounds.
Rushes forward. Tries to get himself out of the smoke, but it's going to be a 4K from Alan.
So what you could do as well, that I think would be really useful, is get Cryo posted up on this angle, because they've been trying to lurk into B main a lot, just contacting. So this would be a great place to just set up an operator, and then you could have Bang transition into watching B heaven, or you could even have Bang try to hard anchor A little more and have the Raze up in B heaven, something like that. You could even have, you could play like this, and if Cryo gets pushed back, you could have Cryo still op from this angle with Bang underneath him. Cryo's on top of the box and Bang's underneath it. Trying to play the operator over in B main, I think, would give them a lot of information, but they're playing Cryo like with 2 other people a lot of the time on the defense side, which doesn't really make sense to me either. I mean, look at this. You should never be in a situation like this. You've just lost way too much information if you find yourself doing this.
Able to kind of hedge their information.
Yeah, I mean, overall, battle of some of these controllers here.
I mean,
6-6 half is frankly miraculous for how 100 Thieves have played, I think.
Playing against DRX, when it was their first time on a stage in a venue like this, that they should
see what their attack side looks like.
that they should be a bit cleaner in their mannerisms.
The dog spots only the Viper, I think. Scars want to push up.
She's it's hot.
Wall goes up for the attackers there. Big shot by Yoshi. Massive clash. Massive clash. 4v4. Bang is now lurking aggressively in mid. He spots one. You don't really want to die here if you're Bang. You have two smokes that are about to come back. I mean, maybe you only want to use one and save one for pull, but... Oh, Tempura gets spammed. Scar's put another player in a one and done. Just seeing if they can get something done. Nice. Oh, I thought Alan was going to try and bait for Yoshi there. Like when Alan swings heaven, I think it's much less likely you check Yoshi's spot, but they tried to double face. Like they tried to get some kind of like high-low setup going where Yoshi swings off Alan's contact. I can kind of see what they're going for. And now this is a 3v1, so they should win this pistol. Come on, Twitch player. So I'm going to skip this eco as well. They take a heaven, they flood into sight. Very, very good, very standard.
They turn the AC off.
So they're going to dog mid. Lumo just swings. Tempura tries to challenge. Cryo wins it. I'm not really sure why they didn't have a smoke up in heaven, but alright. Oh my god. Everything looks really uncoordinated by 100 Thieves. But they're winning this round because Lumo just tossed his life away defending B. Do you think Boostio and EU are a downgrade from Derek and Stella? No. I think both should be upgrades. But that doesn't mean that the team overall is going to become fixed. But I hope that Boostio can do something with this team because at the moment they look very rough.
Yeah, Fade on Twitch. Just really good stuff that we're seeing from 100 Thieves right now. He's movement Wraith player.
Derek lost all of his confidence this year. He had bad trades, bad rifling, like just bad scaling as well. And Boostio has far more experience than Stella has in terms of creating good systems and knowing what it takes to win. And he's also a better fragger than Stella is. Stella's not bad, but Boostio's very good. And more flexible, actually, too. Alright, so 100 Thieves are going to call the pivot here. 100 Thieves are basically just taking A ramp control so far. But Bang has gotten in through main. But Bang got seen. He doesn't think the Bang's all the way through, though, like that. Oh, what a shot from Yoshi. That might make this winnable.
Mr. Tenzo.
Mr. Tenzo flashes himself. What a shot. Wait, the Scars players have hit some nasty shots in this round. I mean, Bang wins this. That's unlucky, that's unlucky. Well, not unlucky. It's lucky that they were even in that position, right? Because they hit some absurd shots.
Start having some more fun on stage. We'll go in to resume. The buy comes together, as you mentioned.
Give some prime to Timmy.
Asuna has showstopper this round.
Any Twitch prime?
Just absolutely.
Any primers? I'll actually like wake up for some Twitch primers.
The smoke is really, really late there from Lumo. The Scars does not look like they know how to play defense on split. They haven't controlled B main right now because their knife and Omen Smoke are too late. They threw them like 6 seconds into the round when 100 Thieves are already fully taken B main. It just makes no sense.
All day, all night.
Now Lomo doesn't have any smokes at all.
Doesn't matter what time it is. Any time zone. All of the time.
He's not in position to paranoia because he's too late to get to the angle and jiggle peek as well. He repositions though. That's cute. That's a cute teleport actually. But they do die. Asuna gets caught. 3v3 and the defending Raze has an ult here. This is just a mess from Scars, but I actually think they can still win this with Yoshi's ult. Good nade. Nice flash, yeah, okay. I don't think the Scars played that very well, but they created a lot of chaos, got some kills, and had a big ult to be able to win the round.
Thank you, Twitch Prime.
You guys are you guys are sponsoring my onigiris right now.
Cutting off that A-main access.
So thank you.
Look at these stars from Bang. They really want to try to take some mid controller, see if they can bait someone out.
10-7.
Maybe looking for some kind of pressure, see if they can catch someone peeking out here, but right now they've all shifted back to
Asuna's really far forward. Like, yeah, it feels like Asuna is on the lurk roll. He was alone in the previous round, and in this round he's just alone as well. He's just walking into vents. I feel like his job is supposed to just be to pull the defenders towards him to make it easier for the others, but I don't get what 100 Thieves are doing here. Asuna's just taking a lot of space on his own with a boom bot, where he might run into anybody, like he just has, Alan, or some kind of, you know, flash reclear thing, or whatever, tons of different options. And it looks like the rest of 100 Thieves is ready to try to exec B, and they have Nature over here. Nature has the pit, and he's just on the other side of the map. It's just really bizarre. I don't understand what they're doing. Those three players from 100 Thieves have taken B main like they want to pop. And they only have 3 people there. It looks comically bad. I'm sure there is a plan, but I don't know what the plan even is. I can't tell because it looks so unsynergistic, their positioning. So now that these 3 players from 100 Thieves have gone towards mid, they have more options. Nature's also gone for a bit of a lurk up. This would be a nice time, because Nature's in a very committed position, to do a fake B heaven and then run through vents to A kind of strategy. So in this kind of spot, you're looking for EU probably to like dog heaven. So what I'd like to see them do is, in this spot right now, dog heaven like this, cloudburst this, you know, push this player off the angle here, and then immediately leave and start. I mean, honestly, the Viper doesn't even have to be here. The Viper can go back over towards A main, but you know what I mean. Create some pressure B heaven, get into A heaven. Tempura misses his nade. Cryo gets the kill. They're committing with 25 seconds left to B, with Nature on a hard lurk. Nature has not been with them the entire round. Nature's positioning just makes no sense for what they're going for, and Nature has the pit in an eco swing round.
He knows, dude. He's aware.
Cryo's entering here is very, very effective. Bang looked a little lost there for a moment. He has another blast pack. Oh. Nice try by Yoshi, but he needed the blast pack earlier there. Oh, Nature died and I didn't even look at it. Okay, so Nature's in A heaven right now. And he must have made a footstep or something, because Alan comes back and re-clears him. I mean,
trying to get the covering fire.
Dude.
This round just looks like a bit of nonsense from 100 Thieves that Cryo's been able to recover somewhat into a 2v3. They're going to try and fight this. And they win it because everybody was coming through CT, nobody coming through Heaven, and bang, got the kill.
So then they're both, like, the front person is naturally...
Not a well-played round, though, by 100 Thieves. A well-played final little moment, but...
As some could say. Like, I saw, as soon as he dropped and I saw Bang come to assist him, I was like, holy fuck. This is just art at this point. like the fact, like, yeah, you can't teach that. You cannot teach that. It's genetics.
Just shutting that round down at the end.
You can't.
That's just teamwork.
True.
But
It's poetic.
Stars early to try to, kind of keep Scars guessing.
No, but like, that type of synergy is something that you just need to have without saying words. When you have that type of synergy, you are actually just like a different person.
Just playing well.
Pushed forward there by 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves go back into their strategy of just hammering a ramp.
To have that teamwork, it's also genetics. Nah, like, what is Temporo doing? He's flashing through the wall with that shorty. Like,
yeah.
We need to talk about this.
The Scars doing some more of their textbook, tossing this away. But it is an eco round.
He got a gun. Maybe not that gun, but he got a gun.
Are EG even going to have a team? That shouldn't be a real question, should it? But it kind of is. They've just had a large amount of layoffs that I assume are so that they still have capital to be able to operate.
You have guns and they don't.
I imagine that they're going to be running even more of a skeleton crew than they previously were. Bang just spams. Oh, but Nature's poking out from that. A pull, gets him off. Now you can just spam that or push into it, sure.
Look at the wall. we're like not gonna even look inside.
Isn't Potter one of like 3 full-time employees? Yet they don't have many. I'm not sure whether it's 3, but it's a small number. There was a recent report from... Who was it from? Esports Advocate, maybe? Something like that.
Oh my god, Golden Kappa?
Using those stars to bully Scars one way or another.
Widely, 100 Thieves were already decently aware that this pit was going to be invested in mid. Already kind of set up to play away from it. It's the cut across here from Asuna, taking some pot shots into the pit to see if he can...
Asuna again is just playing on his own in this round. They pull and flash to push somebody away from this angle. It's Mike. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you very much.
Just a little bit ahead of it.
I think Riot should take EG out of franchising and give their spot to T1. That's such a confusing message.
He's going to be under pressure here. He's the only one other than...
In Americas? Oh. Yeah, T1 I think were looking to try and join the Americas League originally. But then you would need an org to replace him in Pacific. That would be so much more confusing than just adding a different Americas org. Lumo looks terrible at anchoring B. This Omen player is just getting outclassed. It's really difficult to play Omen on defense of B, to be honest. I think Astra is so much easier to get value out of, because that smoke is much faster to pop. You've already got it pre-laid on the ground. You can pop it and pull really quickly, rather than like shooting a paranoia and then shooting a smoke and then getting inside the smoke is all so much slower. But yeah, the 100 Thieves are just... They've got 2 things that are working really well for them. They take A ramp control, they win the rounds. They pop B main, they mostly win the rounds. Because the anchor just doesn't do anything. Were these the 2 worst teams in the tournament? It feels like it watching them, but I don't know what the actual results were.
Actually takes some fall damage on the way down. Bang, will find him, finishes the job. 13-7.
Yeah, that was awful. That was really awful from both teams. That was a bad level of a match. I saw that Sean Gares had posted a video that said something like 100 Thieves the worst team in franchising. And it was a VOD review of Foot versus 100 Thieves, I think. But I mean, if he watched this one as well, it can't give him much more confidence, surely. Yeah, it's that's... How many other games did 100 Thieves play? They played this game against DRX. They actually played them somewhat close. Lotus and Ascent. That's got to feel awful for the 100 Thieves players. Losing 8 rounds in a row on your attack side after you were up 11. They were up 11-5. And they couldn't just get 2 together. They couldn't even get 1 together to push it to overtime. God, that's brutal. Yeah, and they won both pistols. Fucking hell. Yeah, that was... I mean, that was bad. That was bad. At least with 100 Thieves, we've now seen them on Haven. Their Haven look bad. We've seen them on Split. Their Split look bad. 100 Thieves... Oh, wait. Let's have a look at this then. So let's have a look at 100 Thieves map vetoes in the game against Foot. They banned Ascent. They banned Ascent, Bind, and Sunset. We don't really see what order this was in, but okay. Ascent, Bind, Sunset. And they ended up on Haven. Next one, they ban Haven, Sunset, Bind. So they leave Ascent open. And Scars ended up banning that. And then in this game, they banned Haven, which they looked pretty tragic at the beginning against Foot. Then they pick Lotus, which is a map that they weren't banning earlier. They banned Bind, which they were banning along with Sunset, but DRX banned Sunset. DRX have been banning Sunset in all of these off-season tournaments, by the way. It looks like Sunset is just going to be DRX's permaban, which I think is very silly. I think if you're going to play a bunch of off-season tournaments, you should be trying to rotate your map pool so that you at least get some experience. So at least get a VOD of you trying your best on the map so that you know what to work on. It just seems so silly to have a set permaban in November. It's just too early, isn't it? To know that you're not good at that? I don't know. Yeah, permabans during the season are fine, but permabans in the off-season when you're still trying to... The thing is, though, this DRX team is a weird one for me to point that out because they're playing with 2 subs anyway. So they're not even getting proper practice. So what the fuck does it matter what maps they're playing? I guess it really doesn't matter at all with DRX. But at least for 100 Thieves, like, they did play a game of Haven. Anyway, so Lotus was supposed to be good for 100 Thieves. Ascent was like middling for their map pool, I suppose, because they started off banning it and then they stopped. And then Breeze was another map that was supposed to be decent for 100 Thieves too, but we never even got there. Yeah. Alright, well, that's going to be interesting. The question is whether we... Let me look at the things that I have to do and figure out what I should be doing right now. So tomorrow I need to wake up latest at 12. So that means if I want 8 hours sleep, I could stream for another 4 hours. So we have like a 4-hour bucket here that I could use for something. And then tomorrow I am going to be busy until probably, let's say, 6 p.m. But maybe it'll be 7 p.m. Let's say I could start my stream at 6. Then I need to... Okay, if I'm planning to watch... Oh my god. If I'm planning to watch this BO5, we need like 5 hours to do it, probably. So if I'm planning to watch the BO5 before Plat Chat, I need to start that at 11 a.m. which means I need to wake up. So I need to go to bed at a somewhat reasonable hour on Tuesday. So I'm just trying to see whether I have any time to play Baldur's Gate or whether it all has to be VOD review. I think I should do one more game. I think I should try to do one more actual match. But because they're all quarterfinals games, or at least because there's 2 quarterfinals games, I'll let you guys pick. Actually, we should probably just do the shorter one of the 2 right now. Let's do the 100 Thieves DRX game because that follows on the theme of following 100 Thieves, right? That seems sensible to me. Yeah, let's do DRX 100 Thieves. Now, I think this was a different day, so it's not going to be in this VOD, but it's going to be somewhere in here. What day was this then? This was November 4th. So if we go to, it's Timmy, and then we go to videos. What day is it today? So we're looking for the one from 2 days ago. So it's this one. Okay. Fuck off. And then let's try and find... So this should be the match that we're trying to skip. C9 Zeta. So let's skip this one a little bit. And we'll try to get to the next one. Here it is, DRX. Alright, 100 Thieves DRX. So this was the first map, Lotus. Where is the beginning?
You're gonna give us the nice. Timmy, does watching Val make...
Looks like this is somewhere near the beginning. Ah, there we go. We're nearly there. Okay. Okay. All right, we're there. We're ready. We're ready to go. Do you ever write notes about all these teams? How do you remember all this info? No, I sometimes write notes about it if I'm doing like champions and I'm reviewing like 32 teams. I'll write some notes. But otherwise, I just try to visualize the strats that they're doing. And I find that my memory is kind of just adjusted to remembering Valorant shit. Like, if I think about like a certain wall that somebody's like, for example, let's say the... I don't know. What's an example of a round? Like, okay, the Fnatic FENNEL game, right? That we watched at the beginning of the day because that one was the furthest one back. I remember the big things that I was thinking about because they were like things that I've said and things that they're like conscious thoughts that I've processed. Like Fnatic were bunkering down too much in the sites. Durka wasn't paired up with initiators. Leo was playing A too much. FENNEL were doing some interesting pathing against them and they didn't really know how to do it. I've got like a visualization of Chronicle flashing through the smoke at Switch on A because I didn't think it was a great idea. Like, visualization helps you helps you remember stuff a lot. Can you answer my question, Mr. Streamer? What is it? Have you ever struggled to criticize a team because of a friendship with a coach or player, either in Overwatch or Valorant? No, that's why I don't make friends with coaches or players particularly. That's legitimately, I don't enjoy making friends with coaches or players because otherwise I feel like it's more difficult to criticize them when they're playing badly or doing something badly. I just say hello to them when I pass them in a corridor, but I don't particularly make friends with them very often. Mike's I was friends with before he became a coach. That's a bit of a different situation. But in general, that's my philosophy. But yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this then. So both teams are playing on Lotus. Let's have a look at the compositions. So we've got the Fade Raze variety favored by Fnatic, but without the Astra. So they're playing it with the Omen, which means that they're not going to have the same level of stuns and pulls to combo with the Raze utility. Any Raze utility has got to just be comboed with the C's. That I think is one of the big reasons why the Astra is so good, but the Astra is also good for like clearing out this area. Sometimes you need utility to be able to get through this breakable door, and if it's late in the round, you have a star maybe, but you might have already used your prowlers or your nade or something like that. So I think the Astra can be extremely good, but Bang's also really good on Omen, so I don't mind that. On the other side of things, we've got the Sky coming out for stacks, which is what most teams are favoring a bit more. They like comps with flashes. So let's have a look at how it goes down. So DRX are running a bit of a weird wall here, actually. So Flashback's got a wall that goes like this, which is...
Sideshow more link stink show. Can confirm this man as a stinky boy.
Thank you, Arc Boy. Appreciate that. Thanks. I was a stinky boy yesterday, but I had a shower and now I'm no longer a stinky boy. So there you go. So this wall's really interesting. Just before we even get any deeper, the usual walls that you'll see on this map are either you stand here and you throw a wall that goes like this. And obviously this part of it doesn't even show up on the minimap, right? But this is the original wall that Fnatic came up with, which is great for blocking off stairs. But some people will jiggle peek this corner. You combo it with a Viper Orb here, and you can path around like this to try and punish a player that's jiggle peeking this corner. But in general, a lot of teams have moved away from that wall, and teams now throw walls that are a bit more like this. So you can throw this kind of wall, which again, this part of it doesn't show up, so it just appears on the minimap like this. So this is a wall that a lot of teams throw, which just blocks off the jiggle peeker at the corner. Otherwise, it does a fairly similar job. The idea being that if you pick up this Viper Orb that's here and you throw it here, then now the Viper has a smoke, and when you put the wall down, so when this orb's disappeared, and when you put the wall down, you've still got this smoked off. So that's a setup that you can go for. Or there's like walls that you throw from here that do the same thing. They go over like up like this, right? This is a Viper wall that quite a few teams use. And the weird part about this, well, one of the good parts is that you can use it to be able to get control. You can use it to like push up here. So if the defenders are pushed deep over towards rubble, you can use your own Viper wall to get out on, into multiple angles so that you can face the defenders from multiple spots. They don't have as good crosshair placement. But this flashback wall is one that I haven't really seen teams using at all. It doesn't give you very much space, right? So when you're the attackers here, you don't really have control of this area, right? So this still belongs to the defenders, which doesn't make it as good. But what it does do is that anybody that's holding tree that tries to peek this angle for info is getting blocked off completely by this Viper wall. And this Viper wall nicely connects to the pillar on site, this portion of it, whereas the other walls that I was talking about, like for example when you do this wall, it just kind of sits weirdly on site. Like this wall, this top bit of it is shit. It's just in an awkward position. It's not on a high ground, so it doesn't even block off heaven. It's just a bit dodgy. So I think this is an interesting wall that Flashback is throwing. I'm not sure whether it's good. We'll have to take a look at it. I think it's got an interesting component to it here, but this part to it might end up being too limiting for his lurks, because he's gonna not really be able to get into this part of the map very easily. But we'll have to just take a look. But again, Flashback coming up with some interesting new setups, or maybe the coaching staff coming up with some interesting setups for him. But yeah, Flashback is definitely one of the most interesting Vipers to watch right now.
In the wings, that's a daunting prospect in itself, but to get there, they've got to win this series. Let's get into
Also, I mean, some other Vipers are going for walls that go like this. Oh, I can't even remember where it goes. I think it goes something like this, as like a sea lurk wall, but I don't really like that. I know that King was doing that quite a lot when Leviathan were playing Lotus.
I spent a fat stack. Uh-oh. Bro, please tell me you didn't buy like the entire goddamn fucking place.
Yeah, I think getting a little bit more context, maybe they were
DRX dogging to try and clear any defenders that are around there.
You can use that paint shells paranoia combo, try to bust through the site.
I wouldn't be expecting Stax to try and force a fight here. I don't know what he's doing. It makes sense to me for Stax to be... Oh, Stax is just going to open it so it feels even more like a fake. He's trying to pull players away from C. This Paranoia looks like it's going to connect with Nature and Cryo. Ooh, Buzz doesn't quite get in time. And there were still 3-4 players ready to flood defense C. Double lurk play from Foxy9 and Stacks. But they're about to get completely run down. Bad nade, no? No, it doesn't seem like too bad of a nade to me. There's two main nade spots that you would throw on the attack side of for C. One would land back here, and the other lands like over here. Because there's two main anchor spots, right? One of them is here, using this pillar for cover, and one of them is here, using this pillar for cover. So because those two areas are where you would most commonly see defenders standing, those are the two spots that you'll most commonly see attackers nading as well. The defender raised through the nade in this corner to try to stop the player that was scaling from killing Cryo, who's playing Killjoy, which is interesting, right? We should have mentioned that as well.
HP bars on 3 members here, but Foxy9 having to push to the poison orb, won't be able to find a single one of them. You will get the final shot. 100 Thieves will get the pistol.
Yes, this is read really well.
I would put it right there, but honestly, I'm pretty sure they just want me to leave it at the bottom.
100 Thieves didn't overreact to the A fake. They just read that it was a C hit coming through, and oh my god, flashback. Even with the C's, look how good. So this is the wall that I was talking about before. Oh, change the scene. Sorry, I do want to talk about the minimap just for a moment, but yeah, I will change the scene. I'll rewind it. Flashback's gone for a different wall here. So this is the wall that I was talking about that just leaves this like weird piece of the wall up here. What was I going to say? Yeah, and if you take a look at the main screen right now, actually, I will rewind a little. Flashback is just able to, I think this is the setup that Nats likes to use. And you can, if you're a Viper that just knife out runs into this, you can get into here before the Haunt pops. So the Haunt lineups are usually on top of this pillar, and you can get into your Viper orb where you're safe from the Haunt immediately just by knife out running into it. And you can see here, even though he gets caught by the C's, he's still kind of safe. It's actually quite difficult for the defenders to see that he's been seized and spam him. He's on like 1 HP. He could definitely just get spammed if you decided to, you know, throw bullets into the smoke. But it's a good setup for that. Does Bang not see the C's though? Yeah, he does. Okay, so now they're trying to spam flashback, and he's in the corner, and he does get spotted in the end, so he's not really safe from the C's there, as it turns out. But I do think that's a decent setup for trying to play against Fade comps. I also like the way that Asuna and EU are playing with each other over here. They have a player pushed up aggressively over towards A, so Bang is just holding this on his own. Bang doesn't really have a TP to be able to get out of this spot. But as soon as this smoke comes down, now Bang has to be a little concerned because they're countering his one way. So now Asuna and EU are coming back over to come and help him. They have a flash and nade that they could go for here. They flash. Yeah, this looks a lot better from 100 Thieves already. You can tell that their ideas are just so much better on Lotus compared to the other maps from what we've seen so far. I know that we've only seen 2 rounds, but they just look like they have better macro pathing on the defense side. We'll see whether it continues. This setup I quite like. They have a Killjoy. They have the come on, turret watching over towards B main. You can only break this turret if you really commit to B. So this isn't a turret really that just a lurker can kill. You know, sometimes people will put the turret here, but that's not very good because the attackers can just come in and break it from this angle. So if you're going to put your turret on B, you should either tuck the turret in this corner or put it back here if you're playing A. Obviously, you can't put the turret in the breakable door if you're planning on playing C. But if you're planning on playing C, you could just put an alarm bot there anyway. But yeah, for an A setup, having an alarm bot here, turret here, seems very reasonable. They've got the Viper playing over here too, and a triple setup on this side of the map. It's their bonus round strategy. Seems pretty good to me.
You can play one rank game and you'll be done. True.
Would you be happy to see the return of Asuna Reina on appropriate maps? I'm not really sure that there are any appropriate maps.
Actually, the thing is, I can't even play.
I don't think Asuna... I think Asuna's very skilled, but I don't think he's, like, ungodly skilled, like the people that can pull off Reina at the pro level.
Brand new account.
I guess he was nuts at it on Icebox, but unless they started playing Icebox again, I wouldn't want him. I wouldn't want him to.
I don't think so. I don't know actually. I know in real terms, no. Real terms, no, because you need to be on the team beforehand. But I think because it's a third party,
the alarm bot there's really useful.
But I don't even think they would.
It's gonna pull them back over here. So it seems to me like, just having seen the first couple of rounds from DRX are putting a heavy emphasis on aggro lurking A to try to pull people away from C. And then they're going to go for C execs quite a lot. But 100 Thieves are not biting on this. Their turret still watches over towards B, so this Killjoy can just float over, watch stairs, and the Viper's happy to just anchor this kind of on their own. So until DRX run some genuine A executes that work, 100 Thieves are just going to keep cheating 3 players C. And just judging by the positioning currently, this looks crushingly good for 100 Thieves. I mean, Paranoia's come through here. You know, the dog isn't really clearing too much. Bang's got a great line. It just looks good for them.
Actually knows all the strategies and I don't.
Oh. Oh. Well, it can look good and still fail. Oh, and EU doesn't even get the kill on Mako despite spamming him properly. Oh, tragedies for 100 Thieves. I think this is the first round, though, where I felt like 100 Thieves have played something well and still lost. Every other time that we've watched 100 Thieves, I've been like, these guys have been playing like shit, and somehow they're still winning. I guess that was only in the Scars game. They did get completely stomped by Foot. So if we take a look at the beginning of this round, though, again, like when the exec actually came through, one of the things that they are missing is usually the reason that C is so difficult to hit is that you'll have nanoswarms over here, and sometimes the Viper will be playing in the spot where Bang is currently playing. So you'll also have snake bites here as well. So they don't have any of that utility. So that they still have 3 players over towards C, but it's the players with the less effective utility a bit. They still have good utility. I mean, the Paranoia, the Nade, the C's, these are all good pieces of utility, but they're not going to apply Vulnerable and destroy them like a Nanoswarm setup would have destroyed Buzz just then. And when you think back to how DRX were getting countered playing Lotus at Champions, it was because they were just running these same kind of C execs and getting melted by Killjoy Vipers. Normally when you're going to play these kind of agents over towards C, you're trying to play a bit more aggressive, which to their credit, 100 Thieves actually did try to do this earlier in the round. It just didn't quite work and they got forced back. But, you know, a pretty decent round by both teams there, I think.
How long are you in Japan for? 9 days total. Kimchi, then with 22 months.
And hit you, only a couple narrow chokes as escape points to get out of.
So there's a Viper v Viper battle happening over towards A right now. Nature threw a snakebite at the start of the round, and if he saw this utility going up, he probably would have spammed into it. If Flashback egos the snakebite, he's going to be vulnerable, higher chance of dying. So DRX wait a little bit, and then Flashback pops his utility, starts getting across. Flashback also has the wall here that stops Nature from jump peeking.
Chat saying your stream has better quality than the main stream. Probably that thing we did.
Totally respected, totally get it. But DRX able to take advantage of that. Now trying to spread the map a little bit here.
Tell the folks around. My stream's got better quality.
Tweet it out. Let's go. Go drop it in the chat.
Yeah. Let every stream know.
Mainstream. Just be like, stay here for.
Okay. Sorry, I got distracted there because the person that's on Timmy's stream is saying it's probably that thing we did. Dude, there's a conspiracy theory happening here. They're talking about why Timmy's stream is better quality than the main broadcast. And they're like, you know, it's probably that thing we did. What did you do? What did you do? Did you swap the cables? What? How did you end up with better quality than the main broadcast? Has Timmy secretly sabotaged the broadcast?
I don't know. I mean, our quality is actually fucking insane.
Yeah, it's great. It looks amazing.
Like, I feel like I'm actually I'm like live in the server.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's rough for Bang.
Alright, 2v1. Here we go.
This was the first time that DRX have actually tried to go A. Sorry, if we roll back to genuinely thinking about the game, this is the first time that we've seen DRX attempt an A hit. And Nature just swung with the Prowler. And then Bang broke the door and they crunched these players as they were trying to execute. So very chaotic, but they did find a nice timing there. And that was just based off the door opening.
Yeah, for real. Alright, 2v1. Here we go.
He do got it.
That was a bit of a different setup though, because they had the turret over towards C that round.
Why does he have a stinger? They just won the round.
Because it was an expensive round. They died.
Cryo taking a lot of damage there.
Low money, and honestly, I think it's probably because
100 Thieves are trying to be aggressive on defense on this map in a way that they weren't really able to do on the others.
It's a strategy.
Nice try by Asuna. He still manages to get a kill out of it, and he only had a stinger in this round. So 100 Thieves, it's 35 seconds into the round, and 100 Thieves have fought for C mound control and maintained it because Bang is currently there. Then they've re-cleared B, which was an area where Cryo took contact earlier on. So they've been extremely active in the first 35 seconds. None of the Killjoy utility's been broken, so they still maintain info towards A and any B pushes that might come through later on. So this looks really competent from 100 Thieves so far.
He's gonna use an ult. He's gonna die almost like right after. Give him a stinger. Not available.
Bang is getting info. He knows that there's still at least one player A. As soon as Bang takes contact here, they're going to rotate people over to him.
I'm telling you, I hate this angle. Anyone who plays this angle, like, I just swear, they always get dinged. They always get dinged.
I'm not sure why Bang gave up jiggle peeking that at least, or jump peeking it or something. I don't really understand. I mean, maybe it's because the time is running low and he thinks that it's got to be a B hit because he hasn't seen anybody. But the thing is, the B hit is being covered by this turret. And wherever Bang, like, I guess Bang's just trying to, get a read on where they are. Bang's just got to read that they're going B because he hasn't seen anybody. He's going to try and paranoia when they come through so that they don't have to play full retake. But unfortunately, he's now going to have to play full retake C.
It's very rare, I feel like, they get a kill.
Bang's gonna feel real shit about that. Maybe he dropped off site because they had Razor, but I don't think that was the reason. Because otherwise he could have just jiggle peeked C and then fallen off site anyway. Yeah, it could have just been a call to hard retake C. Anyway, here it comes. They have Haunt, they have Paranoia, so you want to be comboing them together. They Paranoia'd very close positions, so they just need to swing to clear out water. Nature decided to run forwards while the rest of his team was Paranoia'd. Oh, and Stacks. Oh, well done. All right. Yeah, 100 Thieves with some decent coordination there. I think the push from Nature was ill-advised, but otherwise, Haunt, Paranoia cleared the close angles. All three got inside the smoke, pushed out nicely together, traded each other, got back into the smoke when they ended up getting Paranoia'd. Like, the coordination there seemed pretty decent.
Chat's the smartest thing
a little bit more value. They've gotten some decent picks, some decent early trades. But in the
normally
long
people
run,
get more attack rounds.
A little bit more tenacious.
Coop. Right. Coop.
Not many players, as we were pointing out in the last round, able to really bank up any cash because these have incredibly bloody rounds on both sides.
Can you tell that Nature only had 2 weeks prac with them beforehand?
My man's got a big
Yes. Yeah.
Came all this way to have McDonald's.
The fact that he got one there was pretty good.
They got two.
Oh, he got one.
He got one.
Yeah. He's only to 3 or 4 people.
They're so good today.
All of this VOD review of 100 Thieves might end up being completely useless because hopefully they're getting boosted in. Wow. 100 Thieves seem very happy to try and fight teams as they're getting into A. The RX are getting shredded by this. The RX are also really struggling with, like, in this round, the defenders have C mount control. Yeah? So Bang is just staying here, and the other two rotate. And now they know that DRX are going to be leaning over towards A or B. So they have more players freed up because they only now need one defending C. So now you go forwards at like 20 seconds or something. Oh, not even 20 seconds. 10 seconds. This Fade was playing C at the start of the round. Now the Fade is ready to help A. So they're playing a 1-2-2 instead of a 3-1-1. Just because Bang is on the line at C. If they force Bang away from that line, I think that that's what Lotus attack side comes down to. Lotus attack side is all about pushing people away from advanced positions. That's why Fnatic's slow-paced approach to this map works so well. If you make sure that there's nobody from the defenders pushed forwards on this angle or this angle or this angle, but I mean that doesn't happen very often. But mostly these two angles. If you make sure that neither of these things are happening, the attackers have so much space, and the defenders are not going to get there in time to be able to defend properly. But yeah, 100 Thieves are clearly planning to just swing stairs, and DRX are not smoking it.
This is just real. I mean,
Tack
time to
wall
start.
hack.
So, you know,
Who's punching, bro?
Come on, Mr. Twitch player. Ego round for DRX. We're not expecting anything crazy to happen here. Strange that Flashback hasn't used his wall that he used on the pistol round at all, apart from round 1. I don't know why you would want to use it on pistol, but not any other time.
Use code Shroud at checkout.
You do. You get 5% additional off.
I thought it was free shipping.
Don't tell him I said. Is it free shipping?
I thought it was free shipping.
I mean, I don't think that it looks like the best wall in the world, but if he's going to use it one round, why not use it more often?
You're the one who made the deal. You negotiated the deal.
Shit. That's not okay. Foxy. Not in a good spot.
A little bit of covering fire trying to be offered up here by Mako, but it's just a sheriff, and now there's a smoke in the way, and Mako is actually going to be the one getting taken down. EU.
Dude, I like 100 Thieves playing very confident. Just team game. Just getting
Flashback repositions the Viper utility.
Mako trying to come over and help Foxy 9 out, but just not ever over-aggressing on that angle. Asuna so well positioned there with his
oh my god. Huge.
Big paranoia through.
Oh, they needed more than one.
Look how aggressive 100 Thieves are being. It is definitely catching DRX off guard.
Knew where this guy was.
They're not ready for it. Every time. Oh, fucking hell. Every time DRX are trying to get towards A, 100 Thieves have already gathered info on C and B. They're ready to meet them, and they fight them. They don't play retake. They're playing to deny the plant on A.
10's good shape. 10 is...
There are so many ults for DRX to play with here.
Loses this round, they lose this map.
I mean, you should just be able to get a guaranteed post plant off Foxy9's ult.
Wow, they only have Fade ult on the other side.
I have to keep reminding myself that DRX won this map. Because they don't look like they have an answer currently.
I was going to suggest they call in Timmy.
They can't call me over. I'm on the 100T side this side.
Oh, that's right. This you really can't play.
Like, I could be rooting for Korea, you know, but like, yeah.
So they're going to take A control, split into B. Wow. I mean, bang and... What are they going for there? They're trying to... They have 3 players B, so they're trying to fight them on B with the Fade ult. Yeah, but it's so difficult to push from where Bang is pushing from. If you open that C door, because you can get swung from... You can get swung from here, you can get swung from here, and you can get swung from here. It's so difficult to walk through here and try and fight the players on site. It's kind of cool to open the door and then just try to take, like, fights on them as they're pushing in. Because you might be able to get a free kill and then back off. But actually trying to push rather than just trying to look through there is really tough. And then Asuna died instantly as well. And we didn't really see how that happened, but... Yeah, they got rinsed. Possibly it would have been better for EU to ult that and then haunt, and they go with the haunt rather than going with the ult, but I don't know. I think playing full retake in that situation might have been a bit better with these two guys as well. But they had a plan to flood, and they went for it. They just got slapped.
It's a round that they should win, realistically, even though they didn't spend any ults.
The point that Timmy's making there is important too. Foxy9 didn't even have to use his lockdown. So now DRX should have another big round that they can win.
They're forced to pop the KJ ult.
No saving.
Alright, so we're going to skip this one forwards because they're saving. And we'll see what DRX tried to do with the lockdown.
He was walking around here earlier.
Oops.
IRL live that Jason was telling us about.
So 100 Thieves are still keeping Viper Killjoy on A. Snakebite used. Nature. Oh my god. Nature was just trying to walk forwards there. To be fair to him, DRX have not really been playing super aggressive over on the A side like this very often. Buzz was able to spot him way earlier because he double blast packed across. So this looks like they're going to go for the lockdown on A. Shadowtail24, thank you for the 10 months.
Did you ever finish Elden Ring?
No, I didn't. I never defeated the Elden Beast. I just couldn't be bothered. There was something about that boss that just didn't appeal to me as a final boss of the game. And you know what? I'm alright with that. Maybe I'll replay it at some other time, but I don't have an itch to just say that I've completed the game. So in the previous rounds, right, DRX have been fought right now, like as they're trying to get into the site. They have people swinging them from Breakable Door, and they have people swinging them from stairs. And 100 Thieves are not going for that this time. The stairs is smoked off, which is something that for whatever reason DRX were fucking up previously. And they also don't have, 100 Thieves don't have anybody playing Breakable Door. And I'm not sure why 100 Thieves have changed up what was working. I guess EU is still fighting here once the Viper Orb goes down. He just gets traded and Nature dies on site. So yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves still trying to do some of what was working for them. But DRX have adjusted to it, and still Foxy9 has not used his lockdown. How close to the end is Melania? Actually, Melania is an optional boss. Melania is pretty close to the end, even, you know, the earliest that you can do her, but she's not part of the story progression. I did Melania, though. Melania was a lot of fun. Also incredibly tilting, but a lot of fun.
Oh my god, wait. He actually could have killed that guy.
Couldn't be bothered or just couldn't? I didn't even try it that much, to be honest. It did seem a little difficult, but it's not like I tried it 100 times and then just gave up. I think I only tried it like, I'm not sure. I probably played against Radagon 10 times, and I probably played against Elden Beast 2 or 3. And then I was just like, fuck it. I can't be bothered with this.
They didn't tell you? Half of the prize pool is coming from you. We agreed.
Plan and prep around him. I mean, you got the showstopper, you got the lockdown, you've got the Viper's Pit, you got everything. Just about.
When did that even happen? I don't know. At the end of me playing Elden Ring?
Get to the point where I'm giving away Timmy's money. It's okay. It's going straight.
I can't remember exactly when that was.
It's like collusion.
It was a while back though. Beginning of this year. Oh, yeah, beginning of this year. Yeah. Yeah, DRX are now just doing a much better job at breaking 100 Thieves playing aggro. Holy shit, that reaction time. Nicely played by both teams, I think, in this round. And DRX are using the pit to try and win this 2v3. I feel like Cryo can just walk into the pit. Oh, wow. The flash peek to punish Bang. Cryo is just going to walk into the ult. I like this play from Cryo. But he doesn't find it. It would have been nicer if Nature was spamming and using utility in to distract. As Cryo took the timing, it wasn't really timed with anything that 100 Thieves was doing. Ooh, flashback is outside the pit. Ooh, Nature doesn't. Oh, Nature doesn't know. Nice.
Good round.
Scar's logo looking overly familiar. Oh yeah, I've forgotten to change the title again, haven't I? There you go. Hello. That didn't actually work. There we go. Thank you, Nightbot, for paying attention to me. So 100 Thieves are playing aggro at the beginning of this round to get Bang posted over towards A. Foxy9 still has not used his ultimate. Like, I feel like just throw the Foxy9 ult down to win this round and break 100 Thieves' economy, and you're going to get a 6-6 half. But flashback gets caught. Here they come. Okay, finally they're going to use lockdown.
Pushed all the way through A main into A lobby, so they know that's clear. They know where this is going, and they're shifting their weight. Yeah, the lockdown might be able to buy a little bit of space, and with the TP, exactly. All 5 players are basically going to be here. Rocket up.
Oh my god. Wow, they're trying to play super aggressive, and 3 players got detained. Oh my god. So they tried to go for a play there where Asuna raise ults the people coming into the site and then banks a nade off the side to break the lockdown. And they committed to it, but they got the timing wrong. Probably by about a second, maybe 2 seconds too late. And they got 3 players detained. Damn.
Bro, 6-1.
Nice idea from 100 Thieves, but too late. It wasn't timing. I think it was. I think the nade would have caught. It was just it didn't go for it.
They're shifting their weight. Yeah, the lockdown might be able to buy a little bit of space, and with this TP, exactly.
All 5 players are basically.
I mean, it's a fucking wild play to go for.
No, that's a lot of stuff.
But yeah, I think that would have broken it. He was going to ult the KJ ult and then chose not to. I don't think there's any way you can ult that KJ ult, though. Right? Like, there's no way that the enemy is not going to kill you if you just try to ult that.
Bro, 6-1. What's happening?
We lost.
Unbelievable. I thought 100 Thieves had a really
So you would want him to go for the nade on the ult first? I'm not sure you can, because I don't think you can get close enough. Because the attackers control all of this area. Can you even, as Asuna, get close enough to nade without popping your ult? Like, when you pop the showstopper, these guys start backing off, right? So isn't the point of that gives you the space to be able to throw the nade? I don't know whether he would have been able to throw it earlier on, because I think he would have just died. You can nade from pillar? Really? Yeah, I suppose you could. I suppose you don't need to be that close.
No, that's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Bro, 6-1.
Yeah. I don't mind that they cooked something crazy up, though. They know that if they lose that round, they're fucked. I mean, they knew that they had to win that round.
Just around the corner. Had they done that, that triple detain does not come through. In with a panic, not distracted. He got panicked as soon as he
But yeah, there's probably better plans that they can go for there, huh? I mean, this should just be chalked now, 6-6 half. Nade it first while you run into sight. Yeah. I really don't see nades breaking that lockdown very often, though. I don't know why. If it's as easy as you guys are talking about. I mean, I have never gone over the angles in a custom or anything, so I don't really know. But if it's that easy, you'd think that more teams would do it. But you very rarely see it getting broken. Razors use their nade A lobby a lot. Yeah, I suppose it's kind of uncommon for you to still have the nade at that point. Yeah. But at the same time, couldn't you just build a protocol where you don't nade A whenever the opponents have lockdown up? Because in theory, if you try to play aggro C on rounds like that, and then you might be able to wrap around B and get bounce nades into that corner as well.
Sometimes DRX maybe can't quite always come up with something that creative necessarily. So this is good. This is the stuff that you want to see if you're a DRX.
How often is the Raze playing C? Well, every time the Killjoy is holding A, the Raze is going to be starting C, I think. But that's not all the time, of course, but maybe like a third of the time the Raze is going to be starting the round C. Depends how your team plays, doesn't it? But some amount of the time. Maybe a quarter.
Bang's playing well this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. DRX looked like they took a while to figure out what was going on with 100 Thieves, but they adjusted quite nicely.
DRX took that timeout and kind of got their heads underneath them. I mean, they started playing some really good Valorant here. Great paint shells.
Did they take a timeout? Is that what it was? Because I don't think DRX took a single timeout in their group stage games, did they? Is this genuinely another situation where DRX can't come up with the answer until they take a timeout? Termi trying to break them of the habit, and they still need a timeout to figure out what's going wrong. Interesting. Because, yeah, there was a very clear difference between how they played.
EU try to gain a little bit of space and try to contest some of this.
You don't know anything about that at all?
Nature.
Come sit in for 2 minutes.
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's just, you know.
Off of the haunt from EU. Try to gain a little bit of space, and Asuna's going to use that to take the orb. So, again, a good start here for 100 Thieves, I think. You're kind of being patient. You're getting what you need done.
The Kappa guy.
This is a wall that a lot of the Americas teams have been running, and I haven't really seen other people going for it, but this B lurk wall is pretty decent, especially if you think that their Killjoy likes to set up turrets that are going to be behind this line. Something that Flashback could have gone for, considering that Cryo was putting his turret inside breakable door a lot.
Who do you think he's going to win? Just based off watching.
It's got to be 100 Thieves, right? They just, even though it's really an overpass,
So more of a standard defensive setup here for DRX, where you have your Killjoy and your Viper over towards C.
They had a roster change. It's really hard for them to pick up back from that so soon, but I mean, I like the action I've seen.
There's that smoke that I always mention every time it's used.
From watching,
lets people lurk into sites, puts quite a bit of pressure on them, blocks off turret contact.
Okay, but I believe in the 100 Thieves boys to figure it out. Like, I feel like they need some time to kind of...
Oh, nice flash there from Stax as well. Stax threw his Sky Flash into C after this door had been opened to see whether it was going to be a C repop or a B hit. And this flash popped here, didn't see anything in Mound, so now he knows that it's much more likely to be a B hit than a C re-hit. So one of these players at least can start rotating over. I mean, ideally, I actually think both of them can, because you have 35 seconds and you didn't see anything out here. That might be a bit risky. Maybe they'll only rotate one, but I think you could rotate both.
Kind of like download what's going on, you know, and the strategies. And
yeah, they're going to rotate both.
In a BO1, I don't think they do really good.
Nicely done from Buzz. Good.
I feel like they need some time to kind of like download what's going on, you know, and the strategies.
Good nade there. Yeah, really nice nade. The nade just stops everybody else from being able to get into the site. Now, why is Asuna vulnerable? Did he just tank the alarm bot? They didn't break it.
I don't think they do really good.
Huh.
But in like BO3s,
God, and then Buzz just pops off and they can flood defend because they're there in time. I mean, the flash from Stax allows them to all be there, ready to flood defend. The fact that they didn't break the alarm bot and the nade from Buzz is lovely too. They completely crushed that hit. The alarm bot was definitely behind the Viper wall, yeah, but most teams are going to be looking for that before they go for a B hit because it's such a standard setup.
What is something that you recommend we have to do? Maybe, yeah.
Nature gets core. Foxy9 kills 2 in C.
Okay. Yeah, or Kujira. That's a lower key version.
Okay.
It's like kind of like a cabaret.
Let's try back round. This is a lot of rounds in a row now for DRX. 100 Thieves trying to fight Rubble by having Asuna double blast pack on top of Rubble. If he dies there, I guess it's comboed with... Wait, what is it? There's a flash there. Yeah, okay, there's a haunt. This is the kind of play, Asuna double blast packing up here, that I think it makes sense if you have a Sky, because you're going to flash around this corner and people are going to be blind that Asuna's jumping into. But they're playing with a fade, so the haunt is on top of this building up here. And so if you think about if the defenders were actually trying to fight this, yeah, they'd all be marked, they'd all be lit up, they'd be like recon darted, but they'd also just be looking at Asuna. And these players aren't really ready to trade. It's not like you have a high-low setup. I know it doesn't look troll at the moment because 100 Thieves have just taken control of the area so easily. But if the defenders ever decide to fight this, who gets the kills for 100 Thieves? Like, Asana's not favored, even though there's a Haunt. Bang is about to Paranoia and then swing. And then Bang is going to be favored at that point. But Asana's already probably going to be dead. And Nature's been naded out. Nature might be able to jump onto this in the future more quickly and fight aggressively, but I just don't. I think this has holes in it. We'll see if DRX ever decide to fight aggressive over this.
Pretty nice hotel for a view, right? Yeah, I don't want to leak it, you know, but yeah.
Asuna almost getting spammed there. Buzz going for the spam kill onto Asuna, who was picking up the orb. Asuna's now 2 away. This Viper Wall's going to drop soon. Okay, so the defensive Viper Wall drops and Mako refreshes it with a one-way. So look, the Viper Wall is currently on cooldown, which is why 100 Thieves are trying to open the door again. But Mako's done a great job of putting a one-way smoke on top of this, so they've always got this door smoked off so the Buzz can hold it.
Do you speak full Japanese? I get by. I see.
Paranoia as well from Mako pushes them into the B hit.
Yeah. Yeah, my very first time.
So this was good defensive A, but also now they just have to play retake B.
We came here 2 days ago, and all we've done so far.
Buzz might get killed trying to cross here. Buzz and Stacks.
Typical, like, Exando and like all that stuff. And then after, I guess, like the event, we're gonna go do like Shibuya and like go all like the shopping area.
God, Japan is so good. Tokyo is so good. Hearing Timmy talk about it just reminds me of how much I loved Masters Tokyo. It was my second favorite event after Masters Copenhagen. God, it's such a good city. So they nade and push across. This time Asuna's got his ult, so Asuna decided not to... Wait, Asuna did double blast pack. Wait, what's he up to here? Okay, Asuna used one blast pack there, and then he cancelled. So maybe Asuna only double blast packs if he doesn't see the defenders fighting this aggressively. Because Asuna used a blast pack at the beginning, and I thought he was headed up here, like he did in the previous round. But he actually cancelled the second blast pack, and has just put it down at his feet, ready to use the showstopper. Yeah. So if there's heavy defensive utility being used, and DRX are actually fighting over this area, Asuna's just going to cancel, which makes sense because that's what I was talking about. Asuna just looked like he was hanging himself out to dry. Didn't like champs in LA? I mean, the event was fantastic. LA itself is... It has good food. Bang kills Buzz. Showstopper used, but that's not a problem. They got the kill out of it that they wanted.
You can do gold guy. It's pretty touristy though. Yeah, it's worth at least look for it.
That is code for you were there, I can tell. Well, I was talking more about the place, not the people.
No, you're all good. It's all good.
Ooh, they all just swing into Stacks' bullets.
Not good. Not
brutal,
good
brutal.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it.
Wow, brutal.
We have an otter cafe. Do they have that here?
Alright, so DRX fight over this area again. 100 Thieves are going to back off. They have bad weaponry, but they're going to go into a C hit here. Presumably, Flashback is going to drop back into an anchor position.
Alright, it was really nice to meet you. Enjoy, guys. Thank you so much.
Alright, so Flashback's going to drop back. He's going to snakebite here as well, I assume. He's worried. He wants to get to water, but he's worried about them holding the angle. Snakebite here would be good. Yeah, Snakebite and Nanoswarm used. So that stopped the C push from happening. So 100 Thieves just don't control any of the map right now. Now they're going to try and pivot into B.
He said, oh, he was trolling. He says he can buy it, but he could actually really, he just knows how to speak Japanese.
Yeah. He's probably like super fluent, you know.
They go back over to A. They have utility to try to clear them out of here. I mean, the lineup from Nature's pretty good. Bang gets a kill on Mako, I think, just through the smoke.
In the meantime, 100 Thieves has lost only 1 million rounds in a row.
Good trade by Nature.
He gets by better than most, but we still Pepe laugh even if he speaks well, I say. Gotcha.
I mean, very aggressive position for Flashback to be playing right now against the Eco. Oh my god, Bang is so weak. Well, the synergy with 100 Thieves when they have stingers looks better than when they have rifles. I think it's because they can be more mobile.
Oh my god, that could have been so bad.
Yeah, that ended up being quite a good round for 100 Thieves. They ran A, ran B. Sorry, they ran A, ran C, ran B, ran A again, and then ended up planting B. They went all around the map. FNS was on stream saying Arsenal and Cryo are the problem. He said they're overrated. I think he's right. I mean, I don't think that they're the problem, but I do think that they're overrated. I think a lot of people still rate Asner as being a superstar player, which he isn't anymore. And I think also that a lot of people still rate Cryo as being an extraordinary player when he has major, major problems with his game. He's only really competent on defense side. He doesn't take particularly aggressive angles on defense either. He's a very passive player, and he doesn't have very much flexibility. I was hoping that all of those things were going to be solved with his time on 100 Thieves, but they just got worse, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I mean, I do think that the general consensus around that both of those people are very high. But, yeah, it's... They need Boostio to help them a lot.
Just pack our bags and let's go home.
Cryo said Chamber players were going to get exposed after the nerf. I mean, he was right.
Yes. Yes.
Flashback wanting to slow up any approach here into the site before he makes his exit. Sends out that last minute snake bite.
Hey, hop in.
So Flashback gets detained there, but he does trade out quite a bit of damage onto Asna. Wow, Foxy9 gets back into sight. Look at this smoke. Wait, hello, why isn't my game... Hello, why isn't the VOD pausing? The fuck? Why isn't my spacebar working? K is working, but the spacebar isn't. What? Dude, Twitch is so fucked. I press space, and it will play, but it won't pause. I have to press K to pause. What is wrong with Twitch? So Mako uses 2 smokes here. One at the choke point, and one right there, that smoke that just popped. And that allows, with the dog, Foxy9 to run back into the site. Look at this. He can just run back in because all of those players are smoked over towards water. Which is wild. I've never seen a team do this. Foxy dies, and the rest of the team didn't follow him for some reason. I don't know why. If you were planning to flood defend that, I don't know why people didn't follow Foxy9.
Oh no.
Oh my god, flashback killed 2.
Oh, wait.
Bang has ult.
Oh my god.
Ult's over to A. I'm going to skip 20 seconds here. What? Bang's going for the wraparound. He's gone to the comm school of always be flanking.
It is some good timing right here. Not good. Not good.
Oh no.
I mean, Bang can't even get to this in time.
The hold is coming through, and he's just gonna stick it. He tries to make his exit, and he will. Gets out.
Wow. I mean, that's a bonkers round from beginning to end. Beginning to end, that is a bonkers round. Do you think Asna's a better duelist than Flex? I feel like he hasn't been able to be that high level Flex, but his Jet was pretty good and his Raze is really good. I don't know. I don't also think that Asna's... I don't think Asna's Raze is world class anymore. As in, like, he's one of the best players in the world, but it's very good. I think his Jet is quite a bit behind the other Jets at this point because he just hasn't played it in so long. Maybe he could get his Jet up to scratch, but I don't know that. I really don't know. And yeah, there have been other Flex players that have gotten a lot more value by playing supportive Flex stuff. He's a good player. He's a very good player. And I've been told that his comms are also fantastic. I didn't listen to a ton of 100 Thieves comms last year, but Asna's comms are apparently very good. But yeah, he's another one of those players that's just kind of like, I don't know, where would you put him? Just like a good player. He's a good player. But he's not an elite world-class player, I don't think. He's good to very good.
Not good. Not looking good.
Oh, we've got Oxy and Zappa on the broadcast now. Redux is really good for an Asuna replacement. That wouldn't really make any sense.
Hear the crowd? I turn around because I'm getting knife or flank or spamming the smoke.
He's like Tens. Don't know where to put him. I think he's a better player than Tens with less skill than Tens. But he's also... Tens has got more potential if he really learns how to play a role really well.
Everything is shaking. Yeah, but you definitely don't like really hear a lot because your game volume is so loud in that game. Because there is no audio in that game. You need to have it on blasting.
The Tens fans will be on you soon. I mean, surely the Tens fans are already on me, no?
Oh yeah.
I would say, I think it's not the Skyscraper, but
ATV is really fast, so it's better than Fade on this map. I would see that too. I don't like the Fade pick.
But it's like it's a two initiative people play.
I'm just trying to listen to what Oxy and Zephyr are saying, but they only have one mic between them, so
I was like, why is Cryo on kill?
It doesn't really work.
I think he just has to get used to it.
Nismo suffers from not having a very meta agent pool. Nismo's a phenomenal player. He just needs to build out more of a true Flex agent pool, and he'll be a dead lock for tier 1. I mean, he probably should be in tier 1 already. It's just his agent pool is weird. You kind of have to like build a team around Nismo. You mean he just needs to play Sky? Basically, yeah.
He's done this so many times.
Buzz finds Asuna. It's a jump away. Cryo falling. And it's all on EU, and he just doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the spike. He's got to sit back. They don't have the cash.
And I could probably say Nate's not too happy
right now. Somebody down, try to get
if Cracks can KO one trick, he'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, that's what... But if you have to build the entire like team around one player, it's normally not worth it, is it?
It's okay. It's not Joker yet. Anything...
I think they just kind of overthink this one a little bit, those 100 Thieves. They've actually, once they've got Mako down, they've only got one more player.
These, yeah, these just... I don't know. I don't really know what's going on. It feels like 100 Thieves should have just hit the site once they killed Mako, but then they tried to pivot B, lost the spike. It's just game over as soon as they didn't kill Stacks. I will say, though, when you go back to when they were actually, like, fighting Stacks here, they don't use any utility to try to get into this area, right? So they're over here. They try and make the pivot into B right here. You need util to get through against the breakable door player right now. So you need a flash, you need a prowler, you need a something. So they could tell EU to come over and use the Cs. They could, I mean, they've basically used everything else. They could try to use a snake bite or something and take it more slowly. But they just ran in and they're on top of each other and they die. So yeah, this is another situation potentially where like the Astra might be more useful, because you can stun this or pull this or something to try to get through. But yeah, they only have 20 seconds and they're rushing things, and they have Cryo in a lurk spot all the way over towards C not being useful, and EU's already committed into tree, which is like they need to slow down here, Nature and Bang, but they only have 20 seconds, so they feel the pressure. And that's if they want to pivot B. If they just want to hit A, they could have just hit A. But yeah, it's looking pretty rough.
Maybe they think there's another player indoors. I don't know. Flash here gonna confirm some presence outside of B main. Stacks all alone with that alarm bot. There's a little bit of extra help. Now they're gonna start shifting weight over. Here we go.
It's unfortunate too, because 100 Thieves really looked like they had something going on this map. Their defense side looked aggressive enough. Wow. I mean, that's just... They're just falling to pieces now. They're absolutely falling to pieces. It's just already over. You watch these rounds and it's just already over. The game is just done at this point.
Tournament has literally been Lotus, like Ascent, and like Haven, pretty much. It's literally those three. So it's obviously because they're banning the other maps.
I saw a naked man in class today.
So like,
were you doing life drawing? Because otherwise, that's probably a bad thing. Or maybe you're doing like anatomy or something.
You know what I mean? Like, shouldn't you practice super heavy on this map? So this is like a super strong map.
How are 100 Thieves losing to 2 subs? Well, I think from what I've seen of the off-season tournaments, DRX have actually practiced more with these 2 subs recently than 100 Thieves have with their current team. And 100 Thieves currently are playing with a new IGL as well, rather than just a Viper player is a little easier to integrate into a team if just all they play is Viper on every map. I guess Flashback did play Killjoy, I think, on one map. Can't even remember what it was.
Be good at all maps,
but yeah, 100 Thieves, you gotta take their performances with a grain of salt, because they're playing with 2 new players, don't have very much practice. Nature's just a stand-in anyway until they can get Boostio. But it doesn't look good, guys. It doesn't look good. People calling them 2 subs, but this has been the main roster for like a month. Yeah, they have been. DRX have been playing with these guys for, yeah, a month. Did Nitro IGL before? He has done it in the past, but I don't think he's done it. I could be wrong about this. I haven't followed his career super closely, but he has IGL'd, I remember that. But I don't think he's done a lot of it, and I don't think he did it very recently.
And that's why, like, most of the times, like, BO3s are really good, because, like, it's always, like, they win their map pick, you win their map pick, and then it's, like, their map is, like, always a good one because it's the decider.
Alright, so they're going to try and retake control over towards A. I mean, Buzz is just sat inside of that What are they up to? There's no way that Buzz is getting... He just sat in the snake bite. There's no way he just sat in the snake bite to get a 4K to win the game. What the fuck? Dude, Buzz is crazy. Buzz is absolutely crazy. What is that? What is that? That isn't even 100 Thieves' fault. Like, 100 Thieves throw the snakebite lineup so that someone can't be playing in that position. They kill Marco, who's trying to escape. They don't even think to clear Buzz because Buzz literally tanked, like, what was it, 70 damage or something just by sitting in the snakebite. And then he hits the most disgusting shots on them while they're trying to trade him. That's just a crazy Korean man who's decided to ruin 100 Thieves' day. Yeah, brutal. Brutal. Can we watch that again? Yeah, sure. It's a fucking filthy play.
Was there ever a team that you just felt like, damn, they're just really
Does he tank the full snakebite damage? He does. He tanks the full 126 from the snakebite. If Buzz had light armor, he would be dead. Those 2 kills are good enough. Those 2 kills are phenomenal. But then this one... And then he has ult.
Does he ult for the... Oh, he's ulting, yep.
It's just ludicrous.
Oh, Buzz is so good.
God damn.
We had this guy on KJ against us in the...
Okay, let's wind this back. I'm going to go P. Yeah, the C9 player reactions are fun to watch. So both teams are just playing the default composition here. This is 100 Thieves playing a map that's in the middle of their pool, from what we can tell, judging by the map vetoes. Imagine MCE with this roster. Wait, what do you mean? MCE with 100 Thieves? I think that would be very useful for them, but I think Zix should be able to do something decent with this 100 Thieves squad, especially if he gets Boosty on the team. Okay, so I'm just going to go and pee and grab a drink of ginger beer, and when I get back, we'll review this map. This was a pretty close game, I think. What was it, 13-10 or 13-11, something like that. But 100 Thieves lost 8 rounds in a row at the end. Yeah, it was 13-11 and they lost 8 rounds in a row. So 100 Thieves go up 11-5 and then DRX bring it back to 13-11 and 100 Thieves lost 8 attacking rounds in a row. So yeah, we've got that to look forward to. Ay, 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 ay. Evil Genius's lawsuit just dropped? What is this? Oh, from Dota 2. I thought you meant from Valorant. Like, damn, that'd be crazy. Did you see the EG merch? They misspelled Com's name and forgot Ethan. No way. Did they really? What? How do you misspell Com? Neither of those are true. Those are both incorrect. Okay, well, what's the fake news here then? What's the fake news? The designer just said it was the wrong image that got uploaded. The wrong file went on the website preview that excluded Ethan, and the font for the thingy has a line through it. But wait, so the fuck up is not that they misspelled the name and forgot about Ethan, but they did fuck up by posting a completely incorrect image to their website advertising their merchandise. Yeah. So that's still pretty bad, isn't it? What is this? This is Com's tweet about it. Com's dad's tweet. Wait, that font really is. Oh, I think it's just because it's been blown up, actually. Maybe the font doesn't look as bad in person, but yeah, that does look like CBM. But yeah, I see what you mean. It's a 0 with the O through the middle. Yeah, yeah. That is weird, though. Why would they make a mock-up without Ethan's name on it? Amusing. Yeah. I feel for the people who are working at EG, but the actual organization itself, like, anytime that an org is in free fall like this, like it seems like EG are from everything that's going on, the people who are actually just trying to do their job at the organization just get so little assistance and so much extra work to do. I feel for them. I was reading an article recently, I think it was the Esports Advocate, talking about the skeleton crew that EG had and how much crunch they were under and stuff to just pick up other people's tasks because it was a round of layoffs. Who's next up for the partner slot? I mean, I don't even know how bad it would have to get before Riot considered making an adjustment. Would they have to go completely out of business, or maybe? I mean, obviously, there's going to be things in the TPA that are like make or break for it, but I don't know what kind of things would be in there. Yeah. Rough times. But we are in an esports winter kind of situation where a lot of organizations are under a squeeze, and it's gonna create some orgs going under. I feel like that's absolutely inevitable. It's going to happen. In fact, it already is happening, but we'll see it in Valorant as well. It's just a question of who. I think a lot of the orgs are doing things really well. I talked about Loud and Karmiko. I have a video on my YouTube about how I like the way that they're approaching things. But certainly EG do not look like they're in the strongest position to survive a downturn like this. Okay. I'm going to watch the VOD. You guys can keep discussing the EG designer if you like. Retrograde's desperately trying to fight a campaign of misinformation that's flowing into the chat, doing God's work. But I'm going to focus on this because I've got to finish this tonight.
Like that's why I feel like Asuna, like he just like he's so good at entering. Like he just flicks around like crazy and he gets it. Alright, here we go. Oh shit. Your pistol was good today.
A delayed, like a delayed tiles crunch kind of idea there from 100 Thieves, just controlling mid before they go for it. And they catch the lurker. Now, I'm just going to pause here and say, Flashback is playing Killjoy on this map. And I was really bothered by how much he was lurking in some of the previous games. It wasn't that bad on Lotus, actually. But one of my biggest criticisms of watching Flashback has just been he literally lurks almost every round on the attack side. When you're playing Killjoy on this map, it's so tempting to just be the perma lurker. So that's just something we're going to keep our eyes on that, okay?
Okay, Foxy has a flash. Does he flash for his teammates and a main or hold it for himself?
0 point goes
Flashes
down.
A main. He definitely flashes A main.
Push up into the smoke. Does take a shot. Right click over. Able to find one. Straight forward to make a connection. He's knocked down the 24 HP. Not much more with finish off. Takes a good swing out of the smoke and then gets found. Baco in the meantime taken down. Foxy 9 getting shot at from behind. Buzz in hell with that frenzy. The last one standing in a 1v2. Hold in onto that spike. Looking for the deep view.
Okay. 100 Thieves managing to get through. This smoke in A main actually hurts them. So Mako's smoke here, normally Mako's smokes are really good, but this smoke doesn't actually, he kind of misses it. This smoke doesn't allow Stacks to get out. Also weird seeing Stacks play the Sova actually. Usually. Wait, am I going crazy? Am I going nuts, chap? Is Stacks usually on the Sova? I don't think he is he? Usually Stacks is playing the KO. Yeah, it's either Zest or RB, right? Okay. I thought for a moment there that I had just made that up. Yeah, so this smoke doesn't actually allow Stacks to reposition. And also, it stops Foxy 9 from being able to use his flash for Stacks to swing. So, if the smoke actually bloomed properly for him to be able to get out, that would be great. And if the smoke wasn't there, Foxy 9 could try to flash here, and Stacks could try to take the fight. But because there's a smoke there, Foxy 9 can't really use the flash. And because the smoke doesn't really cover things properly, look, if he tried to get out here, he just gets seen. And so this retake through A main ends up working out really nicely, but I think it's made easier for 100 Thieves because of a bit of a mistake there from Mako missing the smoke.
He definitely flashes A main.
Push up into the smoke. Does take a shot. Right click over. Able to find one. Straight forward to make a connection. He's knocked down the 24 HP. Not much more.
Remember, they played triple initiator at one point on this map.
Foxy 9 getting shot at from behind. Buzz in hell with that frenzy. The last one standing in a 1v2. Hold in on.
Cause some.
Open the takedown the Bulldog. Asuna will be able to find one.
You didn't wait for the flash to pop. You swung before it popped either way.
Farrell has to rotate over. Grab this gun. Okay.
Okay, what's going on over here?
Well, it's because like
It's an anti-eco and it looks like it's kind of gone wrong already. Oh my god. That's not that bad from Bang, to be honest. That's just, I don't know. The DRX player's hitting every headshot with the classic.
Okay, swing the corner classics.
You didn't wait for the flash to pop. You swung before it popped.
These classics look so different in the DRX hands. Why do they keep taking Zest out? I don't know.
That's the confidence I like to see.
He must eat babies or something. They really don't want to play with him.
People are swinging with confidence. It makes me like be like, oh, they're gonna have a good match. You know what I mean? Like, I was watching. I don't want to name them out because that's a little too much to blame them. But there was somebody yesterday. I was like, dude.
Can't be Omen throwing smoke and peeking, right?
Scared.
No, actually, if you're talking about a main like this, actually the Omen can do both of those things. So you're saying that Bang can't get his gun out in time here to be able to watch the one-way, right? But if you throw this one-way, you have enough time if you swing out wide, kind of like Bang is. Like Bang's fairly wide right now. You have enough time to be able to get your gun out. Because if you stay here, then you don't have enough time. They're going to be on the angle, and you're still going to be pulling it out. But if you move as you pull your gun out, you're going to have it out while they still have their head in the smoke. And especially if you have another player with you, like almost all the time that you're fighting main like this, you're going to be fighting it with the KO as well. You're very, very, very rarely going to be fighting it on your own. So if you are swinging out wide and your other player is playing here, you should still be able to hold this. And it's actually better for the Omen to be the one swinging. It sounds counterintuitive, but the Omen is supposed to be the one swinging because it buys you time to get your gun out. Whereas the KO is better playing in this corner because it's better for them playing off their flash. They can hold the contact and, like, you know, go backwards and bait them to swing into the Omen and that kind of stuff. Also, the Omen's better in wine than the KO is. The Omen can TP out and Paranoia, which is super strong from that position, that kind of thing. In this situation, Asana's a little passive, so DRX are able to get just instantly as wide as possible. And also the other problem is that they just land all of the shots on Bang and dominate him. Also, if Bang is trying to get into wine, you can just knife out walk to wine, I think.
You didn't wait for the flash to pop. You swung before it popped either way.
When people are swinging with confidence, it makes me like be like so scared. Wait, no, if I say the team, then they because I was saying their name a lot too. But yeah,
keep some attention. But eventually, Smoke's Paranoias are there. Can make a move here as DRX, but this long flank from EU is going to get real dangerous potentially.
And like,
somewhat aware
I was just like, dude,
but
we need to focus up. Like, it is a little bit like we cannot give them that much credit.
Sometimes the crowd, the noise, you know, it's too much for people.
True.
Running the clock here, but there's no ambiguity because he is behind. He knows that.
I'm getting distracted by Timmy and Zeppa's conversation. Thankfully, there's not really too much happening.
Dart into hell to check it. Yep. Pretty clean stuff. You know Nature's up there. That's Buzz's job to make sure, but here comes that flank.
With the backfly with the spam before the door can shut. Absolutely gorgeous. Fine stacks.
God, look at the timing here from EU.
Oh, surely he would go for it. Do it. Swings onto the corner, finds one, and now Buzz.
Nice, okay. So 100 Thieves still win the round, even though that got a bit dangerous for them.
Nature, I'm thinking like Chamber.
Nature is.
Any duelist kind of fits.
Oh, fucking tech pause. Whoops, need to go back. We missed round 3 entirely and round 4.
You feel like on the side.
Okay.
And that was like the mouse.
So it's quite a weak bonus round here for 100 Thieves.
Once I swapped, I was a new man. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I thought I was crazy, but like when I swapped, that was GG. It's like the placebo that like, oh, I'm just so good on this. Why would I swap? You know what I mean? And then when you try something else, you're like, it doesn't feel as good. No, just give it some time, and then you realize that it's just like OP.
What a bizarre way of fighting B main here from Nature and EU. Super strange. I know they're playing a bonus with like sheriffs and stuff, but that is weird.
After LCQ, after we lost, I'm like, I might as well just change like a G Pro and get a new mouse pad.
Yeah.
How the fuck do they make signs like that? The fans in East Asia always have such intricate signs. So a lot of the time, live events have booths out the front that have resources for you to make your signs. I think the Overwatch arena that Apex was played out of in South Korea had a lobby before you went inside where you could make more elaborate signs. Like they had pens and probably some other things and signs and, you know, like stuff to make cool signs out of. And I think the culture in like Korea and Japan is just to provide more resources for more creative stuff. I think that might just be the difference, Robbie. Because, yeah, most people in the US would just get a white piece of paper and write, like, TSM on it or something.
New things for, like, a month. Like, don't get me wrong, I tried different mouses. Like, you know, like...
There were some really creative pieces of artwork, though.
You know, you're good. You know, you don't have to change. But, like, there are some things that, like, I tried the Razer...
I kept my sign from champs. Woman yelled at me for writing Kangkang can KK me. What does that even mean? I mean, it sounds dirty as fuck, but what the hell does that mean?
Like the Viper Tournament edition was like 8K polling rate, you know, everything about it. I was like, that's a really good mouse, but it just wasn't for me. You know what I mean? But I give it a month to try.
100 Thieves went for a flood through the smoke, and DRX were very ready for that.
On 3 players. I will say, don't switch your mouse. Get like a new G Pro.
Some damage certainly can be dealt.
You can mess
with those shock darts. That one shock dart, I should say, that he has.
Yeah, mouse is a little bit like touchy subject for sure.
I mean, look, you hit a couple crisp Guardian shots, and all of a sudden, this round is very different.
We can get rid of stacks. Okay, I was gonna say. He's
right, mouse front up, down.
Okay, so we finally have 100 Thieves with rifles.
Like, you know what I'm talking about?
But Foxy9 already has his KO ult.
Like sometimes you sit at your setup, it's the same thing every day, but it's like, I don't like it right now. Like, I gotta adjust it a little bit. Yeah, something is just weird about that.
So smart, so cagey with his movement to do his job. Yeah, he doesn't get any kills in there, but he sets up his team so nicely.
I play with armrest, so.
I'm just gonna pause here to note that usually teams are gonna play anti-KO ult setups that have like the Killjoy playing, you know, Killjoy playing here and Nanoswarm's down here, something like that. This Killjoy is pretty committed to A if it is an A push, and the setup doesn't look particularly great against an A exec. They also started the round with the operator down here, which I assume was their big play in case it was a fast A hit, was that they were going to op it. Now the op's gone to mid. These two players are in back B site already. So, we're barely into the round. And these players are just hard anchoring. If it does end up being a B hit, either a B hit or a B split, let's say they smoke off Cryo, and they get into B. Both of these guys are going to have their utility taken away, aren't they? Maybe they've got enough time to like fire over a recon dart as the ult is being used, so they still get some value out of some piece of utility. But I just don't really get... Against a KO ultimate, wouldn't you want to be trying to play aggressively to catch them before they exec on you? Like, you want to be trying to create advantages, not just try to defend without utility.
I hate when the thing is so high. Sometimes your armrest doesn't reach up all the way. So I'm like, you know what I mean?
That's like, and also like,
it looks like a very confusing setup to me.
The height of the desk. Yeah. And usually like my knuckles are like.
Cryo doesn't see anything mid, so now he's repositioned over to Cat. He's got a good read of where they are.
Yeah. It's like I just have to gamble and just like guess where I'm at. See how good.
Yeah.
But they have no B main information, and now they have no mid information either.
Be an ARM player because majority of the time you can be an ARM player anywhere, but you can't be an armrest player everywhere.
I don't think Fragment will quite do it.
I would think ARM is more consistent. I think it's a lot easier to control.
Could smoke it off here, or the paranoia maybe.
Cryo gets one. Here comes the KO ult. Foxy9's going to try and push them up in heaven. This is the spike. This is the spike going up to heaven. Cryo's just anchoring on his own. God, this is weird from DRX as well. Wow. Nuts round from Cryo. I'm very confused as to what happened there and how Cryo was given so much space to be able to get 3 kills. But yeah, that's a very bizarre one. That is a bizarre one. Maybe their idea, DRX, is that pathing like this is better with the KO ultimate because it is going to turn off a Killjoy that's playing off site somewhere. But also to send the spike in that direction, even on a KO who's only going to get knocked, is a massive risk. And that seemed like a really bizarre call.
A good round. No, it's when you do
yeah, really strange to go with the spike.
You get 4 kills and you lose the bound. Guys, I can't. Like you're just like annoyed by them.
Great effort from Cryo, who looks so good on the jet.
I don't think I ever.
Is your posture just garb right now, or did you have a massive weight loss? You look so much smaller than a few days back. Nobody loses weight in a few days. What could I have even been doing? I actually had surgery. I think it's just that my posture's garbage. I'm kind of tucking my hands in instead of spreading them out. You see what I mean? I think it's just an optical illusion. I don't think I'm looking kind of swollen. I don't think that you of all people who just has to look in a mirror in order to understand swole cannot be sending that to me. You can lose kilos in a day if you go full dehydration. I live my life on full dehydration. If I ever drink a drop of water, I'm going to inflate like the Michelin Man.
Never? No.
I'm going to look like that guy out of Big Hero 6.
I've only had that once, where I was genuinely just angry at my teammate for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You drink alcohol? Yeah, commonly known as a dehydrator.
Do it.
Okay, sorry. You distracted me with that comment, and I didn't pay attention to the round. So even though it's an eco for DRX, let's just have a look.
I don't think I ever had.
Never?
No.
So they close knife, which is going to turn off a lot of the utility from like a Sova that's close, or maybe even the Killjoy. Killjoy is not normally going to be holding this close, though. Normally the Killjoy is going to be holding stairs or something. But in this situation, it does turn off Nature. Nature still pops a Nanoswarm, which is really good reaction times from him. I think KO flash, but I didn't actually see it. But I'm going to assume that Foxy9 KO flash there as they updraft dash into the site. Oh, there's the KO flash. Yeah, perfectly done there from Buzz and Foxy9. They didn't see Nature, though, at any point here.
Yeah, my teammate for like 5 minutes.
He's able to get 2. All right, DRX are in a 3v3. Stack's playing off-site with Sova ult, but the Sova ult's going to be really difficult to get value out of unless the rest of DRX do some damage and some kills. So I think Stack should still be trying to play this a little aggressively. Look to see if he can get a kill. He's got 6 seconds on a recon dart as well, actually. He could just bait this. So Stax has got a choice here. Do you want to try and fight off somebody else's contact, or do you want to try and get a backstab kill? If you do, you're going to draw attention towards yourself. You only have 50 health, you might die. Then your team doesn't have the Hunter's Fury to play post. If his recon was miles away from being online, I think he should fight. But because his recon dart is only 5 seconds away from coming back online, I think if he just sits in this corner and baits his team, he's going to be able to throw a recon dart. Like, he's going to wait until these guys have fully gone to site, right? These guys fully commit to the site, and he's just baiting his team. And then he throws a recon dart against the tree that's over there, and he can get spam kills with the Guardian, and then he can use his Sova ult as well afterwards onto the plant. So, seems a bit of a weird thing to say, but I actually think it would be better for Stacks to bait his team here. He is going to get cleared anyway. Oh, badly cleared by Bang. And Buzz decides to go so aggressive and is getting so much value that Stacks just can win the round by going that. I don't know how Buzz got to there.
Doesn't die after the entry, gets himself an operator, and DRX gets themselves a second round win.
Oh, you gotta love this jet duel we've got going on here. Buzz one round coming up big. The round before that.
Look at Cryo this round on the retake.
I think he's waiting for his moment. Here's them starting to move forward. Set. Not gonna get caught. Wants to try to
okay. He pulls out his knives. And just gets owned. So Cryo walks into sight with his operator out instead of walking into sight with his knives out, which is how he dies to Buzz. He actually has to waste time going from his op to his knives, and that gives time for Buzz to just turn around and kill him. They also have a nice flash from Foxy9 there, I think. No? No, they can't do. Foxy9 must have just got some damage down onto Bang. I thought I heard a flash. Must have been Asanas.
Wow, but dude, Buzz is so good.
Buzz survives the whole round, doesn't die after the entry, gets himself an operator, and DRX get themselves a second round win.
Oh, you gotta love this jet duel we've got going on here. Buzz one round coming up big. The round before that.
Is it a hot take to think Buzz is the best Korean Valorant player? I for years have rated Buzz as the best Korean Valorant player. And then, or maybe not for years, maybe for like a year. And then I had Mako better than him. And I think ever since that, I've still had Mako better than him. But I think Buzz is still really, really good. If you go back and look at any of my like top 10, top 20s from any major event, Buzz is usually going to feature pretty highly.
The operator, this play here, the flash over, of course, really nicely thrown by Foxy.
I think Buzz is incredibly good.
Great call here by DRX to change the pace, to push the pace, to try to take advantage of maybe 100 Thieves. Kind of just relaxing a little bit too much with their economic advantage. And Buzz is indeed going to keep that operator.
What?
Of maybe 100 Thieves, kind of just relaxing a little bit too much with their economic advantage. And Buzz is indeed.
Cryo just doesn't realize that the recon's been thrown. Maybe the audio is really bad at this tournament. Because, I mean, there's no way that Cryo's going to walk forwards if he should hear an Omen TP, and he should also hear a recon being put down. Asuna doesn't break it in time, but also Cryo just seems unaware that Mako could even be here too. When you should be able to hear a TP. Which is why people sometimes fake this TP as well. That just looks so bizarre. I don't even know what the fuck up is there. Did they both not hear the recon? Did they both not hear the teleport? Did Asuna say he was going to break the recon and then forget? I don't know what's going on. I mean, that is... That's baffling. That doesn't even look like... You know, anything you'd expect from a tier 1 team.
Dart has connected, Bang pushing forward. Just trying to play off the timing. Does manage to find an elimination here. The darts are flying through. Foxy9.
Oh, he missed.
Okay. Is Buzz an upper? He is, right?
Too much of an
adjustment. Yeah, he is an upper.
Buzz with the off shot.
I don't think there's any knife that you can throw that will stop the Omen TPing.
Oh, wait. Look at the scale. Oh my god, winnable.
I could be wrong about that, but I don't think there's any KO knife you can throw that stops an Omen TPing him in.
Shit.
Still looking good. DRX now tie at 3-3.
Yeah, you probably lose.
Right? Like,
really bad spot.
It could be his quick switch to his knife or something.
Maybe, yeah.
Great util usage from EU on that round.
I have no idea.
Finding the Hunter's Fury kill, finding that recon dart that set up Bang for the Stinger kill. So,
really
good stuff there from 100 Thieves on that round. Where they were also
This looks like a really standard defensive setup from 100 Thieves. That A-main setup didn't get tested. Cryo's going to break that. See, this is where it would be nice for 2 players to push up into B main and the one with the rifle to break that. But EU has a judge. Your Sova player has a judge, which is insanely strange. Why wouldn't Nature take the judge and EU take the rifle?
That's true.
Bang now backed up by Asuna.
I mean, I think if you're DRX, like, you just gotta dial up some kind of execute on the
all the uppers in the chat.
Make this
use
work,
hold
because
instead of
you
toggle.
gotta realize that you have 0 map control and you're playing with fire, giving up this much space and this much time. You're just allowing them to shift into position.
Sitting into the lobby, they're getting ready to have line of sight here.
Keyboard to
stop the turret. That's going to be cleared out.
They're in a quick flank.
Try to catch them here.
They're all 5 here in like 2 seconds.
Good anchoring by Nature. Wow. Holy shit. Nature fucking pops off.
Stop the turret. That's going to be cleared out.
They're in a quick flank.
Try to catch them here.
They're all 5 here in like 2 seconds.
Nature going to be the first line of defense, and he manages to hold for now. Gets the headshot across Cryo.
Yeah, Nature just absolutely shreds them. It's a really good recon dart as well by EU. He recon darts just in a classic position up here, just stops all the rest of them from coming through. And yeah, the entry player gets stuffed. Everybody else does as well. God damn.
Because of how far pushed out they are, so they can be ready for it. They can be prepared for it. Nature could put himself in a position
I don't know what happened, but I was really slow with the op, but now the slow is like I don't miss, like, or I don't shoot it where it goes straight.
Yeah, like I've never been an attack opper in my entire life. Like I've always just been like defense. So I wait for them, they peek my crosshair, boom, they die. But like now, I feel like I could just. I feel like I got a goddamn Vandal in my hand. I'm just running. I'm running with a hand cannon.
Looks like he's happy with 1.
I don't know. It's like really easy to op in this game. Like attack op. It's actually crazy. I never realized it, but
yeah. Like this right here, if someo's right there, I will kill him. You know what I mean? It's just so crazy how rapid actuation it like is in this game.
Making his way over. Spike out into the open. Yep, we'll be able to take him down.
It'll be fun to play if I get to play against Pro.
Now make his way across.
Nice idea there from 100 Thieves, flashing it to be main to try and counter the KO Killjoy ultimate, but
one thing with Pro.
Oh, the recon.
You did there, but before I saw him peek the same like, oh my god.
Okay, DRX are getting kind of shredded though by these B defenses. They got players going crazy. Nature, Cryo, hitting some nice shots. I'm gonna just skip this. Mako doesn't really have a chance of winning that.
Big time for Cryo, who's just been absolutely filthy with this operator, and he
IU? Wait, who the fuck calls EU IU? Is that how it's supposed to be pronounced?
In the back to like, he's over here like this. Something happens. He's like, yes.
I feel like that's a desperate attempt at a one guy.
What did you write right there? You know what I mean? Like,
oh my god.
Like sometimes I'm just genuinely curious. Is bro writing anything?
Our culture in general.
In general.
Oh, well, he's Michael. He does write things, but
He write things to flame me.
Yeah.
Great on Cryo to just go for the rush play, and he gets very well rewarded for it.
That's what he said in an interview? Really? I mean, if you can find the source of that, that'd be very interesting to me, Jumbaku. That'd be really cool. I mean, they'll give me the pronunciations when we start doing the proper VCT casting as well, but yeah, if you have a source, I'd be interested.
He goes top gen and he kills that. Like that's where he looks right after. It's pretty crazy.
It's all on Buzz.
6 rounds. Many more opportunities, or this half could really run away from you very, very quickly.
100 Thieves on defense with Cryo with an op in his hand.
Oh, yeah.
It looks good. Other than that, actually 100 Thieves defense on Lotus looked alright as well.
Know exactly, what situation you're facing in terms of agent compositions on the site. So
you be getting swarmed too when you leave?
Oh,
his Twitter bio says it's pronounced EU.
I had to use the restroom in between like a break. And
most effective troll.
Oh, there's a restroom like right out this door.
What's going on here?
And every single time before, I go down these steps and go through the staff. Okay. And
Okay, well, it comes out. Wow. Well, that's one way to shut down Cryo.
Right here.
How does Nature survive? A nice attempt, and Bang comes to try and assist and dies. The RX just controlling those angles nicely. No utility pressure because of Foxy9's ult.
I go out this door. As soon as I get
These rounds are either you know, they're over in one direction or another very quickly.
I'm gonna just take a picture. I'm gonna take pictures real quick, right? And I'm the type of person who's not gonna say no. You know what I mean? So then there's a line, and it just keeps going and going and going.
I know that Timmy is telling this bathroom story a lot, but this was exactly my experience in Japan as well, and it was so bizarre that I can understand why Timmy feels like other people are going to respond in the same way of like disbelief, because I just tried to I was literally just watching the finals. Every time I tried to go to the toilet, it was like just attracting Japanese fans from out of the woodwork, and they all just politely formed a line, and then the line is fucking insanely long, and then other people realize that people are queuing and join the line, and it's like the incredible politeness with which they approach things means that it's impossible for you to do anything. You just get swarmed.
I'm there for 15 minutes.
I mean, that's why Boaster had that like fan meetup, and they caused like a public disturbance. The Japanese fans are so interested in engaging with Valorant personalities and so polite and orderly that they end up, I don't know, creating extraordinary situations. It's very, very unlike being anywhere else in the world and interacting with any other fans in my experience.
And I'm like, bro.
I see a queue, I join it. Yeah, that's the British person in me understands that so well.
Dude, I could have just gone downstairs real quick, and she was like, no, trust me, it'll be real quick. It'll be real quick. And the only reason why I got out of it,
Recon, but there's no other chance. It's done.
There for a while.
Yeah, the Japanese fans were fantastic. The only thing that I thought was better about other fan bases was the way that they reacted to what was happening in the game. The Japanese fans were like tennis fans. They were very calm. They didn't really react if something big happened in the middle of a round. They just reacted at the end of a round. So like even if it was obvious the round was already over because some big thing happened, you know, some big triple kill, they didn't really react to that. They just reacted to the thing popping up and saying like victory or, you know, spike diffused or something, and they just clapped. And that to me took a lot of the energy out of the building when I was sat there watching in person. I don't think Valorant really lends itself to a tennis crowd vibe.
One round, at least one round.
There was an EDG fan that's tried to start a chant. He was like chanting EDG, EDG, and he got told very politely if he could sit down and stop making such a noise.
So we're just shooting for fun.
It was caught on the main broadcast as well.
He was just practicing his aim. He didn't realize that the round was live.
Does end up giving away that position just a bit. One off shot sent out. Rebuff though. Market continuing. Paranoia sent by Mako from mid across into B main. Nature now has the turret set up.
Is Nature gonna ult this?
Is he KJ ult now? He KJ ult, right?
From Bang.
No, he's too far back to KJ ult now. Why wouldn't he KJ ult?
Do they do that, or do they walk away?
Shot there through the wall. Just spamming.
I think he's gonna smoke stairs after his ult, and they're gonna fight spawn.
Hanging back here for the time being.
25 seconds left.
20 seconds.
They smoke spawn, and then they run back to cat.
20 seconds.
They go for it. Oh, good shot by EU. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Lockdown's destroyed. But these 100 Thieves players are in. Yeah, really well played there by Asuna. I thought that Nature was going to use his lockdown a little earlier, but the fact that he saved it, I guess it actually didn't really make too much difference because the lockdown was just getting broken by the Silver ult anyway. But Asuna's ult and then Asuna's flash flood through worked nicely.
Big hold.
The lock-in crowd was so hype. Oh yeah, the lock-in crowd was fantastic. The only problem with it was that they were so much more invested in the Brazilian teams than the other teams. But that's like the great part about the Japanese crowds is that they just love all of the different teams. But yeah. I would love to see an event in France. I think that would go crazy. So Bang didn't use a one-way for A main, even though they were fighting over it at the start of the round, which is pretty weird.
Impossible. That thing is actually breaking your head. Oh, there's so it's a road roll.
Actually, I think that they didn't want a one-way here because they're trying to go for an aggressive play with Cryo. So I think they're just trying to hold this push, and then I think they were planning to actually like push themselves with this overall that's coming through. So I think the idea here is that they don't want the one-way because they're actually planning to push Gelato. But yeah, unfortunately that means that if Mako just decides for some random reason to swing through like this, Cryo ends up dying. That's not a terrible thing though, because the defenders, even though they go 1-for-1, still have good information towards Gelato. I think the French crowds would be much louder for French teams, but I also think that if there weren't any French teams there, which is super possible, they would still be extremely into it. Maybe I'm wrong.
3v2, weapons recovered, pushing this over to his comrades.
Whoever wins pistols next half wins the game.
Technically true what Zeppa just said. Whoever wins pistol next half wins the game, because DRX won 8 rounds in a row. Oh no, they didn't. No, because 100 Thieves got up to 11 first. No, my bad. That's wrong. Literally wrong, actually, because 100 Thieves won the pistol, didn't they? 7-5 half, you know, not terrible for either side, to be honest. It's kind of what you expect on a defense-sided map. 100 Thieves having some rounds that looked pretty good for them, some rounds where they horrendously fumbled. A bit of a mixed bag. Their flood defending looked all right. Their fights over A main looked a little dodgy. I mean, I'm thinking particularly of the round where Cryo and Asuna were fighting over it and didn't break the recon, and Cryo just got caught completely. But yeah, not amazing, not terrible so far.
Fuck around and
without French teams, the French crowd would be ass. Really? You think? Am I doing any Senvitational VODs today? No, I co-streamed most of that live, so I'm just trying to catch up on Red Bull Home Ground.
Be goofy when I wanna win. You know what I mean? I want a game.
Okay, they go for the flash into a main, or one of the flashes into a main, but they don't go for the cannon dart.
I wanna like fucking.
Wow, they are in so quickly. A lot of damage from that KO nade from Foxy9. Mako's trying to survive just for as long as he can. He dies, but he's bought enough time for stacks to swing heaven. 100 Thieves also win there.
He does a super light. I'll just take super light too. That's good.
Yeah, that was just a very fast A exec on the pistol. It worked fairly well.
I'm not quite sure, but
I think DRX responded to it quite nicely. They had KO Nate down. They had 2-3 players there ready to fight, but yeah, Cryo did a decent job and then died, and the rest of his team immediately pushed through the smoke. Didn't bait him.
I can't do that. That's just gonna break my. I can hear myself in the, I can hear myself, so I could lower. So why don't grab her?
Another A hit, another win. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. After I stopped my stream last night, remember I stopped my stream at like 4 AM, right? I stayed up until 6 AM watching other streamers play Suka. What the fuck is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Unbelievable.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done by Under Thieves. That's a lot of ult charges almost to the blade storm.
Okay, so this time they're going for an A split by the look of things. So they have the same turret over towards B. They put down an early alarm bot in there as well, making it look like they're taking B main control. But they've smoked mid. They've started to take space in mid. They KO knifed over towards A as well. So this is a really, really standard A push. They have the tree dart as well. Paranoia. This is like straight out of the Leviathan playbook. We were running this strat in our Premier games. Foxy9, however, here, getting the kill from A main, catching Cryo in the back of the head. If Cryo had cloud bursted the floor, I think he might have been able to avoid dying there from Foxy9. But yeah, nicely done by Foxy9 to be able to catch that. And then they push into B main, kill the drone. Oh, wow. And the one way that Mako throws actually works better for Asuna because of the positioning. Because Foxy9's closer to the smoke than Asuna is. So that just ends up being a really weird situation. Asuna kills the others. Now they've got to try and come through against Mako. Mako could do with having a smoke on site to play around here. But he didn't throw one down. He was just trying to take the fights instead. I think that's a really nice idea from 100 Thieves. It's a good strat. They executed it well. They chased and punished the player over towards tree. Yeah, I like it. Recon goes through. Nature didn't break it, so he has to swing. It should just be GG here. I've seen Stacks win 3v1s before, but this would be, or rather 1v3s. This one would be pretty difficult. Bren's doing it right now. Cute, fit British boy who speaks Korean, one day of Duolingo, playing with melons. That is a fantastic title. There's no way that Bren came up with that. That's got to be one of his mods. Now watch this half with the nade shot POV. Oh god, that sounds painful. Alright, so obviously 100 Thieves are going to win this round. They have massive gun advantage as well.
I'll never forgive myself.
Let's have a look. Paranoia. Foxy9 tries to sneak into the smoke. Oh, Nature dies on the lurk as well, so there is a little bit of danger here. But when Mako goes down, they just have A. Even without the dash from Cryo. Yeah, so they win this. Okay, so now they've been running A execs. They've been working really nicely. But that's all they've been doing. So now they're going to try something different. And we know that it doesn't work. And in fact, it doesn't work for another 8 rounds in a row. But why? They smoke mid. Just running a default here at the moment, it looks like. They have a KO ult to work with too. So what are they going to do? They're going to drone down mid, break alarm bot, and then go into an A split? Smoke is well timed. They drone down mid. Going to follow it. Break alarm bot.
Thanks for the off-season laughs, King.
Yo, thank you, Raffioli. Ralfioli, sorry. Thanks for the 5 months. So now they're ready to get set up for an A split, but they don't have another player in a main. Okay, Cryo even gets a pick. They're in a 5v4. This is a great timing, actually, to try to pivot and just pop the KO ult, run into B. Because you just killed one of the B players, right? As soon as you pop the KO ult, Flashback isn't going to have his Killjoy setup up. And you are pretty confident that the Killjoy's playing B. So this seems like the perfect time for Nature to call an audible of like smoke CT and then Bang becomes the lurker. The rest of us are just going mid to B with the KO ultimate. And instead, Cryo just goes for another pick, even though they're in a 5v4. That doesn't make any sense. They ult to try to A split. Okay, that's fine. 4v4 A split. No recon dart used by EU on the site. No flashes used by Asuna.
Oh shit. Winnable?
Why didn't they use any initiator utility? Especially the recon dart. I mean, the recon is just an absolute gimme. What was EU saving it for?
Game that he actually sticks that res. Not gonna lie. It baits out one of the guys.
What utility? Recon. They didn't use recon. They didn't use flashes. Saving it for Breeze? Oh. So they're playing to try and get Nature the ult orb here, and probably ult B. Look how quickly DRX are ready to react to this. DRX already have 2 players here ready to go for this flank. I mean, they might even try and fight this lockdown if they're on this early of a timing. They didn't even use the lockdown. 100 Thieves just decided to exec. Cryo dies. Stacks gets another. They get another one? What in the fuck? Why did they just immediately exec? I don't know. Maybe because they thought DRX were expecting them to take the orb? Yeah. That didn't look very good from Cryo there. He dashed over towards Switch. It's kind of difficult to see what he does, but if you try to pay attention to the jet here. So he smokes, so he cloudbursts his own feet, and then he cloudbursts and dashes into it. That's all fine. Flash recon as well with the paranoia, all fine there as well. And then he jumps on top of Switch, and then gets caught by the recon dart, and just gets beamed down by Stacks. So Stacks has just thrown the recon like above market, and Cryo's just jumping around on top of Switch and dies. Doesn't really feel like he's swinging with any intention of taking a fight there. I mean, he also didn't check logs, but I guess he was probably checking lane or something.
Not good.
Is there a recon? Yeah, there was a recon from Stacks there. It landed above market. There was a recon from EU as well. It landed backside. I'm just a bit confused why they didn't try to use the lockdown. Yeah, he could have just played inside the smoke for longer.
this makes it a little bit easier for mentally for Stacks and Flashback to kind of fall back to play this fighting retreat and tuck into that cubby.
So 100 Thieves have failed now for 2 rounds trying to do something different in mid and B. So they're going back to A. A was working for them before.
To not over-reveal themselves. Really good patience there.
3 players get suppressed on A.
Shown in those moments. Never overextended himself. Never gave 100 Thieves much of an opportunity to shut him down. And that's the Stacks we've been looking for. The Stacks that we saw in Lotus.
EU gets ult. They clear wine. 20 seconds until recon. Drone gets used though for Cryo to entry. Cryo gets 1. Nice. Seems like a good entry into the site here. I mean, they have the drone. Cryo gets the entry on the other side onto Foxy 9, and then they get the trade onto Mako, who killed Asuna. I mean, at the moment, it's a 4v3 where they have site control. Okay, so now there's this ultimate.
Oh my goodness.
Why exactly they use the attacker lockdown here, I'm not sure.
I think the op it might be. I think they can see him, right? Oh, the op doesn't.
Oh, Buzz has just got into this spot. Wow. Okay, they do get the trade though. Good trade, good trade. Lockdown used on the other side of things. 100 Thieves have got to leave. 100 Thieves are not leaving. Nature's Core in the corner. That's a really nice combo there from Flashback and Stacks. Stacks is ulting the corner that he knows they have to leave to. Asuna's... I mean... Why? What the fuck is Cryo doing? Why does Cryo just stay in sight the entire time? Okay, this... I'm going to show you guys from here. The Killjoy ult gets used right now. Look at Cryo the whole time. I mean... He's just waiting on site, trying to get some kind of kill happening. Holding Heaven... And then kind of holding Tree, but not really holding Tree from an angle where he can get a kill. Not in a position where he can ever survive. He just gives up and dies. He's just trying to go 1-for-1 as they entry back in. But he just gets murked. I guess he's hiding behind the box, actually, to be fair. I couldn't tell that the first time around, but he is actually hidden behind this box. So when Flashback comes into the site from here, he can't actually see the jet. So it's not as bad as I thought, but he does see Cryo in the end and get the kill. Oh, wow. That's the second time in this series that Flashback has just stuck a defuse against somebody on 100 Thieves. In fact, against Bang. Again, twice in the series. I kind of like the way that Bang played that, to be honest. He made a lot of noise running towards the spike. I think if Flashback was a little later on the defuse, so if he was more around the halfway point, he probably would have gotten off. But he just felt like I don't know. He felt like he had the time to stick it, I guess. Or maybe he's just got ice in his veins. Either way, he's just outplayed Bang twice. It'd be cool as well for Bang to try to use his ult to dodge the lockdown instead of fully repositioning and going for the flank, but I think it's fine the way that he played it.
Wow.
Well, the A hit, definitely the one that 100 Thieves have found the most success with, though, still, so far. They're not. 100 Thieves are no longer in a good position. That's what Seth is currently saying, but you look at the actual like overall view of the game right now, and Cryo's got no money. So he's using his knives this round. If they lose the next round, he's got no money. Like, he's just got nothing. The rest of his team is going to be able to cobble together one buy. Asana's got the stinger as well. He's kind of like saving so that he can buy for the next one. But they have a big ultimate disadvantage here because of Foxy9's retake ult of the null command, and Buzz is also opping, which is going to be a little difficult to get around. So you're expecting DRX to be able to win this round, and then they're going to have an eco advantage heading into the next as well. There's no big ults anywhere near on the side of 100 Thieves. You know, these ults they're not even going to be relevant probably for the rest of the game. So 100 Thieves need weapons in hands. So it's not over for 100 Thieves. They're 11-8 up. They have 3 rounds in the lead. But unless they manage to win this one or the next one somehow, they're in a very sticky spot. They've kind of got like 2 chances left, this round and the next round. Otherwise, the game's just going to snowball away from them. So they're going to go and try and do this mid-take stuff, which I like it. I think that they're getting Cryo into a good position here. A flash for Buzz to peek. But he doesn't really... He doesn't hang around, does he? He was about to get punished there by Asana. So last time they went down mid, they actually tried to insert Cryo. Cryo found a pick, then he died, and then they 4v4 exec into A. This time, the spike is over towards B. This looks like an actual mid to B hit.
I was going to say, if Asano actually walked up right there, that could be fucking huge.
This is a strategy that EG used that's incredibly good on Ascent, and I haven't really seen other teams do it, which is you smoke this off and you get your jet positioned here in market, and then the rest of your team goes back through B main. So you do a B main hit, but you have market control, so you don't need to smoke that off. You don't need to be worried about it. And your jet dashes from market to switch or market to stairs instead of main. So you get around the nanoswarm utility. You get market control, so you're not worried about people, you know, throwing whatever it might be, a recon or a molly or a spam or whatever through there. And you also have your jet have opportunities to just take this duel at stairs. So the player at stairs is under a lot more pressure. They can't just stay at stairs and try and fight the B main stuff because there's somebody market holding that angle. So this EG strategy where they do a 1-3-1 default, then they insert the jet in market, and then they go for a B pop. And it's so good, and I don't think I've seen any other team do it. I don't know why, because this is exactly the kind of thing that 100 Thieves could go for here. That still relies on a really good angle aim duel. What are you talking about? The angle over towards stairs? I mean, for EG, they do just rely on that. But I think if you're playing jet and you're not comfortable working around the map for picks, I think you've got a problem. I think that was just a Twitch problem. Oh, wait. No, it did say that I dropped some frames. Yeah. For some reason, my internet had a bit of a blip there, I think. Not sure why. Yeah, EG were doing the insert jet with Demon 1. That's what I'm saying, Ublob. I'm saying that's the only team that's really done that. The other teams haven't done it. And I think that it would work quite well for 100 Thieves, especially because Cryo enjoys taking fights when people peek into him. So if you get Cryo posted on stairs and then someone peeks into him, I feel fairly confident about him taking that duel.
I was going to say, if Asano actually walked up right there, that could be fucking huge.
Yeah, so they're trying to make it feel like it could be Cat, but they're actually going towards A. Nature's the only... So this is the other problem, right? If they had decided to insert their jet and then send all of these players back around B main, they don't lose the spike here because they have enough people to be able to actually go through B main and escort the spike. They've gone for a 1-4 setup because they've transitioned from a 1-3-1, and this player's come over, and so this is now a 1-4 setup, right? Because that's happened, their player with the spike is over here. You don't really want the spike going down deep in mid on a 1-3-1. You want the spike being on the player on the extremity that you're about to hit. But there's only one player there. So now this spike is just gone. The spike is just lost. And it's so dangerous just walking through B main on your own. It's really dangerous walking through A main on your own as well. We saw Bang get punished doing that before. So, yeah.
Oh shit. Not looking good.
I don't I think there's better ways that other teams have already demonstrated of doing those mid to B kind of pushes. And I think that the EG insert the jet can be really countered by a team like Cloud9 who like to do a lot of defensive re-clearing, but unless you're against a really aggressive team like Cloud9, then I think it's a better strategy.
Potentially powerful here, 400 Thieves.
There is a video from 2019, so 4 years ago, of me and Bren trying to take, and it wasn't an elementary school math test, it was a 16-year-old. So what is that? Is that equivalent to SATs? Do you take them when you're 16? Like a high school diploma kind of thing? Or do you do your high school? I can't remember how the US system works, but anyway, it's the exams that you're supposed to take when you're 16.
The timing there for Nature is just a little bit too long. It took him a little bit too long to get around that corner. He wins that like this.
Yeah, it was the GCSEs, yeah.
What time is it? It's about 5 p.m.
Now flashback in this B site. Very, very challenging, and it's a good bailout.
So, the economy is in a sad state here for 100 Thieves.
To help flashback out as he's stuck in B main.
So now DRX don't have those big ults to work with, but 100 Thieves don't have weaponry anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot we were drinking as well. We should do another one of those. The problem is, a lot of subjects that you can take exams of require like written answers, which is shit. That's why maths is good, because, or at least good content, because something's either wrong or right, and you can check it just with the answer book at the end. But I think it'd be good to do like pub quizzes or something on stream. I feel like a pub quiz content could go crazy. Mako misses his first opportunity. Whoa, that's crazy going for that. God, Foxy now bails them out by getting into heaven.
Oh.
Those DRX players on site were doing some beef in there. Buzz literally just pulls all the attention by jumping into sight with an op, but it's Foxy9 that does the damage.
Oh my God.
Well, I said pub quiz, but a pop quiz might be fun as well.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
He's doing his best Locky impersonation, but he's got a damn op in his hand.
Yeah, Buzz was just the sacrificial lamb that they needed. Alright, so 100 Thieves. This is their last chance.
This is the full buy. This is 100 Thieves at maximum power coming into the round.
I think Buzz felt like he was entering there. He's like, oh, I got to get on the ground and cause distractions. I'm the jet.
I have to go in first.
Exactly.
Okay, Cryo gets a pick at the beginning there. So they're going to try and do the same thing. They're doing a 4-1 push into B, but this time the spike is on EU. The spike isn't on Nature. And also they don't know that there's an operator in B main right now. So they might just think it's flashback here, when actually it's flashback and Buzz.
Wow, Nature knows. Nature fucking knows.
Wow. Flashback is so pushed up aggressively there. The flash, quite lovely from Foxy9 to get in through the smoke. 2v2 at the end, though. 100 Thieves still do a decent job of being able to get through. I think the call here for 100 Thieves has got to be to fight Mako, right? Because if you're stuck in a 2v2 where you have front B side control, you can fight the Jet, but if you win, then the Omen is in a 1v2 where he knows where both of you are, and he's right there, and he might be able even to backstab you as you take the fight, or, you know, it might end up just being a 1v1 because the Jet takes one of you down, something like that. If you just cut noise and you quietly try to fight the guy that just broke the market door by, I mean, maybe you just walk all the way out like this, or maybe you walk like this and try and directly take the fight to him. It would be more dangerous to walk CT because you would cross this sight line potentially, but I guess that's something you could do if you had balls of steel. But I think these two options, trying to take the fight to Mako, if you end up killing Mako, even if you're in a 1v1, you get the plant down on A and the Jet is miles away. You have a much better chance of winning that 1v1 because Buzz just doesn't know where you are at all. You could reposition into 1,000 different spots. So I think the call here is to try and fight Mako.
Mako's got full utility. Paranoia.
A rough position being stuck here. No weapons nearby for him to pick up. It's all on this op.
Looks like that's not what they're going to do, though. What do I think of Foxy9 on other agents? I was actually really impressed by how well he's learnt all of the KO stuff on this map. Oh, what a shot. Oh, Buzz kills both of them. God damn.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, shit.
Asana's really holding his flashes on their attack side. Kind of odd. There aren't... If you're doing an attack strategy that goes like this into sight like that, and your KO's going with you, I don't really know where you're supposed to be flashing, because you're going to be like droning down mid at the beginning, or recon. I mean, you could flash recon at the start in order to get some mid control, but you don't have the nicest flashes in the world to go from market out into sight. You could certainly use one, but yeah, it's not the easiest thing in the world. And then actually what happened here was just an enormous brawl. So he kind of just had his gun out that time. I'm not trying to defend Asuna as having the perfect KO play, but I feel like he has been using them when they go for their A exec, hasn't he?
Someone call.
Maybe not. Maybe I've just not been looking at it very well. Flash into market at least. Yeah. Yeah, you flash, just throw it off bounce it off the corner, yeah. I don't think Asuna's KO's amazing. It's pretty good. But it's not amazing. Scene, by the way? Oh, sorry. I'm not going to rewind because it's actually just DRX eating the eco. Alright, so this is literally the final chance to be even able to get it back into overtime. Flashback has his retake lockdown, and Asuna has the null command. So it's taken... I can't remember when 100 Thieves lost the ult advantage, but it was a long time ago. And it's taken until literally the final round of regulation for them to get an ult advantage again. They have these two ultimates that are... I mean, the lockdown is really good at being able to counter this one, and the null command is just fantastic in general, right, on the attack side. So, in order to make that useless, DRX are going to go for a tiles crunch and not allow Asuna to get into position to do this. Yeah. Truly El Clasico.
Fast play too.
Cryo couldn't even get inside his cloudburst in time. Great flash from Foxy9. Okay. Ults into B. The ult into B is interesting. So he smokes as if he's trying to reposition over towards CT. And now he's going to push forward to see if he can get a kill. I don't know what the fuck he's going for there with the paranoia. Let's think about this. Where is he even going to paranoia? Is he trying to jump spot B main and then paranoia off contact? I don't even understand. I think he heard flashback. Oh. Ah, you're right. Okay, so he hears flashback and he's going for a paranoia player onto flashback, but he doesn't realize that Stax is already there. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm sure that's what was happening. But, yeah, that was a... that was a brutal game by 100 Thieves. I think the only thing that worked for them was Cryo upping on defense. Oh, no, actually, some of their flood defending worked as well. So the Cryo upping on defense, a bit of flood defending, and AXX. Those were the only three things that worked for them in the whole map. Oof. Oof. Ouch. Yeah, 100 Thieves does look kind of poo. 100 Thieves look worse quality than the Sen Invitational teams that we were watching. For sure. For sure. Okay. I think that's it for me for the night in terms of VOD reviewing. So we've got C9 versus Zeta Division. Actually, let me just rewind this VOD to when C9 Zeta begins so that it's not as difficult for me to remember what I was doing. What is this? Oh, this is still the 100 Thieves game. It must have been at the beginning of the day, mustn't it? Is it like here? Yeah, here we go. Okay, C9 Zeta.
Their favorite player.
Yeah,
their
exactly.
Favorite person.
Okay, so we've got C9 Zeta to do tomorrow, and Foot C9, Fnatic DRX. So we've got 3 BO3s to review tomorrow, which is more than we did today. We only did 5 maps today, and I'm going to try and do 8 tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Probably won't do them in as much detail. Now, really, I should go to bed right now so that I can wake up in the morning, do some of my work, and have more time to stream and VOD review. But I could stay up for like another hour. Okay. How do I play the proper version of Suka? God, that's so annoying. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. That's better. You need a Nintendo Switch? Well, I have a Nintendo Switch. But what I don't have is a capture card to actually get it into my PC. I should probably buy another capture card though. Does anyone know any good capture cards? Because the one that I have is the Elgato HD60 or HD60S. And I had some problems with it previously. Yeah, maybe I just buy another Elgato one. Thank you. Thank you. Just point your webcam at the Switch. I don't really have time to play Baldur's Gate. I could play a game of Ranked. I don't think I will. I think it makes more sense to go to bed right now. But the Elgato is probably the best, but yours probably was poo. Yeah, mine might have just had a fault or something. How much for you and Bren at a VCT event to recreate this moment between Tiger and Oda?
Welcome to Macronibus!
That's very funny.
Welcome to Macronibus!
Oda's fantastic. I mean, the Japanese broadcast team in general is fantastic, but Oda's excellent. Did you do the Pokedoku? No, I didn't actually. Also, I don't know what these messages are, and I'm concerned. I never use Twitter. I need to set it up so it sends push notifications to me. Alright, let's have a look at this then. Pokedoku. Steel Dark type. Oh, this should be easy. I'm sure there's some Steel Dark types. I mean, I know that there are, but Steel Dark. Fuck. Let's do the easy ones first. Let me do the easy ones first. I'm not going to look at the chat. Dark, first in evolution line. Let's go Murkrow. Dragon, first in evolution line. I'm going to go Dragon... Wait, it goes Dratini. Wait. Oh, wait. Maybe Dratini's not Dragon type, though. Is Dratini normal type and then it becomes Dragon type later? Okay, let's try and think of something else. A Dragon type that's first in its evolutionary line. What other Dragon types do we have? Okay, what about the one that becomes Salamence? So we have Bagon. Is Bagon Dragon type? Oh, I think it is. Yeah, nice. Bagon? I don't know. Monotype. So something that's monotype and first... Well, let's do these ones first so that we don't overlap. So a Steel monotype. See, I want to say Steelix because that just makes sense. But I actually don't know whether Steelix is like Steel Rock or Steel Ground or something. I think Steelix might be Steel Ground. I think we had this recently. Monotype Steel. What is like the most classic steel? Oh, like Kling Clang or something. Surely that's Mono Steel, right? Clink? Nice, okay. Mono Poison. So I think Coughing is just a Mono Poison Pokemon. Nice. First in its evolutionary line and a monotype. Well, that should be very simple. I think we can just go Charmander. It's got to just be a fire type, right? Yeah, okay. So now we get to the more complicated ones. Poison Dragon. I don't think I know a Poison Dragon, but we've been talking about this apple-looking Pokemon. Apple. Appleton. Appleton, Flapple. Could these be poison types? I feel like if I was going to make an apple dragon Pokemon, I would either make it grass dragon or poison dragon because there's so much thematic fairy stuff around poisoned apples. But it might just be grass. Do we know any of the others? Dark Poison. That seems like a pretty thematic duo, to be honest. But do we know any of them? I wonder if there's like a... no. Dark Poison or Dark Steel. Dark Steel isn't like... Isn't there like a Zangoose or something? Or like Absol? What is Absol? Is Absol Dark Steel? Maybe it's just solo Dark type. Why do I think Absol is Steel? Yeah, I don't know whether that's true. A Weavile? That's dark as well, isn't it? But I can't remember what the other typing is. What else? What else? What else? What else? How come I type in Absol and it comes up with Slowpoke Galar? How does this search function even work? I wonder if these Galar Pokemon... I mean, one of them probably has some weird typing. Steel Dragon. I mean, Steel Dragon should be... Oh, Steel Dragon. Dialga? Isn't Dialga Steel Dragon? Yes. Come on. Come on. I remember getting that killed. Got it killed to an earthquake, I believe. I have 3 more guesses. But I'm thinking Appleton or Flapple or something for this one. I'm thinking maybe trying Absol for Dark Steel. And Dark Poison. I feel like Dark Poison should not be that difficult to think of. No, I'm kind of at a loss. Let's just try the ones that we're thinking of them. Absol? No, fuck. Flapple? Shit. Alright, well, I've fucked it. Chat, which one should I spend my final guess on? Gengar? No, Gengar is Poison Ghost, not Poison Dark, isn't it? Fuck, I just looked over at the chat and you guys told me 2 of the answers. Okay, so now I'm not allowed to use Skuntank or Bisharp. Okay. If I'm not allowed to use Skuntank or Bisharp, then are there any other answers for those? Now you have to do the middle square. Poison Dragon. Well, I definitely don't know a Poison Dragon. It's going to be from some later generation that I don't know. I don't think I've played the game that has a Poison Dragon type. I feel like I'd remember it. Oh, there are other answers for the other ones, though, as well. God. I don't know what they are, though. I don't know what they are. So, there are other dark poison types. Okay, so we know Skuntank is an answer for this. Let's just have a read through some of the others. I mean, Stunky might be an answer as well. But What are some other potentials? Monkey Dory. Oh, that's a fantastic name. Oh, Pukumuku. Is that dark poison? I feel like there's some poison typing in there or something, is it? Oh, no, Krogunk is fighting type, I think. Let's go Pukumuku. Let's just see. No, we fucked it. Ah, damn it. Okay. So that was supposed to be Bishop. This one was Skuntank. What is the Poison Dragon? Dragalga. Huh. Oh, Drapion as well. An Alolan Muck. Overquill. Overquill. I didn't even know that Quillfish had an evolution. Anything else for Bishop? Oh, no. These. Okay, so this is only one evolutionary line that is Steel Dark. Huh. Less people guess Dialga than... oh, well, I guess that one literally does look like a fucking steel skyscraper, doesn't it? Yeah. I did okay on this one, but... to be honest with you, I think the only one... I don't think I would have ever got Stunky or Skuntank. It's possible that I might have remembered Bishop, but I don't think that was ever happening. I think I did as well as I could have done there. Oh, so this one could have been Dragalga Eternatus or Naganadal. Wow. Dragalga is Gen 6. Eternatus is Gen 8. And Naganadal is Gen 7. So they released 3 Poison Dragons in a row every gen. Or like one every gen from Gen 6, 7, and 8. Huh. Okay. What was the other one? New York Times Mini. Let's end the day by acting stupid. All right. Oh, this is the same one from yesterday. Fuck. Oh, but we have a new connections to play. Okay. Create 4 groups of 4. Oh, God. Oh, we have Bing, Ping, Wing, and Ding. Oh, wait. We also have Ring and Sing. Oh, shit. Well, that's a problem. That is a problem. Huh. Well, they've done that on purpose, haven't they? What is... I feel like these get easier once you start. But finding the first one is a bit of a pain in the ass. All right, Bing. Okay, what about if it was like... software or something? Bing, Word, Edge, Wing, Surface, Ring, Sing, Camp, Ping, Rat, Chime, Division, Ding, Snitch, Faction, Squeal. Where's the 4th one here? Oh, what about Bing, Edge, like Microsoft products. Edge, Bing, Word. Oh, the Surface, the Microsoft Surface Pro. Nice. Okay, Microsoft products. We popped off. Does that mean that one was the hardest or something? The purple one. We kind of went crazy there. What else we got? So we got... well, now we could... oh, there's still 5 that end in ing. Okay. So squeal and snitch mean the same thing, and so does sing. They mean to, you know, to snitch, to speak to the authorities about another member of your crime faction. And so does rat. Rat, sing, squeal, and snitch all mean the same thing. Tattle. There you go. There you go. So now we're just looking for the other ones. So we have Wing, Ping, Ring, and Ding. And then we have Camp, Division, Faction, Chime? I mean, Camp, Division, and Faction are all like this, a group of people. But I would put them with a Wing. But that leaves us with Ring, Ping, Ding, and Chime. Yeah, they're all noises. I think we've popped off. Dude, we fucking popped off. We popped off. I find that game very satisfying. There's just something that my brain loves about ordering words that have multiple meanings.
They would have given him footsteps.
Tix42, thank you for the 7 months. Funny because a ring is also a group, like a smuggling ring. True, but they're not divisions within a larger group. Like, you don't really have a ring within a company unless they were planning a coup or something. Whereas these, like, are subdivisions, I suppose. I suppose that's why ring didn't immediately stand out to me. But yeah. What else have we got there? What else was good? Letterboxd, I think, was quite good, wasn't it? Ah, okay. So we managed to solve the previous one of these in 2 words. But it took me asking the chat. So I'm going to try and solve it in 3 words, and then I'll ask for your assistance. But let's see. We're going to have to incorporate an X in here. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to get the X in there? Well, the X has got to be before... Sorry, the X has got to be after an I or a U. Unless we started like Zill somehow. Xylophone. No, we don't have an O to work with. So we're going to have IX or UX. So can we build words out of that? Licks, gicks, wicks, pugs, rucks, tucks, lux. I mean, we could get Luxray. That's me being Pokemon brained. God, this X is going to be a piece of shit. We really want to use the X with the A, but it's on the same line. I don't know how we're going to incorporate the X into this word. Into these words. How are we going to get the X in there? Maybe XY is what we need to be going for. So something XY. Ixy? Lixy? Lux. Okay, what about if we used the U and the I? Like Lux? Like, Fuck me, I can't think of how we're going to get it yet. Okay, so what about if we just ignore the X? What about if we went for TH... Thrill... Fucking hell. Okay, so we can get our it out here. So we could get white. We could get right. So we can get playwright. And then we only need to use the U and the X. Wait, that goes crazy. That goes nuts. And then couldn't we just... Oh, wait, now we have to start with T. Wait, is tux a word? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I feel like that one was deliberately designed like that. No? You're a couple minutes late, champ? Oh, did you guys already get all of that? Oh. You guys are fucking popping off. It has to be solvable? Well, I don't think it says try to solve it in 6 words. It doesn't say try to solve it in 2. I'm not sure I mean, they could make it so there's an anagram, but I don't think it ever is. Nice. Yeah, not bad. You got playwright immediately. That's kind of sick, actually, Deluxe. It took me ages. I had to work backwards from right. Were there any other good ones? Fucking Wordle. Go for it. Wow. Okay. What should we go for here? What about limit? Boom. Popped off. Any more anagram-based things that will be good? Yeah. Dude, we fucking owned that. We owned it. What can I tell you? I go crazy like that. I go crazy. Anagrams on the pub quiz, I farm. Yeah. I'm alright with anagrams, but not amazing at them. Contexto? Dude, Contexto is fucked. This game is fucked. I mean, what do we go with? Let's go with playwright. It could not be further away. Could not be further away. Genius. Couldn't, I mean, closer, but still very, very, very far away. Fright. Yeah, further away than genius. What's the one that Doug plays? The spiral word one? Oh, I have no idea. West. Oh, West is kind of somewhat close, I suppose. What about up? This word doesn't count. It's too common. Okay. Wind. Or wind, I suppose. The Doug one is a way better version of this. Ah. Okay. What is somewhat similar to West? What about if we did, like, starboard? Very far away, fucking hell. West. So we've got, like, directions, compass, stars, sailing. Very far away. Astronomy. Oh, I misspelled it. I was going to say, you don't know the word astronomy? Yeah. Map? Nope. Okay. I mean, Kanye West? Maybe that's what it's thinking of? Should we just type in anti-Semitism? What should we go for? I feel like dog is gonna be too. What the fuck? Wait, you're popping off. Where did that come from, Matt? Cat. Even closer. Collar? No. Pet. Close to cat and dog, but not close to pet. Walk? No, because you don't walk a cat, do you? Domestic? Not a bad idea. No. Gotta be a rat. Oh, should we just try different types of animals? Wait. Mouse. Oh, fuck. Rat, cat, dog, pet. Huh. The fat cat sat on the rat mat. Pat? Hamster. No. Why is rat so close? Trap? No. It wouldn't make sense for cat and dog. Maybe wild animals because pet is further away. Oh. Right. But then mouse was further away too. Like, how can rat be really close but mouse is far away? What about if the word was like 3 and it was 3-letter words? No, that's just stupid. A farm? Farm might make sense. No, not quite. Or a barn. No. Rhymes with at. I don't think that's going to get it. Bat? Okay, the at theory is out the window at this point. Why is rat so close, though? Experiments? No, that doesn't make any sense. What about Skinner? I mean, multiple ways to skin a cat. The Skinner cages for rats. I might be thinking about it a bit too heavily. Squirrel. Whoa, squirrel goes crazy, actually. All right, what's really close to a squirrel? Oh, what about a tail? No. Okay, something really close to a squirrel. Chipmunk. Yeah, not a bad idea. Fuck. Rodent? Oh, I mean, really close. Rodent is... How is mouse so far away if this is an animal that's a rodent, that's like a squirrel, and like a rat? How is mouse further away than all of these things? It doesn't make sense. A raccoon? A raccoon is not like a squirrel. Close enough. Oh, it's so like a possum. What is it? What is really like a possum? I mean, a possum is just like a fat-looking rat. Yeah. What looks like a possum? Chinchilla. Great idea. Ah. Marsupial? No, it's not going to be marsupial, surely. Otherwise, all the other marsupials would be above squirrel. Roadkill. It could be. No. Skunk? Ah, close, close, close. What is this? Meerkat. I think we're getting further away personally, but we'll see what they think. Yeah, very far away. Vole. Imagine it's vet. I can't be vet. Ferret? It's not a bad call. Mole. Stoat. A pine marten. Type just one word. Fuck. Rabbit? Oh, rabbit is so close as well. What the fuck is this animal? What is this animal that's similar to a possum, a squirrel, and a rabbit? Mink? Bunny? Chupacabra? Koala? Oh my god, it's so similar to a koala. Wait, maybe it's a kangaroo or something. Maybe it is a marsupial. Wait, I think you were cooking with marsupial before. Oh my god, it's definitely a marsupial. It was a kangaroo. What do you mean a rat is similar to a kangaroo? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean a squirrel is similar to a kangaroo? How is the word, like, Australia not coming to mind with a kangaroo? This game is shit. This game is shit. Samantal. High mantle. What is this? Try to guess today's secret word. The closer to the center, the more semantically similar your guess is. Please be aware that the dataset includes offensive words, including slurs, which may be surfaced by the hint and explore features. So we're not going to click those buttons. Click this button for a helpful slur. What a... Sorry, that's just killed me. That has just killed me. Fucking hell. Enter a guess. Okay, let's try kangaroo. Alright, kangaroo is over there. Similarity 13.79. Let's try rat. Further away. Let's try Australia. Very far away. Okay, so kangaroo's currently the closest. Koala. Close but similar to rat. It wasn't as good as kangaroo. Type slur. I'm not going to... Slur. Honestly, about as similar as a kangaroo. We're looking for something that's in between a koala and a slur. Don't type any examples in the chat. Chlamydia? How do you spell chlamydia? Chlamydia? No, that was very far away. There's a kangaroo in Winnie the Pooh. Oh, okay. Let's try Robin. Fuck. Kangaroo. Tigger. Tigger's very far away as well. God, we're getting... our first guess was our best with kangaroo. And even that says cold. Alright, let's try warm. It says it's cold. But warm is close. At least as close as kangaroo was. What else? Let's go for beach. Okay, wait, whoa, what's going on here? So this has a much higher similarity, but it's... Yeah, that's much higher similarity. Beach. Okay, so maybe something to do with landscape, like an area. Yeah, let's try mountain. Further away. So what about sand? Further away as well. So the concept of beach was closer. What about beach like a ship? Ship further away. What about beach? Coast? No. Huh. All right, let's try something completely different. Let's try... let's try... tactic. Surprisingly similar. How could tactic be as close as beach? Normandy? I don't know the word Normandy. Okay. What about war? I'm very far away. Peace. In another fucking planet. Huh. Proletariat. The proletariat is fairly close. God, we're still really far away though. Hurricane? No. Holy shit. Rich. Ooh. Ooh, you've popped off with rich. Rich is kind of there. Now we just need to figure out what kind of rich it means. So rich as in...
WTF is this?
Yo, Custer, we've got to try and guess the word, Custer. Thank you for the 15 months. We need to guess the word. It's most similar to rich. It's kind of similar to the words beach tactic and proletariat. But it means something near. It means something rich. So it could mean rich as in decadent. Oh, decadent is so fucking close. Okay. So succulent? Oh, succulent was further away. So decadent. Something decadent. Something extravagant. Extravagant. Fuck, I've spelled it wrong. How the fuck do you spell extravagant? All A's. All A's all the way. Holy fuck, I popped off. Okay. I solved it with 23 guesses. The word was extravagant. Yo, I kind of went crazy there at the end. I'm not going to lie. I went nuts. As soon as we got rich. Who suggested rich? You put me on the right path. Who was it? It was Love Dicks. Why? Why isn't your name Love Disc like the Pokemon? Why is your name Love Dicks? Okay. We can now do the New York Times Mini, allegedly. Allegedly. Let's see what kind of time we get here. Alright. Let's go. Item in a supermarket pyramid. Can. One whose job is to make you 6 across. Chuckle. Chuckle. Giggle. Laugh. Comic. On a cruise, perhaps? Don't know. Triangle. Let's do the ones down. South American mammal with a flexible snout. Don't know. Cause to chuckle. Amuse. Nigel Farage. Potter's material. Clay. Country little salary covered. Chad. Triangle. A road sign. Yield. On a cruise, perhaps. At sea. I'm going fucking crazy out here. I'm going crazy. Okay, what was this? A coati. A coati? South American mammal with a flexible snout. Never heard of that. Never heard of that before. What is this? Whoa, they look so fucking cute. Holy shit, I want one. Oh my god, they look adorable. They look adorable, chat. Oh my god, they're gorgeous. Look at them. Oh, look at them. They got such cute little faces. Oh my god. These things are gorgeous. Okay. Also known as Coatamundis. Alright, are members of the family They're widespread, occupying habitats ranging from hot and arid areas to humid Amazonian rainforests or even cold Andean mountain slopes. So they're just all over the place, huh? Around 10 coatis are thought to have formed a breeding population in Cumbria? That's like down the road from me. What the fuck is this? Scorpions and parakeets found living wild in the UK in 2010. What is going on? About 10 coatis, which are also known as Brazilian aardvarks, were also found. The coatis, which are members of the raccoon family and hail from North America, are thought to be... Hail from North America? I thought they said they were South American. Are thought to be living wild in Cumbria. I mean, no further information. No further information. The report was commissioned by the Eden television channel. No further info. Well, goddamn. Let's see if we can find any other sources for that. Cumbria Coati. Okay. So this is from 2018. This is from 2022, 2018, 2015, but I bet they're all just referencing the same article. From a survey of 1,000 people, a third of people had never seen a hedgehog before. Have you guys seen a hedgehog before? I've seen many hedgehogs before. A common theory is that a pair of coatis that escaped captivity made it into the wild and reproduced. They've been spotted across Cumbria and even far down as Buckinghamshire. Now, no source given whatsoever. This is talking about main image to quaddy. Where's the quaddy? You haven't even talked about it anywhere in the article. Oh, there it is. I mean, just quoting the same stuff without any source. There have only ever been a handful of sightings in the UK of the creature that originates from subtropical South America. Buckinghamshire residents film rare South American quaddy in their back garden. What the hell? Huh. Initially, the RSPCA believed the animal was a pet bear that had escaped an enclosure nearby. The experts, ladies and gentlemen, the experts. However, on closer inspection, it was revealed that the animal was in fact a South American quaddy. Attempts to capture the quaddy have so far been unsuccessful. Why would you do that? Experts are warning Buckinghamshire residents not to approach the animal as it may bite. So might a cat or a dog. Only a handful of sightings in the past decade. In 2004, a handful of quaddies were spotted in woodland areas around the Lake District. In 2010, a study by the University of Hull estimated there were about 10 quaddies living wild in the UK. And then Buckinghamshire is a long, long way away from Cumbria. A long way away. Are they just trying to get somewhere warmer? Because Cumbria is fucking cold. They're so cute. They're so sweet. Click on the ugly fish thing. No, I'm not getting baited into going on a tangent clicking on weird looking fish. I think it's time to go to bed. If we're looking at Wikipedia articles about South American aardvark-like animals that are actually part of the raccoon family, it's possible that we've been distracted enough from our primary task of VOD reviewing and going to bed at a reasonable hour that it might be time to pull the plug, you know? Let's see who's online. So we were just VOD reviewing Nature. He's currently online. Oh, Vansili is online. What is he doing? He's doing the Cozy Clash. Don't know what that is. What are you up to, Vansili? He's just doing some casting, I think. Yeah, let's go to Vansili. Watching Complexity play against somebody. Alright, peace. See you guys in a bit. Say hello to Vansili for me.